Day 2 of the conference. I welcome you all, our esteemed participants, for the day 2 of the conference. Today we would be having the track 3 and the track 4, which is transformational of traditional economy, encouraging MSME and digitalization of public service delivery, as the track 3 of the conference, and the track 4, which is investment on human capital, skilling India in 21st century, as the fourth track for the conference. We are very honored to have Professor Bulbul Dhar James with us. It is with great pleasure that I want to introduce Professor Bulbul Dhar James. She is the head of Department of Political Science and honorary director of the Sarojini Naidu Center for Women's Studies at Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Professor James' expertise in political science, women's studies, and global political economy has earned her accolades and recognition. Her commitment to empowering women through her role as the honorary director of the Women's Studies Center exemplifies her dedication to fostering a gender inclusive academic environment. We welcome you, ma'am. I request Professor Rumki Basu to felicitate ma'am with a memento. Now I request Professor Basu to give the opening remarks for the day 2 of the conference.
Yes, yeah, right. Let me welcome you all. Am I audible at the back? Yes. Let me welcome you all to the second day of the two-day national conference on G20, Y20. The theme is here, Future of Work in Amrit Kaal in India, the Demographic Dividend and 21st Century Skills. Yesterday we had almost a galaxy of speakers speaking to you on G20, its goals, its objectives, why India matters in G20. We had speakers speaking on Y20, what exactly are the objectives, because a lot of people do know about G20 since the past 6 months. There's so much happening in G20. I think the most important thing about G20 and India's presidency has been the concept of Jan Bhagidari, whereby, the G20 has had almost 100 meetings all over India in different university campuses and other places, but Y20, Youth 20, the civil society groupings, the kind of work they have been doing with university teachers, faculty, students in different campuses of the country is extremely important, extremely significant in enlightening, enriching people, students, civil society groups, anybody who wishes to understand the working of G20, the role of India's presidency, and how can civil society groups, Y20 being a catalyst, enthuse people's participation in this 1 year India's G20 presidency. So we had other speakers again speaking on the theme. Professor Sitaram, who is heading AICTE, chairman of AICTE, he spoke extensively on the demographic dividend and the need for 21st century skills, how the youth need to be taught these skills to make them future ready, because India will reap the benefits of the demographic dividend till 2050. And we do have the largest working population in the world. And if we skill this segment of our society, there'll be one in every 5 globally who would be an Indian working somewhere with these skills. So therefore, the need to uh, harness our human capital, the enormous human resources that we have in this country, because you see, the working age population is roughly, that's what economists say, 25 to 65 is the age group when you when they are in the labor market anywhere in the world. But India has the youngest and will have the youngest labor market for the next 25 years. That is what the demographic, even China, with whom we are competing everywhere, has an aging population. It's the same in the US and Europe. The working population is constantly aging. So in India, like some of the Southeast Asian countries, Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, who also reaped the benefits of the demographic dividend, India is the next one. And for the next 25 years, we have a youth population who can be an enormous asset, an enormous, a human capital, which will be productive and will be productively contributing to our economy, which is the third largest in the world today. And the reason why we need to be optimistic is that, if we say India needs to be a Vishwa Guru in so many best practices in policy and governance, then this is another area in which by skilling our human resources, they can be engaged in very many areas of work which we didn't imagine they could exist. So therefore, the futuristic planning for our human resources to engage them in the new arenas of work which will come up in the Amrit Kaal period. And as you know, the Amrit Kaal period is roughly from the 75th year of our independence to India at 100. So it's the next 25 years. That is the Amrit Kaal period. And the future belongs to the younger generation who will be in that productive age group during this period. And what is the kind of planning we need to do as a nation for them is what was discussed amply yesterday in by many of the speakers. So, but let me tell you, when we planned this conference, the reason why I had asked for the Y20 logo, you have to formally apply for it in the G20 Secretariat, was because, in my capacity as head Center for Public Policy and Governance, which is a new center that got into operation from January 2022 only. In this 1.5 year period, besides other things, I had been doing a program called Youth Connect, in which many topics of national and international importance were discussed, debated in a forum which is a part of the center called Youth Connect. We had several programs in Youth Connect, wherein I invited students from universities, young professionals, to come and participate in these discussions, which should contribute to policy making, policy implementation, or policy review. Since the purpose of the Center for Public Policy and Governance is to be doing a lot of thinking, rethinking, review on public policy and matters of governance. I've always believed as head of the center, we should go into productive discussions on what is feasible instead of idealistic discourses on public policy making and implementation, and constantly talking of what can be, what should be. We should be also aware of what is a feasible policy or what could be feasible inputs to a review of a policy. So these are the kinds of discussions, debates, and dialogues we had in Youth Connect. So when I applied for the logo of Y20, It was given to me in within a month's time by G20 Secretariat that, okay, we give you the Y20 logo, but you have to host conferences on the areas which have been focused by Y20. There are about 4 themes. I don't think I'll be able to do that many conferences because I have to wind up. We have to wind up our whatever debates or activities regarding any of these groups by early September. Maybe I could focus on one more theme, that is climate justice and environment next time. But the first topic was this. So it's not exactly my innovation in my center that I chose this theme. This is the first theme of Y20, which they would wish to focus. So I took it up. The conference has been delayed for various reasons, but once we took a call, we decided a sizable section of time in this 2-day conference should be given to the Young Researchers Symposium. We received 75 abstracts, of which 43 were selected for presentation in these 2 days, and most of the students will be presenting offline, some will be online. We have 4 tracks, and best 3 paper presentations will be given awards. That is what we want to do. So yesterday we had a lot of other speakers who addressed issues of G20, Y20 and the theme. Today we'll be completely focused on the 2 tracks of the symposium, but I'm happy to announce that we have a star speaker in the first session, Madam Bulbuldhar James, who will be speaking on G20 and women's empowerment. That is a very, very important theme that was not discussed yesterday by any speaker. So I kept that slot for her because she's been, a gender studies expert for a long time. Twice she headed the Sarojini Naidu, and she's still the honorary director of the Sarojini Naidu Center in Jamia Millia, besides being the head of the Department of Political Science in Jamia Millia Islamia. So please, Dr. Bulbul will, I think we needed a better audience and a larger audience to listen to this very, very important theme that she'll be speaking on, and the only theme that was not discussed yesterday. So G20 and women's empowerment, and you have Madam Bulbuldhar speaking to you on this. Yes, Bulbul.
The agenda is meant to be inclusive. So, because women's empowerment is not just an issue of social justice, it's also an economic imperative. We are talking about half the dividend here when we are talking about the population at large. And together, the G20 members represent more than 80% of the world's GDP, which is 75% of international trade and 60% of the world population. So given its key role, it's significant here to discuss because given its key role in the global economy, the G20 holds a very strategic kind of position in securing future global economic growth and prosperity. And it has a huge potential to deliver on women's empowerment and gender equality. And I do want to emphasize here that each time we speak about gender equality, we assume it's to do with women and men. Let's look at other genders here as well, and it's important to address that. So I do want to flag that as an issue here. And of course, the G20 agenda itself, people, planet, and sustainability is all about empowerment. And today, when we are talking about 2023, women's empowerment for economic security is very, very central to it. And Y20, as Runki was explaining, also, the youth dividend is so enormous that, we really need to address that, and they need to address, and we need to listen to the youth as well. So I'm so glad that, she tells me there was a representative who's heading it is an undergrad. And we can't kind of sideline um, the young who have ideas and clarity on a lot of quarters, and that is something we need to take up. So women, I mean, if we are only looking at women, women are equal partners and key actors for a strong, a resilient, inclusive, and a sustainable growth of any nation. And that is something we need to keep in mind. So central to achieving this is, of course, success vis-a-vis the three connected pillars: people, planet, and prosperity, and the 2030 agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals. It remains something which is central. And in this, you can see the gender quotient is very large in the SDGs, in the SDG goals. I also want to flag certain issues basically. The backdrop is, of course, COVID-19 as well, which disproportionately impacted the social and economic well-being of millions of women across the globe, not just India that we're looking at. But women were leading, more than 7 million in India alone, as frontline workers. Now that's a very significant testimony to the resilience and the strength of women, not just Indian women, but women in general. And as we know, what was coming out in terms of leadership, the women-headed countries were doing better in terms of COVID protocols and actually in terms of success in maintaining some kind of semblance of getting the rates down. And that was very clear in all those countries. G20 is also focused on women's empowerment, and that's something which is cross-cutting right from the beginning. And that's why I'm surprised that it was not addressed yesterday at all. At least as a side track, it should have really been addressed, because you can't look at development without looking at women's empowerment there. We're really not looking at it. We stand together in all the steps necessary for fostering gender equality. It's not just a one-way stream. This is also reflected in India's commitment to the Brisbane target and initiatives like W20, which is something that we need to put into practice now, operationally, instead of being idealistic about it, as Runki very rightly pointed out. So the highlights that G20 is focusing on in advancing women's is through entrepreneurship, through mentoring and capacity building, market access and financing. Role of STEM areas is really STEM education and innovation for scaling up holistic well-being, including mental and preventive health. Women's health is a major issue, which is part of SDGs as well. They eat least nutritional value. Medical checkups are done very, very infrequently. That whole concept of mother sacrificing is uniformly there, and we really need to, move beyond that, because that change has to happen at the first level, the family level, and then the changes will happen. And empowerment will take place, because I think we've reached an era, and this is something that we need to recognize, that we've reached an era that women are fairly empowered. It's the men who need to cope with women's empowerment. And hopefully, that should happen, because the men and boys are equally, impacted negatively with patriarchy. So each time we say that patriarchy is impacting women, we need to understand it's impacting men, perhaps men and boys, perhaps in a worse way, but they can't speak up because patriarchy gives them this whole notion of masculinity and, issues of mardangi, if you like. And that is something we need to question and look at, how they need to behave, the roles that they need to play, and the aggression that's, meant to be there in a whole lot of ways. So back to G20, it's also looking at increasing investment for quality and reach of education, digital education as well. Digital fluency, lifelong learning, strengthening women's empowerment, and participation in scientific and non-traditional sectors of the work. And those are very, very significant, because we are looking at ministries like the Health Ayush Ministry, looking at different facets of, medical reach, even in terms of questioning what are regarded as scientific developments, the other side of the scientific developments, which is not, if it is a development, questioning the concept of development itself, that if it is a development, how far-reaching is the impact, and what do we need to look at? So women need to be prominently at the forefront of all these agendas. It goes without saying. And I was looking at, since Runki told me, and I hadn't really looked at G20 as an agenda, I was looking at the way forward. And Italy has been pretty much on the forefront of women-centric kind of working groups. In every working group, they put women there. India, too, I notice, has kind of envisaged a very strong women-centered kind of agenda as the host of G20 presidency in 2013. So we have there. We've ratified a whole lot of significant conventions and human rights instruments. We are committed to secure equal rights of women, including things like CEDAW, which were there. But we are looking at India being considered the rape capital of the world. We're looking at the kind of violence that is taking place in myriad forms of violence. And I do want to flag this issue because we can talk about big things and say this is what we are doing. But at the ground level, the changes really need to be made despite, all kinds of acts related. We are the most right-based constitution that you can have. So, and a lot of these are part of the fundamental rights, but we are reasserting through other rights that are coming in, right from Widow Remarriage Act in 1856 to, Dissolution of Muslim Marriage Act 1939. Now you come to the Triple Talaq, another issue there. Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, maternity benefits, dowry prohibition, medical termination of PCP and DT later, which became medical termination of pregnancy, family courts that are there. And family courts are put in the women's laws place, which is ironic because, you're regarding the family to be the domain for the women, which means we are already making the distinction between private and the political in that sense of the term. And the private or the more, within closed grounds is the women's agenda in that sense of the term. Indecent Representation of Women's Act, Commission of Sati Prevention, then you have National Commission of Women, all these protection of women from domestic violence, later ones that we have are POXO, which is protection of children from sexual abuses, sexual offenses, then Sexual Harassment at Workplace of Women, Women at Workplace Act, and so on and so forth. We have all these in place, yet in real terms, we are looking at myriad forms of violence continuing till day before yesterday. Yesterday, I'm sure, today as well. It's become data now. We really need to wipe this out from it being a data to something which is very real. It could be any one of us today or tomorrow. We have domestic violence, marital rape, and their laws for marital rape also is, being questioned now. Femicide. Interestingly, I want to take up marital rape here because the judge who gave the judgment said that Kerala High Court was the one which, was taking the judgment out, and they said that how men regard women as their property. Hence, just because marriage is treated, it's not an unequal institution anymore. And based on that, the judgment was given. This, of course, came into question in other ways because then you had protests saying that, men could be raped as well. Of course, they could. But there are laws which comes under CRPC or the, the civil code as well. But these were special laws that were being brought in place. We have early marriage, child marriage. Early marriage is a violence on women as well. Femicide, of course, amniocentesis is done and you're constantly living through all of that. Then human trafficking. Human trafficking, we had a session on human rights in the refresher course, and I had a panel discussion, and one of the surgeons came in, and we had the editor of the Journal of Medical Ethics, and it seems 80% and above are women donors for donation for any kind of organ transplant. And 70% of those are wives. They don't expect that from the mothers or the sisters, but the wives. So ownership comes in there as well. So we are looking at times where, you could say that women are making that choice, but it's not a real choice they are making. They are expected to do that. So not just for organs, then sex trafficking. Huge, huge issues that we are looking at. Sexual violence. Sexual violence is so deep-rooted. Since we are talking about Y20, I don't know if you're aware of this boys locker room, BOIS, boys locker room, which was a WhatsApp group just at the beginning of COVID, March 2020. Do you know about this? So this was an adolescent boys from a prominent public school in Delhi, in the capital of India. And this epitomizes what our education is doing. So we really need to look at this. This boys' locker room had a couple of girls or one girl in it as well. And these adolescent boys, class 10th, 11th, 12th, were discussing their classmates. Not like, hormonal kind of a thing that, you want to have sex with them. It was sex with violence, school kids. And the fantasy was to rape them. So we are living in times which is a very genuine thing, and these are public schools. When Nirbhaya happened, a lot of people said this juvenile who was the worst off, he has no culture, has not been educated. What is boys' locker room? This is a public school in Delhi. It could be any of our kids, brothers, whoever we are talking about. This is a fantasy that they have. It's very worrisome when we look at it. Maybe patriarchy is so deep-rooted, maybe within families, so some change needs to be brought about. We can have all these conferences, we can talk till ad nauseum, but the change needs to come at the ground level. And this was, and of course, media, which constantly speaks of what we kind of propagate as something major, as goes as poetic license, like the popular song of Shah Rukh Khan, "Tu haan kar ya na kar, tu hai meri kiran." Concept of consent is not there at all. Poetic license aside, that consent is the significant thing when we talk about sexual violence, we talk about rape, or we're talking about any of this. As long as, because very often when I'm taking a session on what I call right to work with dignity on sexual harassment, a lot of people, especially corporates, will say, ma'am, this happens, but easiest thing for us to do is not employ the women. So an act which is meant to safeguard women actually works against them. And another interesting kind of a take that I get from participants is that this act has spoiled the relationship that we have at a personal level, because now we are worried that any of our colleagues are going to slap an act on us. It's worrisome, But the bottom line, because they're all young people here, is consent. And consensual is the major thing that we need to look at in various ways. When we are talking about agency, we are talking about any of this. It's important for us to look at that perspective. Then, of course, in other countries, you have female genital mutilation, son preference in our country, dowry-related violence, and now online digital violence, which is what the boys' locker room was. Hugely, where we talk about technology development, the other side of it is this kind of, impact that has in major ways, and very little ways to do it, Cloning of the phone. My SIM card was cloned, and nearly 2 lakh rupees were withdrawn from my account through some transactions. And, however you try to, remain upbeat on it, these are issues we need to look at. That development is not simply, this technological thing moving forward. There are other facets to it which we need to be careful about. Of course, health hazards like, telephones kept in the pocket, especially men, that they do, it impacts the heart, the cell phones, that vibration and stuff like that. So we do need to take that into consideration. So there's something that I want to emphasize. There are boys here and men, because very often women's empowerment is pitted against, like a men versus women issue, which it is not, because the toxic masculinity is our contribution in the socialization that we create in various ways, where the boy can never be the victim. There's a kind of initiation that he's brought in, in families, in rural families, you invariably have this, elder girl, and a little baby boy is born after many years. And each time this girl is going, and she's probably brought up that little boy like a mother. And each time the boy is going out, he has to go somewhere. The girl has to go somewhere. She's told, "Bhai ko saath le ja." Now that piddly little kid will probably, pee in his pants if anything happens, but he's meant to be safeguarding. The point here is, look at the psychology of the girl who has to, follow this, and the psychology of that little boy who's told you have to take care of that little girl. We are creating this whole issue of masculinity. And somewhere that change needs to, come about in various ways. So, this has been discussed academically, Funk and Verheyen. A lot of work has been done on it as instrumental versus the expressive. The instrumental is the male, the masculine, adventurous, dominant, forceful, independent kind of male, strong, can't cry, all that notion of boys can't cry and stuff. And the other side, the emotional, the sentimental, the submissive. This is a gender stereotype. But these stereotypes are also role expectations, which we have to break through. I mean, if we need that change to happen. We can talk about bigger things, but to start at the micro level, to start at the basics, we need to, break those myths in various ways. But the bottom line, what I want to say regarding violence, because violence is a major, major issue which needs to be tackled if we have to reach that development, is that violence is not simply a physical or a biological act. It is actually located in our social and cultural context. We are creating that violence. Society is doing it, family is doing it. In various ways, our expectation is such that that violence is being, kind of propagated through the messages that we are giving, or the lack of messages when we don't contradict, when we make stereotypical notions in various ways as well. Now, at that upper level of India's role, it's that we've been an active member of the UN Commission on the Status of Women as well, which has been very basic, proactive, very proactive in the participation in the Beijing Action Platform for Action as well, which has flagged a whole lot of issues. Later, we had the government status of the women report, which Pam Rajput was, chairing. And a lot of issues that came there to the fore, including triple talaq was something, including UCC, Uniform Civil Code, came into, question in a lot of ways. Today, perhaps that's a contribution. And as the presidency of G20, India has a vision for a new India, clearly so. But that vision needs to be concretized by these basic changes at all these levels as well, where women are equal partners in a fast, paced national development that we are talking about. From women's development, and most significantly, from women's development to women-led development. So a lot of entrepreneurship, a lot of leadership, a lot of mentoring, and participation. So you have this book by Indra Jaising. Indra Jaising is a lawyer, part of the Lawyers Collective, who's drafted the Domestic Violence Act. One of the titles of her book is Women's Lives and Men's Laws. It's an edited book. It's literally that. How can the laws be sensitive to women if you don't have women in policy-making bodies? So it's important to have that participation and to get them on board, because the change won't happen. In fact, the Domestic Violence Act has even questioned concept of family, because you have live-in relationships which are part of, a part of the act, where any violence against a partner, a live-in partner, is you can take it to the court of law. It's not something, and this is something the judges are grappling with also, because the judges also come from the same patriarchal mindset. So, how will they change? So as a nation, we have a multi-pronged approach, at the core of which is gender justice. Clearly so, a lot of programs. Sometimes the programs are wrongly pitted as leading to women's development, like Ujjwala Yojana, The gas cylinder is not just women's empowerment, excuse me, but nonetheless, it needs to be, we need to understand the context there, that are we trying to reiterate those values, because the change won't come about, but nonetheless, there have been a lot of policy measures. Whatever, Ujjwala has kind of reached out in various ways. And the idea here, of course, being the core of this gender justice is equality and enabling full expression and participation of women in public life and socio-economic discourse of our country. So as in political theory, we did Lasky's theory of, concept of rights, and he said something which leads to your self-expression, something where, our rights are those which give you expression to whatever your personality, your best personality forward. And that is something we should look at in terms of equality across genders, and it's important. So women-led development, gender equality. In the women's-led development, all of the significance of India's G20 presidency comes in a major way. World Economic Forum, for that matter, study says it'll take 132 years to bring parity between men and women. We don't have 132 years. And we have just defaced half of it, in that time. So bridging the digital divide, it's important to do that with women in question. We have to technologically leapfrog now. It's something which needs to be done, because we can't. And take in the negative dimensions of technology also in question, so that it's not used, misused, abused. And grassroots leadership, very, very significant to have that. So we have, very often we treat the women sarpanches as something which is an anomaly, or the fact that we talk about sarpanch pati more than that, but there are enough and more women who are coming forth and actually making that change. And these are not partisan women, because it's not political parties backing them more often than not. But that needs to be, brought in a major way. For women to make a radical shift, we need to put women in leadership positions. It's important to do that in all areas of governance, right? From the direct democracy at the decentralized Panchayati Raj on to other levels that we are speaking about. Because when we talk about women leadership, or when we talk about women representation, we only look at those levels where the face of the woman is there. They're invisible women at every juncture who are hugely empowered. The fact that they have the agency and they're taking decisions, they could be housewives or whatever that they're doing. It's important for us to, recognize that, instead of assuming that empowerment just means that women coming forward and working outside of home and being visible, or by the attire that you see. In the West, the most disempowered could be the most modernly attired. We really need to look beyond what is visible. So to have this radical shift in leadership positions in all areas of governance, importantly, we need to have women. And of course, the mindset of men and boys should change for themselves also, because they are equally discriminated under patriarchy. And that is something, and patriarchy is not just a South Asian or an Indian concept, mind you. It is something manifest in different ways all over the world. It's there. So also, we need to look beyond the gender binaries. Something, I know this is not a mandate of women's empowerment, but you do have gay women, you have other issues here as well. So we need to look at it beyond this gender binary in terms of sexual orientation, which is lesbian, gay, bisexual, asexual, heterosexual. Many more names come up. I'm learning every day. And it's important, as somebody on the panel, I have to ask the person, how do you want me to address you? Like, you look like a woman, but maybe you don't want to be assumed to be one. So there was this absolutely beautiful film on Netflix, it was there, called Disclosures, where the protagonist makes a very evocative statement and says that, I want the outside of me to match the inside of me. So what you see is, it is full of pathos, because we just assume what we see. And we have students who are actually trans who are coming out. A lot of them, dissertations are, coming in. And that's sexual orientation. And then, of course, the gender identity, which is sexual orientation meaning, who do I love? Do I love a man or a woman? And then, of course, you have gender identity, which is, who am I? Am I a man or a woman? Identity questions. Transgender, transsexual, transvestite, intersex, gender fluid, gender non-binary, and many, many more. Yesterday, I read something which said LGBTQ, QRLM, I don't know, it just went on with more alphabets. It's very worrisome, because one, we need to be politically correct and understand, but second, from the other perspective, it is, how many things can you take into consideration when you're doing this? And why should you be giving? Any reservation is at the cost of somebody else. Let's face it. It's not simply a reservation point that we are making. So it's significant to kind of put that into perspective. So we're living in times of gendered systems and spaces. Work is gendered. Invariably, you have marketplace is men, and kitchen or domestic work is women. Invariably, you might have men being chefs in places, but when they come home, they're not cooking. It's the wives or others who are doing it. Then, of course, political systems are gendered. Till recently, you didn't have, the hardcore ministries led by women. It's now these couple of 2 terms that we've had, defense minister and a finance minister who's been a woman. Otherwise, it's always soft portfolios which are given. Women in child and some entrepreneurship, and it's always soft portfolios. Spaces are gendered, where we look at. And the most, and I can't but say the most discriminated in these are other genders, where they're not even meant to be visible. They can be at street corners, could be sex workers somewhere, begging somewhere. They're not even meant to be visible. No spaces are provided for them. For women, of course, the specifics is that, you'll be in certain spaces. And for men, you have to be the breadwinner. You have to reach out, which is also a tall order. And this tall order kind of magnified itself during COVID because the opportunities were so limited. Men didn't have jobs there in hand. And there was this whole lethargy because you didn't know how to cope with it. You were not providing, you're not the breadwinner, you don't have a job. And a lot of domestic violence cases came up then because you didn't know how to cope with it. One didn't know how to cope with it. And we put this, the mantle of earning member of the family on the male. And with all these alliances, I just wanted to flag certain issues. I think I've gone off track. But I did want to, kind of put in that we might have all these conferences. It's important for us to go back to basics and rethink, especially education, our education system. We must be doing something wrong that despite all kinds of education, you have a Tarun Tejpal sting operation and he does a sexual harassment case and says the same thing that the police that I train, constables that I train, when they say, ma'am, wo chote chote kapde pehen ke aate hain, wo nyota de rahe hain sexual harassment ka, And he said the same thing in a more sophisticated way, that she encouraged me. And this was his daughter's friend. Or Pachauri, Nobel Prize co-winner, who was actually, this is put in record as well. So there must be something in our education system which is wrong, that we are not really understanding these basic things, or there's an insensitivity there. It's important for us to, kind of correlate that and make a difference on every day. And if you're sitting in a group and any statement is being made and you're not contradicting it, you're party to that statement and you're party to what is going on. So as the youth, you can make the difference. Please do that. Please speak up. And this is another thing which uniformly, the language that women speak is of silence. And that silence is very, very detrimental, because if you don't speak up, you don't have an agency, it's counterproductive for you and for the society at large. So with the G20 Alliance for Empowerment and Progression of Women's Economic Representation, Empower is the thing. It's G20 business leaders, governments that aim to accelerate women's empowerment or leadership in the private sector. And we have a lot of SMEs, and we have a lot of innovative ideas which have come in from women at various levels, really young women as well. NICA was, kind of put on record there, and the kind of output that is coming out of it. So basically this G20 presidency of India should be taking forth, and it is, forward women-led development agenda, because it's not just them being recipients, but them being leaders who are doing it. And when women are leaders, it's a different kind of modus operandi. It's a different kind of cooperative kind of change that is sought, and that's important. The theme of G20 Empowered, the second meeting was it said women's empowerment, a win-win for equity and economy. So it's not for women being empowered only, for economy to actually grow further. It is women's empowerment is a very significant kind of a concern that we need to look at. And India's, kind of G20 presidency is inclusive, it's equitable, it's ambitious, it's decisive, it's action-oriented, pushing forward transformative change. And that transformative change towards women's empowerment is significant. And just assuming that the empowerment is purely economic is not enough, because invariably, even now, it goes into the family income. Women, you need to have accounts in place, you need to have an accountability for where that money is being spent. It becomes part of the family income. So we do need to look at that also. Today, countries are focusing on empowering women like never before, because there's a dividend that they're getting out of it. Not because they probably want to empower women only, but there's an outcome economically which is much more significant for them. And India's G20 presidency has come at this critical juncture and an opportune time. We needed it as well. Priority areas of G20 Empower in 2023 are efforts made to accelerate this empowerment, and the whole Brisbane goals has become significant. other ways in which this transition is taking place is career opportunities, development opportunities, investing in enabling infrastructure to support the care economy. Now, women are invariably, whether it's senior citizens, it's children, it's homes, the whole care economy, which is not part of the GDP, is something that they handle. We have to target that. That has to be targeted in whatever way that you can. And you can't have remuneration. I know Kamal Hassan started this and made this kind of a thing that we'll give yeah, for the housework that's going to be done. And it's always going to be criticized because you're not going to be able to, how can you decide how much a mother's love costs or that care costs, It's something. But we really need to understand that we need to appreciate that as part of the work being done. So enabling infrastructure to support the care economy and navigating corporate culture for women's empowerment. That wherever it is, the leadership positions need to be very, kind of significant. And the way this has been taken forth in the conferences that I was reading upon after she told me this was the theme, was they've actually had NIFT, National Institute for Fashion Technology, organizing events where they were showcasing women's engagement in cultivation of, say, tea production, tea, coffee, spices, coir, work of women-led indigenous toys, handloom, handicrafts, major thing, whether it was propagating the sari, which is also going out of, vogue, because you have all these weavers in there, sari or whatever, a setamundu from Kerala or a mekhla chadar from Assam, whatever. Then Ayurvedic and wellness products, women-led, most of them. So, they had significant exhibitions which were part of these, and that was an important thing. Also, I think what G20 Empower is kind of reiterating is a collective belief in women-led development. It's important. And a pledge to kind of invalidate the assumption that it will take 132 years that, World Economic Forum spoke about to close this gender gap that they were speaking about in World Economic Forum 2022 made the statement. So through urgent, determined, bold, transformative action by each of us. So we really do need to, for the change to come about, we really do need to deconstruct structures in which we are there, because we are the most rights-based constitutions. Those rights are in place. But to legally fight for anything is not the solution, because law or anything is never a solution. It's just a bargaining chip. So if we are forcing the LG that please let the police stations take FIRs when women come up on domestic violence and issues like that, women will do nothing after that FIR has been lodged. Nothing at all, because you want to safeguard your family. But at least they have that piece of paper to say that, look, as a bargaining chip, that if you do anything further, I'm going to take this up. And that's important. Tell the oppressor or the aggressor, whoever is there in hand. So it's important for us to do that and understand. So we need to deconstruct systems. We need to deconstruct structures, because all these are part of the structures as well. When you have women heading the department, even the peon's behavior towards that woman is different than it would be a male head. That whole attitude is different. We need to change that. Stereotypes. These are stereotypes. They're not something which we should believe in. Moitri is driving a car and she's coming, and I know she's Moitri coming, and she just breaks the law and crosses. Invariably, I'm not going to say that Moitri is driving the car very badly. I'll say all women drive the car badly. I'm gender stereotyping there. And that's we invariably do on a lot of quarters. Women, emotional, stuff like that. It's important to do that. We need to deconstruct gender, especially because there are other genders now, which we need to understand as well, and construct equality. So empowerment, equality go hand in hand. It can't just happen on its own. And India believes that this crucial place for any kind of towards economic prosperity is placing women at the heart of it in our attempt to, achieve a better tomorrow. And if you want the future right, really, if you want the future, if we want to be future ready, we have to make sure that women are at the center of the discourse, and women at the center of the decisions being taken, which is policy-making bodies as well. So I just want to end with, this is my world. my world of expectations, my world of do's and don'ts, my world of belonging, my world of relationships, relationships that are intimate, that are demanding, relationships that are compulsive and controlling. In these multiple roles and relationships, pushing and pulling me in various directions, I often lose touch with my being. I often lose touch with my process of becoming. I lose touch with my search to discover equations in relationships and well-being. I lose touch with my space. But the most debilitating is I lose touch with my rhythm with the self. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your address. We surely need to rethink our education to accelerate women's empowerment. Now, we would be starting with our Young Researchers Symposium, and therefore, I request ma'am to please join us with the judges panel. We would be having a very short tea break of 10 minutes. You can go to the place where we had served lunch yesterday for the tea break. I request the first three participants to please have their tea very fast and join us until we start the next session.
Yes.
Dyuti, Rakshit and Priyanshu.
Let me congratulate my ex-colleague, but we've been friends for so long, so that's the formal introduction, but frankly, I think she's made my day. This was the kind of discourse that was required on women's empowerment. A lot of, people seem to think that when it's a talk on women's empowerment, it's something didactic, something, very preachy, and there are things that are expected to be spoken. But this is something, whatever she said, the content of her speech is more about gender mainstreaming than anything else. It's not just a question of women's empowerment or the traditional women's movements were regarding the battle of the sexes or whatever we said at that point of time. Today in 2023, when she's talking of gender or women's empowerment, we have to look at the global discourse and what is going on in India. She's summed up, she's spoken, she's raised and flagged issues and points which are important for the Amrit Kaal generation, I would say. This was really a talk meant for young people today, the Amrit Kaal generation, for whom the agenda on gender is completely different from what maybe the kind of activism we saw, we heard in our college days. So much has happened on the gender discourse since then. So it was important for her to say what she had to say. So I really thank you so much. And now she'll join the forum as a judge for the Young Researchers Symposium. Track 3 presenters offline. Please go and have your tea in 5 minutes flat and get back while we settle down with the other formalities and logistics. Thank you.
who is the Assistant Professor of Department of Political Science, Mata Sundari College, under University of Delhi. And finally, we have on our panel our very own Professor. Okay, you're not on the panel right now, so we have to. Yeah, so we are still waiting for Dr. Pooja Paswan, but we can continue our symposium. So I will reiterate the rules for the symposium. So each of the presenters have 8 minutes to present, followed by a Q&A from the judges. And each of the judges have a file in front of them, and which has a mark sheet. We want all of you to grade our participants based on four parameters, which is of 25 marks each. And out of that, we will add that up to 100 marks, and ultimately we will rank them based on whatever marks they get, and we finally have our top 3 presenters for this track. So let me introduce this track, which we are starting off right now. We had the first 2 tracks which happened already yesterday. So we'll start with track 3, which is transformation of traditional economy, encouraging MSMEs and digitalization of public service delivery. And within that, we have the sub-themes of encouraging MSME, entrepreneurship, digitalization of public service delivery, and business environment for the transformation of traditional economy. So herein up, I request Dyuti to come up and start presenting. Yeah.
SMEs in post-COVID India. So basically, let me start with what MSMEs really are. So there are over 63 million MSMEs spread across the country. They contribute around 29% to India's GDP, more than 50% to our exports, and currently they are employing more than 111 million people in the country. That's approximately 11 crore. Now what you see over here is the new and revised definition of MSMEs. So this is a very composite measure, because now we are classifying MSMEs as micro, small and medium on the basis of annual turnover as well as investment. Now the topic that I'm concerned with today is women and MSMEs. So let me look at where women stand in this regard, because we know they constitute nearly, or if not more than 50% of India's population. That's a huge demographic dividend that can be achieved. Basically, these are 3 quick stats that I want to give you. Firstly, if we look at the total MSME enterprises in our country, only 20.37 are owned and operated by women. That's a very low number. If I talk about employment in MSMEs, not ownership, in that case, only 24% of the workers in MSMEs are actually women. So again, that's a very low number. And look at the last figure. That's a very broad measure wherein we are looking at gender gap in entrepreneurship in the country. Now, entrepreneurship can arise from MSME, startups, or other kinds of firms. What we generally see is that only 33% of early stage entrepreneurs are women. So giving a basic look at this, let me move on to some stylized facts. This is a geographical distribution of women-owned and operated MSMEs in the country. So if you look at this map, so this data has been prepared. So this graph has been prepared by taking data from the Ministry of MSME. Basically, what we can see is that states like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, UP, and Karnataka, they are the best performers. Coincidentally, these are also the states with the highest state gross domestic product. So definitely there's a very high correlation between a state's income level and the number of women entrepreneurs coming out of that state. And if you look at the states which are not performing so well, we have states in Northeast India, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and of course states like Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, the hilly states. This is the distribution at a point in time. What about trends over time?
So basically what is happening over time to MSMEs? So here I've looked at the data, so I've looked at them separately for micro, small and medium. What we see for micro enterprises is that over time, so I've looked at 7 successive quarters, over time the number of female owned and operated micro enterprises is steadily increasing over time. Apart from a sharp dip in the first quarter of 2021, which can be attributed to the second COVID wave. So that's quite expected. However, this is not being seen in case of small and medium enterprises. So just look for small enterprises. You'll see that after the first dip during the second wave, we see a fluctuating trend. So the number of enterprises owned by women is not increasing. In case of medium enterprises, the picture is even stark. We see that the number of medium enterprises owned by women is actually falling sharply. So there is something unusual about small and medium enterprises, that it's actually happening differently than micro enterprises in case of ownership by women. So what are the main reasons? A lot of women who own small and medium enterprises have said that credit constraint is the biggest factor for them. Why? Because whenever you're actually opening a small or medium enterprises, you need much more investment, much more capital than when you're opening a micro enterprise. More capital requirement means you need to borrow more because self-financing is not always an option. Now, while borrowing, women face a lot of constraints. Why? Because given our social structure, women do not own a lot of property and assets which can be pledged as collateral. And when you need to take a loan, you need to pledge a collateral against the loan, which you cannot do. Secondly, half of the loan that you are taking is actually spent in meeting your fixed capital requirements. Very little amount is left for you to invest in technology upgradation or paying higher wages to workers, and therefore your productivity decreases. What else? So let's look at the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, which specifically gives loans to entrepreneurs like these. Most of the women entrepreneurs fall under the Shishu loan category, wherein the maximum loan amount they can get is 50,000 rupees, not more than that. So with that amount, you cannot run or operate a small and medium enterprise. The maximum you can do is to run a micro enterprise. This is a graph which, so the data for this comes from the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. It just says that states which have a higher proportion of women owning savings bank accounts also tend to have more disbursement of loans towards women. That is to say, states which are more developed in terms of women empowerment, in terms of financial inclusion and financial literacy of women, for them we see that more and more women are getting loans for running different enterprises. So basically financial literacy, financial inclusion is an important precursor for women to actually successfully run these MSME enterprises. Let me look at the challenges. Of course, whenever we are talking about India, we need to compare it with the global numbers. Compared to other South Asian countries, India is doing pretty well. But if we look at the global average, the average proportion of women in MSME enterprises stands at 38%, whereas for India, the number is only at 20%. Limited access to finance, very important. It's a big constraining factor. Between July 2020 and February 2023, more than 3,000 MSMEs owned by women entrepreneurs have actually shut down. The question is not how many women are actually entering this industry. The question is what is the dropout rate? It is because a lot of women are not able to get the correct credit amount at the right time and at the right rate of interest. Discrimination, lack of empowerment, these are again important issues. Often in villages, women have very small social networks, small circles. They're not able to reach out. So these are big problems. A major challenge is how do you market your product? Digitalization is solving some of those issues because now you're able to sell your products through e-commerce websites. However, internet penetration, ownership of smartphones is meager in case of women. A small glimpse of the way ahead, we need to have more gender equal public policies. We need to build societies where women's economic rights are strengthened, sound macroeconomic environment. So we need fiscal policies which support women, monetary policies so that women are able to take easy credit, and trade and industrial policies so that the products which are being manufactured by these women entrepreneurs are competitive enough, they are export oriented. A holistic approach. So we need to take into consultation more and more stakeholders. For example, MSMEs are not just about the firms and the consumers, also organizations like SIDBI, the Small Industrial Development Bank of India, they need to be taken responsible. So they have a huge role in conducting financial literacy programs across India and innovations in financial services specially tailored to women. I just want to end this with this one example. Bharatiya Mahila Bank was set up in 2013. The purpose was to give loans, easy credit to women entrepreneurs. However, it went defunct in 2017 because it was merged with the State Bank of India. So we need more and more organizations, more and more products which are specifically tailored to meet the needs of the women. And with that, I want to end this presentation. Thank you.
Congratulations, Duti. One question which came to my mind while you were presenting, you said that the challenge is financial, but don't you think the private banks are also, they also have a preference of giving loan to women? I mean, like if you have heard microfinance, most of the studies of microfinance, they have pointed out that they prefer, all these private banks and all, they prefer to give loan to women at grassroots levels, particularly the rural areas. So kind of that is one question. Like, how do you see that? Because most of the not only government but also private bank also they prefer, and you're saying that that is the challenge, capital investment, right? So they can also look for other options rather
so what
than
is actually happening is most of the microfinance or self-help group operations are being met by cooperative banks, which are operating mostly in the rural areas. In case of private banks, they are much more profit-oriented. So it's true that a lot of work is happening in this front. Lots of government schemes have come about. However, these are still challenges because if you do not have collateral, if you do not have income security, it's very difficult to procure loan. Even now, data suggests that more than 80% female entrepreneurs have to depend on informal sources of credit. So either you go for self-financing or you borrow from your families and friends.
So did you conduct any kind of study or survey, or do you intend to do that?
This particular research is purely based on secondary data.
Okay. Thank you.
You have interesting challenges that you mention, and you also speak about the way forward. Do you see, I mean, what you mentioned here is from above, the changes that can be made in terms of, the fact that the Bharatiya Mahila Bank started and became defunct within 3, 4, 5 years. Do you see a bottom-up approach here as well? What can be, and those are suggestions which you can give, because you're saying there's a decline in the medium ones. You said that there's a decline in the MSMEs. So somewhere along the line, the fact that there is no collateral, what Moitri was asking, credit constraint issue and stuff, what is the bottom-up approach that you can look at? Is it the women's right to property being there as part of it, so that at least they can put that, if that is there, then the collateral will be there? In other ways, what are the constraints that you can, it'll be good if you identify those for policy change.
Definitely. I think education is one very important issue. We need to ensure that women are able to form proper, strong networks of their own, because forming a social network actually helps you in a lot of ways. You can reach out, you can take loans from, so the idea behind a self-help group, you organize amongst yourselves. So that is very important. Secondly, I think digitalization has a very important role to play in this, even though there are drawbacks over there as well. But if we can ensure that women have that basic digital literacy and they can own a smartphone, they have access to the basic digital platforms, e-commerce websites, then they will be better able to market their products. We see a lot of women entrepreneurs across the country who are producing different things, but for them the major problem becomes marketing.
And digital marketing, which is not
Yes.
easy. But the SHGs itself are competitive. How does, I mean, even amongst themselves, of course you need to network.
Yes.
But that access. Another thing that comes to my mind is very often I'm told that accessibility about the programs and the policies that are in place does not reach the people who it's meant to.
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
In
Most
fact,
women
people
are
who
not
take
aware.
advantage of it are the ones who probably don't need it. So how that reach can be increased so that, you know, there's...
I think there are a lot of leakages when it comes to targeting government policies and programs at the decentralized level, because you end up targeting those who do not need the benefit actually. So that is a big problem. Again, digitalization can solve a lot of those problems because you will be able to accurately identify who those people are. But then it has a lot of demerits as well. So we need to plug in those loopholes. Along with that, we need to carry forward the policies that we are doing.
Like the advertisements pay for certain things, you need to have advertisements for this, literally like advertisements, to make that idea seductive and that you know that you need to reach out.
Yes.
But
Definitely.
thanks, that was lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Duti, for the wonderful presentation. I'll now call upon Rakshit Yadav. Are you here? Yeah, please come.
So for now, let's watch a few of them because it will also be comparative. She was good.
Good morning, everyone. I am Rakshit Yadav. I have done my undergraduation from Christ deemed to be University, Delhi, and the topic of my paper is digitalizing public service. The digital divide is a multi-dimensional issue. So for that, I think first we should start from getting a broader picture of that. So that's why I took a qualitative study. So now I will come to the main part of my paper. So impact of digital divide on digitalization strategies. So the first point is impact of mandatory ID cards. So I think we all carry our Aadhaar cards these days. And I think for accessing many basic facilities of government, we need to have an ID card. And it was seen in this year's budget that there was a push to create mandatory digital IDs for everyone, which will have a record of their digital history. and when it will come, it will be mandatory. But this process of having things mandatory becomes a problem for the people who are marginalized. So so there was a news report in 2019, a Hindi newspaper reported that there was a scheme of government, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, and what complaint was coming mainly from Uttar Pradesh was that every day government hospitals were receiving more than 10 complaints, and the complaints were that people had their ID cards with them, but due to some technical glitches, they were not given the basic health services. So these are the things that we have to see when we have this thing like mandatory ID cards. Then second one is an incident was reported in Lucknow. What happened that there were some children and they were not allowed admission into the schools. They were children of a daily wage worker, and they were only not allowed admission in the school because they didn't have their Aadhaar cards with them. So this is a thing about impact of mandatory ID cards. Then second, impact on government applications of digital divide. So during COVID, I think we all have used COVID for our vaccination. And it seemed very easy for us to book and go things. And one thing I want to mention is before 2020 June, it was mandatory to register online. You could not register offline before June 2020. And while we see the digital divide, there is a disparity between rural and urban India too. If we look at the data, the rural India, 48% of male and 24% of female have access to internet. In urban areas, 72% male and 51% female have access to internet. And when we see the same thing in vaccination, we can see it. So what happened? There was a study conducted by Oxfam in June 2020. It was seen that in urban areas, out of per 100 people, 30 people got vaccinated. And in rural areas, out of 100 people, only 12.7 people got vaccinated. So it's less than a half. And it was due to because they had only the option to register online before June 2022, and those people were left behind because of this thing. And then the impact of on digital education. Even before COVID, government came up with various portals like Swayam, Diksha, and other portals for promoting digital education. But when during COVID, everything went online, particularly in education. And then again, there were some studies done, and what those studies found that students from institutes like IITs, their attendance was only 30% per class, and the reason being was when they went back to their hometowns, they didn't have access to internet in their hometowns. And the same story was repeated in Delhi government school. The students were having only around 25 to 30% of attendance because they didn't have access to internet. So then again, an incident was reported in Tamil Nadu where a daughter of a wage laborer committed suicide. She committed suicide because her father was not able to bring her a laptop because at that time there was a digital education and children were supposed to have either a TV or a laptop because a YouTube channel was made, I think. So that girl committed suicide because their parents can't afford that. So this is the impact of digital divide that we have, and often we overlook it. So this. Okay. Then I will come to closing the digital gap strategies for digital inclusion. So now government has taken various programs to address this issue. So first, digital literacy programs. So how digital literacy programs help? What they do is they make individuals aware about basic concepts of internet, how things work, what is privacy, so they can do their things on internet. So government has taken various schemes like Digital Saksharta Abhiyan, National Digital Literacy Mission, in which around 6 crore people have been trained, so they can develop a digital literacy. Then second is importance of digital infrastructure development. So GEM, this is the government e-marketplace from where small scale industries, they can directly bid to government contracts and to remove the barriers. And then the BharatNet project, what it did, that previously that it took around 502 villages that didn't had any connection to internet. So under this program, BharatNet project, those 502 villages were provided internet access. Then public-private partnerships are also very important. And when I'm talking about public-private partnership, we generally think of Government of India partnership have with Microsoft or Google or L&T. But here, one example is of common service centers. 1 minute only. So common service centers. So what happened in common service centers is government will choose a village level entrepreneur, and that person will be trained by the government, and then he or she will provide the facilities to the gram panchayat of that village. Then another is content localization. That means we can change the content language of that area, and it was done in my government portal, and where it saw an increase in engagement level. So I will skip this. I will just finish it in one line. So my limitation and future study is what if anyone wants to conduct further research on this topic, what they can pick any particular program like the BharatNet project, and they only that program, and then a quantitative analysis can be done, so we can understand these things further. So this was all from my side. Thank you.
So what is the way forward that you're suggesting? Because the accessibility of basically it's, your focus is on digitalization and inclusion through that. So what's the way forward that you're suggesting? Because even the gender parity, when you were talking about it, seemed very skewed.
Yeah.
So what is and why is it so skewed? And what is the way forward?
Yeah. If ma'am, we particularly talk about the gender divide, I think the first is about basic education services, and then there are program like digital literacy programs, which I mentioned. So a particular focus can be made to inculcate those learnings by targeting that particular genders, like if not only women, other genders, because when these programs happen, generally the male who have their, so they will go and they will learn. So we'll look in the data. So a particular programs can be made so that women can come forward, and they can participate in.
Or make it mandatory for women to come forward.
Mandate.
Because without that,
Yeah, but sometimes I think when it is mandatory, it creates things like what I mentioned about Aadhaar card. So again, when it is compulsory, I think sometimes it can create some hassles. I think some incentives can be provided. For example, job opportunities, because incentives works well. So I think that can be provided there.
What are the negatives of, digitalization? I mean, it's not all hunky-dory. Yeah. So what are the negatives?
The negatives of digitalization is, ma'am,
you spoke about the Aadhaar.
Yeah.
So misuse, abuse, any instances you can give.
Yeah. So one important is about privacy, and this is a thing which I am personally experiencing these days. So recently I gave my CUT post-graduation examinations. So in that we had to give our Aadhaar cards and all our phone numbers to a national testing agency. Now what is happening to us, not only me, various students, we are getting mails and calls from private universities. We have given our data to NTA, and now some private universities are mailing us SMS, they are messaging us to please come and take admission to us. So our data privacy, there is no data privacy. This is one of the things that is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now request Priyanshu to come up. Yeah.
Very, very well organized, seamlessly moving. Very nice done. Very nice. And they all have,
Already.
Good afternoon to everybody. So I think a lot of issues have already been flagged by Professor Bulbul and my other presenters about this idea of women's issue. But again, from here I would like to take from the fact that we are talking about equity and economy. So I think these become a very important pillar when we talk about workforce participation, and therefore the idea of women's health, whether it is the Maternity Benefit Act that I'll be
talking about, or whether the other healthcare provisions and the schemes that the government has. So my paper seeks to understand the role of the legislature in the public policy making. So we are all talking about the executive, the bureaucracy, and the various other arms of the government, but I think it's very, very important that we emphasize on the role of the legislature, because Parliament at the end of the day has the biggest arm when it comes to legislation, policy making, and therefore bringing out those issues and those lacunas while we are discussing it in a deliberative platform, and therefore the acts that I'm talking about. So the research methodology that I've used is the content analysis of the parliament debates and the questions that have been raised during these discussions, and therefore we try to envisage on the issues that perhaps have been missed by the political executive, because at the end of the day it is those political parties who have come to the forum or have got the power to make those schemes or those policies, but only when it comes to the forum of the house that these MPs bring out those issues coming from those constituencies where they actually see the problem happening. And therefore we see how through the outreach perspective of the gendered this digitalization process has been, and therefore in the implementation and the realization part. So I'll be talking about the primacy of the legislature. So a few idea I have given and thrown here and there as of now. So the policy objective, as I can see in the figure below, has been set by the political party itself. So whether it is the political manifesto, or while the Prime Minister is speaking and taking on and talking about various issues and the emphasis that he's going to bring about as he in the government, so that itself brings a clear picture of what, if that party is in power, would do. And therefore the cabinet, so cabinet and the entire idea of parliamentary committees, and therefore taking suggestions from the researchers and experts from out there playing in the field, and therefore the final approval from the legislature. Now that can come in the form of the budgetary allocation that happens, because most of the schemes are brought during the budget session, and the discussions in the budget session, whether it is through the cut motion or whether it is the token cut, or hence that have been brought by the individual MPs, show their interest, and therefore the final approval that the legislature gives, which starts not only from the, I would say, Lok Sabha, but also to Rajya Sabha, and therefore it goes to the president. So these three makes the part of the parliament, and we often forget. So here I am talking about the monitoring of the implementation. Now it is not only the fact that they are talking about the policy formulation, but it is also the implementation. So how it has been implemented. Only after the implementation process that we understand that these are the loopholes. These are the loopholes that we can see while in the implementation and the practicality of things. The use of the question hours, the coming of the private member bills, and the welfare policies, because the constitution, as Professor Bulbul had herself talked about, how we as a country are giving the most of the rights in terms of policies and also through the constitution. So Article 42 of the DPSP talks about maternity breaks and maternity benefits to women, and therefore private member bills, again, which has been the most downsized and underplayed sort of idea that we have, because interesting enough is the fact that the maternity benefit bill, which today we enjoy and we are rather celebrating about, came first as a private member bill, and therefore then it was taken up by the government in the 1961 to have the Maternity Benefit Act, and therefore in 2014 and in 18 we had another private member bills asking and therefore making more overhauls and therefore better developments to the bill to make it more beneficial to the present day scenario. And then we talk about some of the schemes. Now, maternity benefit only became a legal right in 2013 under the National Food Security Act, and therefore we have the Pradhan Mantri Matritva Vandana Yojana, which is again an overhaul of the existing policy through the maternity benefit under the Janani Suraksha Yojana, and therefore we can see that again that was overhauled in the 2020 to include the second child, that is the second girl child idea, because earlier it was only there to provide I would say financial benefits for the first child. But after it was brought into the table and therefore forum of discussion, we have MPs who were indicating and who were actually talking about and debating over this. And therefore came the idea also of the paternity healthcare leave, because often this has been missed. And interesting enough is the fact that again that was brought as a private member bill. Though we do not have a lot of these issues in discussion, but at least they set an agenda for forums like this to discuss. And then we have the Suman scheme. Now this scheme is a very interesting one, because this is again and some way an overhaul of the existing schemes that we have had, that it allows pregnant and newborn to visit the public health care, because it is often the case that these are neglected areas that we often do not talk about. It gives and operationalizes the service guarantee package under the initiative, and it again comes under national health mission. So now where does the digitalization process here happens? So like the Pradhan Mantri Matritva Bandhana Yojana, we saw that it was basically at the hand of the user and the women. But here it comes at the institutional level, where the healthcare centers have to register themselves so as to ensure that they are under this whole radar of the National Health Mission, and therefore within the linkages and monitored. However, the interesting fact is if they are not well suited, and if they are not given enough as the scheme says, that if not given primary health care, and if there is a maternal death, then there is a feedback scheme on the online portal that they have, that you can register, and therefore they have a 104 helpline number, which is again helpful. Yeah, so I think I have brought about a lot of things, but it is also important that we look at the lacunas that are lying in the legislative process and also the digital process. I think my friend has already talked about the digital divide. So it becomes worse when it comes to rural women who are not educated in part. So therefore the cumbersome application process, the unreliable payments, the bank-related issues, and the Aadhaar scanner. Interesting enough is the fact that we expect these women to go to the Anganwadi workers, and often these Anganwadi workers and the women are themselves not equipped to enable those functions, because I am also trying to register myself to various universities for my PG, post PG CUET, and therefore, and that has been such a cumbersome process for such a small thing where I'm educated through the digital aspect and everything. I'm myself finding it so difficult. Imagine the situation in the rural areas of India, because women there do not only have do not have the education or the digital access, but also internet services become a biggest of the problems. So I think these are the problems that we really need to look upon. And when it comes to the legislature aspect, of course I have not mentioned in the slide, but I would like to just emphasize just about 10 seconds, that the legislature needs to address this as a deliberative ground, because it is only when we have more representatives, more women MPs, that we can have more sensitization. Because recently one of the MPs, that is Supriya Sule, has brought an PMB about breast cancer awareness. And again this becomes very, very important, because breast cancer is such a thing that more, and rather it is only a women issue that we see, and we are hardly talking about it. So I think these are important factors, and these are important scenarios that we keep into perspective. And also it is not just limited to women, but also male counterpart MPs that need to talk about these, and we need to have an open discussion for better policy formulations in the country. Thank you.
So it was a very good presentation, and since you have you started talking about legislators in perspective, so do you think that our legislators need to be gender sensitized? So gender sensitization should start from the parliament itself. Do you think that is the way out? Because when when you have quoted all these policies, most of the policies were introduced by female MP, not male. So, don't you think we also need to gender sensitize our parliamentarians?
Ma'am, I absolutely agree with you, but I also, because I'm talking about the PMBs and I've just talked about the significant PMBs, but there have been a lot of these gender PMBs that because I'm working under a professor on the private member bills and I have done a massive data analysis of it, but I find it very interesting that it has been more of male MPs who have brought things on women education. Of course, I think these are more sensitive issues which women themselves understand it more. This is my personal view to it, that they have taken these leaks and therefore bringing it out there. But things on such as work from home, uh, uh, issues of lactating mothers, a lot of these issues have been brought by the male MPs too.
I think the reason of it being brought by the male MPs is that the expectation is that the women MPs will only take up women's cause. Now, I think the idea is that they really, as almost like a step back, they're looking at it as we are going to take mainstream issues. And thankfully, the men are taking it up. I think you raised a very, very crucial point on the application, the cumbersome application process that you yourself are facing. I have a PhD scholar who's working on it, and she said the form for MSMEs is so complicated. I couldn't understand, ma'am. I don't know how they are going to get loans. So that's a really crucial challenge to simplify things like that. You know, like you've simplified other ideas, almost made it in a comic book form. It really needs to be brought forth in a major way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, Priyanshu, for the wonderful, wonderful presentation. We have Tinat with us after this. She will be joining us online. Yeah, so is Tinat with us? Ah, okay.
This whole thing is in digitalization, then we have MSMEs, or a combination of them. Yeah. Tinat. Burduan.
Tinat, can you hear us?
No, her mic is switched off.
lack of knowledge in technology, socioeconomic conditions, low level of educations are some major hindrances women are facing in adopting digital public health services in India. So we can, uh, see that digitalization of health, lack of knowledge in technology, socioeconomic conditions, low level of educations are some major hindrances women are facing in adopting digital public health services in India. So, we can see that digitalization of health, lack of knowledge in technology, socioeconomic conditions, low level of educations are some major hindrances women are facing in public health services in India. So, there is some technical issue, and I cannot see that digitalization of
it being used, but after that, it's really not a success from what you're saying. Is that right? Right, right. Thank you. Thank you, Tinit.
Uh, Thank you, Tenat. We now have Babita Sharma. She will also be joining us online. Babita, are you there? Can you hear us? Hi, Babita, can you hear us? Okay, you can start your presentation. You can start present.
Then come to the common service centers. Common service centers are the access delivery of government to citizens e-services within the reach of the citizens by creating the physical services service delivery ICT infrastructure. Based on the assessment of municipal common service center schemes, in the government of India has initiated CSC 2.0 project in August 2015 under the Digital India. The objective of CSC 2.0 project is to set up at least one CSC in 2.50 lakh gram panchayat across the country to deliver across citizen-centric services. It is a self-sustainable entrepreneurship model which is run by village level entrepreneurs via e-district portal. Here is the objective of my study to know the awareness, perceptions, and acceptability of government e-services in Himachal Pradesh. So, methodology. My research paper is basically on the primary based data. Himachal Pradesh is divided into three divisions as a common service center, which is mainly Mandi, Kangra, and Shimla, which is full representation of the states. Which divided into I selected districts on population basis from Kangra division, it's itself Kangra, Mandi, and Shimla itself Mandi, and taken blocks on convenience basis. Uh, five five blocks each multiplied by 20 and a sample size of 300, through which there are some tables which is opinion about the awareness of e-district services. It was concluded that 95.3% citizens were aware of e-services, and second one is opinion about delivery of e-services. It indicates that delivery of services in Himachal Pradesh is good, satisfactory, not very satisfied, but it's satisfactory. So come to the conclusion. As we know, Himachal Pradesh is a hilly state. So keeping in mind its geographical location, there should be facilities according to its needs. CSC Common Service Center is proving to be a useful initiative for efficient service delivery of citizens. Its services and scope must be broadened in forthcoming times. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Pavita, for such a nice presentation.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
since you have done primary based study for your paper, so can you please specify, you have taken Kangra only, right? Out of the three division, you said you took Kangra only, or you took all the three division? Kangra, Mandi, Shimla. So you took three of the division or only one out of the three?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Are we audible to you?
Yeah. Are we audible?
Can you hear us? Are we audible?
Okay. Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you said you did a primary survey, right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
out of the three division, Kangra, Mandi, Shimla, you took all the three or only Kangra?
And I took all the three out of three divisions. I took blocks Kangra as a district, as a block, or as a Mandi as a block, and as a Shimla as a block. Shimla as a block.
So you took all the three division, right?
Ma'am, can I send
So what
you
were the
via WhatsApp on my presentation? There is connectivity issues.
No, I just wanted
Yes.
to understand what were the limitations you found while carrying out all these studies?
There was sample size of 300 users.
Limitations. Were there any challenges you
As
faced during the?
there was internet connectivity was the main issue.
But you
They,
said that
uh,
it is actually enhancing, or it is
yes, ma'am.
rather.
Yes, ma'am.
Or
Because the
rather,
meaning says that the e-digital services
services most of the people, respondents
satisfied with the
were
e-digital
satisfied with the
services.
e-digital
But you are
services,
saying that
Yes,
but
the
you
ma'am.
are saying
Yes,
that
ma'am.
the
limitation is
limitation is connectivity to internet.
Yes,
But in
ma'am.
your abstract, you mention also the procedure of the services itself had difficulties.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you
The
can,
procedure
kind
to
of elaborate on that.
yes, ma'am. Procedure. I mean, there are services. Their procedure of application forms is very complicated. So, I think to simplify procedure, when we go to e-district portal, there was a huge number of huge number of steps that are to be selected for these application forms. So application procedure is too complicated, and there is a language barrier also. uh, because all the people don't know English, they are not much aware about language, so there is a that is a difficulty area.
It's in English only.
Yes, ma'am, it's English only.
So it's only in English, is it?
Yes,
And you're
yes,
saying
ma'am.
that there are issues with the internet as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you saying it's successful or it's not? I think that's what Y3 was asking.
यस मैम. मैम जैसे कि आपको पता ही अभी आजकल भी जैसा वहाँ पे सिचुएशन है कुछ एरियाज में, तो कनेक्टिविटी तो हमें भी कुछ टाइम तक इंटरनेट वैसे ही देखने को नहीं मिलता कुछ भी ऐसे. इवन इन शिमला में जहाँ पे हम एचपीयू में ही इतनी दिक्कत होती है इंटरनेट की, तो ये तो प्रोसीजर सब हो जाते हैं, लेकिन एज पर माय नॉलेज कि दीज कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर्स आर delivering their services efficiently. अगर हम इस एक बैरियर को निकाल दें,
Okay.
तो यस मैम, ओवरऑल
ये तो मेजर बैरियर है ना. आप
Yes, ma'am.
डिजिटलाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं और इंटरनेट नहीं है, तो दिस इज लाइक अ मेजर बैरियर.
यस मैम, दिस वन इज द मेन पॉइंट.
थैंक यू.
Thank you.
Thank you, Babita.
Thank you.
And my sincere apologies for all the small glitches we are having. And in the meantime, Mr. Paswan has joined us. We would like to welcome him. And up next, we have Shweta, who will be presenting to us online as well.
ये तो फुल मार्क.
She's saying that they don't find it difficult.
So she said
Shweta, can you hear us? Are we audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shweta L. Vadike. I am research scholar from the Department of Economics from Karnataka State Akamadevi Women's University, Vijayapura, Karnataka. I am pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Professor D.M. Madhuri, Professor of Department of Economics, Karnataka State Akamadevi Women's University, Vijayapura.
You can start. You can start with your presentation.
Okay, due to some technical issue,
Do you have a PPT
present
present?
PPT, ma'am. So I will share with papers only.
just tell her to upload it.
She's saying due to some technical reasons, she's not able to do that.
Do you want to upload your PPT presentation if you have?
Ma'am, due to some technical issues, it is not
Okay.
able.
Yeah.
So,
Do you want to help her quickly to upload it? Are you on the phone?
yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, so
The PPT
can
and then
you
you
just
bring
email us? We have our email ID, right? Can you just email us your PowerPoint presentation if you have?
Yeah.
Okay, you can start up
Let
with
her
the
present
Just
without the
present
presentation.
without it. You just give your presentation.
Yeah, today I'm going to present the paper on encouraging rural women entrepreneurship in India. Rural women entrepreneurship has been domain enchanting academician as well as the government, being a significant demographical portion. Women empowerment through the entrepreneurship is one of the contributor to economic growth. Women constitute about 50% of the total population, but only about the 14% of women entrepreneurs are playing an active role to boost the economic and social stability by guaranteeing social equality and enabling rural women entrepreneurs to live within the parameters. The Indian government has had a significant influence on the population. As a key role of women entrepreneurs are engaging in economy as nearly possible. Nearly 150 million of people would be employed by the women-owned MSMEs in the India by the 2030, according to the estimates. This illustrative, the women entrepreneurs are driving force behind the change in the society as a whole of essential to forecasting opportunities and enhancing societies they work in. When the woman helps another, it has a contagious effect. In rural India, women may become entrepreneur by bridging the gender gap, assembling allies who can support one another. To promote the growth and the development of the country, it is necessary to equip women with a complete environment that includes equal economic uh, possibilities through the digital technology and exclusively promoting rural women entrepreneurship. It is possible. The objective of my study is it is based on the secondary data, and the methodology I have chosen for this is it is based on secondary data, and there are main objectives. The first one is to know about the concept of entrepreneurship, rural women entrepreneurship, and the participations of rural women in MSMSEs, and the women workforce participation by the recent eras, and to analyze the government initiatives and giving the suggestions for the rural women entrepreneurship development. As for the last 3 years after the pandemic, we can analyze that women are the rural women are engaging in more kind of a workforce from compared to the urban. The rural women are engaging in more kind of a workforce. For example, in 2019, it was about the 41.8 percentage. Compared to the urban, it was slightly 10% was increased. Then at the year of 2020, it was 41%, and in the year of 2021, it was about the 42%. Here we can analyze that compared to the urban areas, rural women workforce are engaging in more product activities, but they are not getting the recognition like creating the capacity building programs and technological programs. They can go for the entrepreneurship, and they can start their business to get the economic stability and social stability. So here I am going to tell a few government initiative which is influencing the rural women entrepreneurship. India is as well known for the gender disparities. The government is making every effort to improve the status of women. There are numerous such intentional programs that have been established, but the effectiveness and the style of implementation will determine the final outcomes. Like the government initiative, for example, Beti Bachao Beti Padhao Yojana scheme program. It was the program which is aims of empower women with the education. Then Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana, one-stop centers, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, Mahila Hath, Deen Dayala Udhyapana Gramina and Kaushalya Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Matruvandana Yojana, then Deen Dayala Antyodaya Yojana. These all are the government initiative to encourage the women engage in economic activities to raise their standard of living. Several development programs are being implemented throughout the rural ecosystem. Thus, empowering the rural woman is essential to boosting economy, ensuring food security, reducing poverty, and minimizing the efforts of climate change in order to achieve the Millennium Goals of Sustainable Development in the year of 2030. The major obstacles where I found in the secondary database, those are according to the Master Card Index of Women Entrepreneurship, just only seven. Out of 100, only 7 are women business owners in India, who are belongs only the 20% firms of the nation is owned by the woman, according to the Google Brain analysis. While the World Economic Forum 2021 reports reveals a strategic gender imbalance of 72% in Indians labor market. Even if they have driven to succeed or follow their own business dreams, women, especially those living in rural region, often faced many obstacles along with the many ways. While difficult, some patrial concerns are the problems of others. One of the biggest obstacles facing female entrepreneurs is temptation to comfort for the establishing of gender stereotypes. They are frequently argued that abandoning business in the favor of simple job that allows them devote more time to their family and kids. Another difficulty is comprehending government initiative. While the Indian government has taken step to help women receive financial to launch their business, not all the resources and services are equally available to the business run by women. The number of the quality of female entrepreneurs in India are poor as a result. Relevant programs that encourage women to start their business, giving them a chance to expand their business, or often financial or technical support to the women entrepreneurs. It has been also quite difficult for the women entrepreneurs to obtain the digital technology and become the digital literate. In high income nations, the gender gap in the digital adaptation is about the 6%. In the low income nations, it can reach about the 82.5%. Only 33% of the Indian women, compared to out of 57% of a male, have ever used internet, according to the National Family Health Survey 2021. And only 54% of rural India do not have a phone, according to OECD research. These implements imply that rural women entrepreneurs in India comfort and significant hurdle.
Hi, Shweta, you can conclude now. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have you focused on any particular area, region, because you said regional, you were talking about specifics as well, product activities in the rural, I mean, any specific region that you focused on? What was the scope of your study? It's secondary source based completely, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
Any
basically,
particular region? Okay.
yeah, ma'am. It is particular about the dairy farm entrepreneurship.
Shweta, you
Shweta, you
mentioned a
mentioned
lot
a
of
lot of
programs,
programs,
but none
but
of the
none of the
programs
programs
help
help
women
women
entrepreneurs.
entrepreneurs.
You
You
mentioned Beti
mentioned Beti
Bachao, Beti
Bachao, Beti
Padhao
Padhao
in your research.
in
You
your
mentioned
research.
Beti Bachao, Beti
You
Padhao in
mentioned
your
Beti
research, Deen
Bachao,
Dayal
Beti Padhao in your
Upadhyay.
research,
But
Deen
these programs
Dayal
are not
Upadhyay.
entrepreneurial
But these
women
programs are not
specific
entrepreneurial
programs.
women
There are other
entrepreneurial
programs,
specific programs.
government
There are other
banking
programs or
schemes which
government
help women gain funds. I believe your
bank
research does not talk about funding, rural women entrepreneurial funding, angel
schemes which
investors,
help women
and
funding, rural women
receiving
entrepreneurial
fundings from
funding, angel
state or even
investors,
private
and receiving fundings
NGOs,
from
etc.,
state or even
etc.
private
Your paper does not
entities,
talk about
NGOs,
that.
etc.,
Maybe you can
etc. Your paper does
look
not talk
into.
about that.
Again,
Maybe that is
business
something you
and
could look
profit
into.
are
Again,
gender
business and profit are
gender
gender
specific.
are not
Profit is
gender
profit.
specific.
So
Profit is
when you're
profit.
talking about
So when you're
rural
talking
women
about rural women
entrepreneurs, we
entrepreneurs,
often find
we
that
often
people
find
or
that
families
people
with
or
family
families
money,
with family
family
money,
wealth,
family
those
wealth, those
women
rural
entrepreneurs are
women
more successful because they have access to funding. So maybe this aspect you could look in your
are
paper.
more successful because
Access
they
to
have
funding,
access to
whether
fund,
it
whether
is
it is
through
through
banks, through
banks, through
state, or
state,
even
or even
through
through
family wealth.
family wealth.
Okay, sorry, ma'am. For my further study, surely I will add up these all points and definitely I work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Shweta.
Shweta.
We next have Tanya Sood presenting to
We
us.
next have Tanya who's presenting to us. So far, Priyanshi is Priyanshi and this one. Yeah. Yes, 16, 18 of them.
Tanya, can you hear
Tanya,
us?
can you hear us? Who? Priyanshu. No, nothing. Nothing. Because there's no region, there's no
Hi,
idea at
Tanya.
all.
Are we audible?
Then so one. Just this. Okay. Now this one is another next one
Am I
maybe.
audible?
I don't know what you name. Is it Tanya?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. If you have a presentation, just upload it immediately.
Please share your screen.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I'm just sharing my screen.
Oh.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. And you're good to go. You
Yes,
can make
you're
it full
audible.
screen
Is my
though.
screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
both,
yes,
both
go
of
ahead.
them. You want to make it full screen, you can do that. It's a normal mode.
Just a second. Yes. Is it visible now?
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. A very good morning, honorable judges and the August gathering. I'm Tanya Sood, a graduate in political science from Miranda House, Delhi University, and I will be presenting my paper on the topic encouraging MSME sector and entrepreneurship. So, as India celebrates 75 years of independence, it's reflecting back on the vision of its founding fathers. So, to ascertain whether our socio-economic fabric has been able to fulfill that vision, we will analyze the MSME sector through the prism of PM Modi's flagship Make in India initiative. And discussing our research methodology, the paper draws on secondary sources to answer the research question, role of MSMEs in resuscitating the post-COVID economy. And the paper will draw over a chronological 3-level analysis, that is situation of MSMEs and Indian economy before COVID, during COVID and after COVID, through the prism of government's Make in India initiative. And we will take up a case study of the Indian startup Meesho in rebuilding entrepreneurial networks after the pandemic. But our major thrust would be to see how COVID-inflicted disruptions in the MSME sector have been tackled through government interventions, to drive the economic trajectory from MSME development to MSME-led development, and how far that has been successful or unsuccessful. So first and foremost, what is the Make in India initiative? It was launched under the leadership of PM Modi in September 2014, and it aimed to facilitate investment, innovation, skill development, and manufacturing infrastructure through public-private partnership. Now, the core aim was to turn India into a global manufacturing hub, and it covered a total of 27 sectors with a major focus on MSMEs. Our level 1 analysis will focus on MSME sector before the pandemic. Now, the micro, small and medium enterprises sector refers to a diverse group of small and medium-sized businesses that play a crucial role in India's economy. And these enterprises are defined based on their investment in... Yes, ma'am?
Tanya, if you're moving the slides, if you're presenting the slides, then your slide they're not moving. It's stuck at the title slide.
It's not moving. Oh, just a second, ma'am.
I realize she's doing it, but
it's not moving now also.
No, it's just on the title slide.
Tanya, probably sharing the wrong window. Yeah, there are two windows when you share your PowerPoint. There's a PowerPoint normal and the PowerPoint presentation. So
actually, entire screen. You have to present the entire screen.
So just make sure which one you're doing. Is it the PowerPoint window or the PowerPoint presentation window? Just check once.
Let me see it.
Swap window 2 and you should be fine.
One thing she was saying, so I realized she's got a nice presentation which we can't see.
Just a second, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Just see if they are moving now. Are they moving now?
Now I think it will. Just change one.
It's moving now. Okay.
Just I think so.
Change. See, I'm trying to move my slides. Are they moving?
No, it is not.
At the moment, no.
You can simply not go into presentation mode. Just let the normal PPT be. Open PowerPoint, like the PowerPoint window, main window. You can just move around within that. Don't go into presentation.
This like this.
Yes. Now
that's great. It's moving.
Okay, ma'am. So should I start again or?
No. We've heard you through. You can come to the third or the fourth slide. I think you were there.
Okay, ma'am. Just a second. Yes. So the micro, small and medium enterprises sector, it refers to a diverse group of small and medium-sized businesses that play a crucial role in India's economy. And these enterprises are defined based on their investment in equipment and annual turnover. So the sector includes a wide range of industries and business activities. Before the pandemic, the sector was contributing 6.11% of manufacturing GDP, and it was running around 63.4 million units across India with a growth rate of 10% annually. And it was also employing 120 million people, and a majority of them, like a major chunk, that is 20%, were from rural areas. So observing these tables, we can see that majority of them, like 51%, were based in rural areas, and MSMEs also provided employment to marginalized communities, leading to social cohesion. And they employed around 24% of females on an average, as is shown by these pie charts. So FDI was increasing to $64 billion in 2018-19, and India's ranking at the Ease of Doing Business Index was also increasing. Of course, GST and demonetization, they led to disruptions, but certain government initiatives like Digital India, Startup India, Skill India, they were yielding good benefits, but all of them had their own structural fault lines. And now our level 2 analysis will be COVID-induced disruptions in the MSME sector. So employment had come down from 40 million in 2019-20 to 24.6 million post-lockdown. And due to this happened because of decrease in exports of labor-intensive products and labor supply shocks, consumer demand shocks, dismissal of contractual laborers, increase in transportation cost, declining purchasing power of consumers, all of those issues. And these graphs illustrate the dramatic increase in unemployment rate and decrease in industrial production of MSMEs during the lockdown period. Now, certain social issues were also there. For example, like MSMEs, they are a good source of employment for women and youth. But because of the lockdown, many women-led enterprises had closed down because women had turned to household work, and all of those issues affected their jobs. Also, it snatched labor jobs as well because COVID had seriously affected the health of the labor. Now, our level 3 analysis would be MSME-led post-COVID recovery. So, in the backdrop of the pandemic, PM Modi had called for an Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, that is self-reliant India, to revive the economy to its pre-pandemic levels. And relief packages were announced in various tranches with a major focus on MSMEs. Interestingly, the definition of MSMEs itself was revised and modified to help them strengthen and grow. And major policy initiatives were undertaken to provide collateral-free loans to them and simplifying the registration process through the Udyam portal, encouraging technology adoption, etc. Few, not all the MSMEs, they followed suit and they gained access to national and international markets. Now we will take up a case study of Indian startup Meesho to show how MSME development has led to MSME-led development post-lockdown. So Meesho was founded in 2015 by 2 IIT Delhi graduates, and it is an e-commerce startup which is based on drop shipping, which is basically a retailing model where a seller does not have to keep any inventory. They will instead resell their products from suppliers who store their inventory in warehouses or factories. And suppliers will sell non-branded items that are sourced from across hundreds of cities across the country. So in the initial stages of its growth, the resellers, they mostly depended on Instagram and WhatsApp to reach out to their customers. And this was something that Meesho factored on to further build this network of entrepreneurs. So the company initially had a network of like 2 million resellers before the pandemic, which has grown to almost 7 million today, as is claimed by its founders. And 80% of these resellers are women who are conducting micro businesses from the comfort of their homes. So here we see how a startup has been facilitating micro startups with literally zero investments to spring up. Now, in the later stages of the pandemic, when lockdown effects had mitigated to a certain extent, Meesho's platform allowed local manufacturers and suppliers to connect directly with the end consumers, eliminating any sort of intermediaries and ensuring fair pricing. They also created job opportunities for delivery partners. And with their focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and rural areas, it played a pivotal role in bringing digital commerce opportunities to these areas. It also facilitated financial inclusion for sellers who may not have had access to traditional banking services. And the platform integrated digital payment options and collaborated with various government initiatives to promote local products and support indigenous businesses. Now,
Tanya, you have 1 minute to go.
Sorry, I can't hear
1
you.
minute left.
Okay. So I'll just quickly sum up.
1 minute
now,
left.
Okay. Thousands of women entrepreneurs participated in this project, and so thousands of women entrepreneurs participated in this, and for those who could not, Meesho had provided microcredit or small loans of 5,000 rupees each to each reseller to ensure some minimum income, and this further helped in strengthening their bond. So to answer our research question, all I can say is that we saw that MSMEs were yielding fair benefits before lockdown, but lockdown and COVID-inflicted pandemic, all of that disrupted them specifically. There were industries and specific sectors like tourism and travel, which sort of bounced back after the pandemic, but this has not been the case with many of them. However, a report titled COVID-19 and the Anti-Fragility of Indian Startup Ecosystem states that 75% of startups are gradually recovering after the lockdown. In fact, 4 Indian startups have become unicorns like Nykaa, Unacademy, Postman, and Razorpay. And as of May 2022, India has reached a milestone of having 100 unicorns. So this has led to increased foreign direct and indirect investment, employment generation, establishment of gig economy culture, and also digital and technological transformation to a certain extent. Now, the purpose of this case study is not to establish the fact that all the MSMEs or startups have seen this kind of growth after COVID. In fact, rural penetration and digital divide, inclusion of women, these are issues that need to be fixed. But I firmly believe that if successful startups like this, like Meesho, which have seen the light of the day and which have a good customer base and good networks in the business industry, if they shoulder the responsibility to help further small businesses to spring up, then probably we can see some light at the end of the tunnel. And recommendations, all I can say is that the need is to get rid of the intricate web of laws and policies and regulations, and northeastern states can potentially connect the product market between the larger Indian geography along with robust Southeast Asian economies. Second thing, telecommunication facilities need to be developed in the remotest of areas, and implementation of incentives at regional level have to be overcome to make the economy more resilient.
Time is up now.
And with this, we come to the end of the presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Congratulations, Tanya, for an interesting
Congratulations, Tanya,
presentation.
for an interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Tanya, you have done very good research on this initiative for Meesho. So, as a customer, there are lots of feedback about Meesho app that it's fraud and some kind of substandard products they are selling. So, do you think these kind of initiatives also encourage lots of businesses?
Ma'am, I can't hear you properly. The voice is.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Probably if someone can type it in the chat box.
Yes, can you hear me now? Now can you hear me?
I can hear you, but the voice is breaking.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Or maybe, yeah. So I was asking about this particular case study or particular, case study which you took up, Meesho app. There were reports that Meesho app is promoting fraudulent business, and the app is selling products which are substandard, or so do you think such initiatives is encouraging more fraudulent businesses altogether?
Thank you for your question.
I mean, like you have shown it in a very
positive
way, but
I understand. While I don't know the okay, ma'am. So I don't know about I'm not aware about the legal basis of how Meesho is operating, or if it has been taken, because I think Meesho is still functioning and it's still functioning well. And I have personally seen a lot of women getting involved with the app to set up small businesses in my vicinity. I don't know about the legal basis, and I think that's something that I'll definitely read upon. But my purpose of showing it in a good light was only to say that first thing is that Meesho is an Indian startup. It was started by 2 IIT Delhi graduates. What it means is that if the founders have graduated from IIT Delhi or IIMs, they definitely have a good networking, a network base among the business industry. So if they take upon themselves this mantle of springing further micro startups, then probably we can say that some sort of success can be seen in this direction. My aim was not to say that Meesho is good or Meesho is bad. My aim was only to show that there are startups that are springing up. And if I am allowed to give some other examples, we also have the example of Sugar Cosmetics. We have the example of Nykaa, and Nykaa has become a unicorn.
Mama, Nykaa and all, yeah.
Absolutely. So we have examples of Nykaa, Mama Earth, and Sugar Cosmetics, which are again employing a lot of women. I think Sugar Cosmetics is employing 90% of women in its workforce. So that was my purpose of adopting this case study, and not to show that Meesho is good or bad.
No, I'm just pointing out many of such businesses are actually a way to promote fraudulent businesses also. So that is what I wanted to point out.
Okay, ma'am, sure. I'll include that in my discourse.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Tanya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you so much, Tanya.
Now we have
Sanjay
Gupta coming up. All the just add on. I'm just marking the Gupta. The loop.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Hi Pratyay, can you hear us?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, the coordinators and my fellow presenters. I am Pratyay Gupta. I have graduated from Scottish Church College, Kolkata, and my master's has been done from Calcutta University. Currently, I have been working in Ungio Gramin Bikash Bank. My topic of the presentation today is my presentation visible right now? Hello?
No, it's not.
No, it's not visible. No, it is not. It is not visible.
Pratyay, if you have a presentation, please start sharing your screen. Yes, now your screen has started sharing.
Okay, thank you.
You can put it on slideshow mode.
But the slides,
Yeah,
is it moving?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yes, go on.
Thank you. So my topic is MSME and rural entrepreneurship, how it impacts Indian villages. As you can see, let me start by uttering Prajahati Yada Kaman, Sharvana Parthamana Katan, Atmanya Eva Atmana Tushtas Gita Prakas Tadai Uchat. These teachings of Bhagavad Gita and the idea of Atmashakti or self-rule from Brihadaranya Upanishad have immensely influenced Gandhiji, our father of nation, which led him strongly to advocate for self-sufficient village economy and administration. Now, since independence, the economic model of the development of our country, which was known as economic planning or 5-year planning, had always been instrumental to throw light on the upliftment of the rural sector for job creation and empowerment of the downtrodden. This very process enabled the regional ethnicities to be produced under local entities. Now going back to the past, Britishers, when they left India, they left with very few things for the people of this country after the unimaginable exploitation they have made, as said by the historians. As a result, 833 million, that is 66% of the population, are under poverty level, and they are still living in the rural areas with lesser opportunity to focus on better healthcare and the education. States like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh are still suffering to achieve the goals of the component of Human Development Index. But the most important thing is their one and only first and foremost source of income is agriculture. So only depending on the agricultural income, the scenario would never be better. So here the idea of Gandhiji comes, where he guided us towards the MSME sector. Now, if we look, then what is MSME? We can see that MSME refers to the micro, small, medium enterprises, small businesses typically owned and operated by individuals or small groups of people. This sector are characterized by the level of investment and the size of turnover. As I have shown in the presentation, that as per the revised definition announced by the Ministry of MSME in May 2020, the sectors can be defined as micro, small, and medium. Micro enterprise sector, where investment in plant and machinery is around 1 crore. It should not exceed 1 crore, and the turnover from that sector should not exceed 5 crore. The second, the small enterprise sector. In the small enterprise sector, the investment in plant and machinery should not exceed 10 crore, whereas the turnover should not exceed 5 crore. Similarly, for the case of medium enterprises, the investment should not exceed 50 crore, and the turnover should not exceed 250 crore. Now, if we look at the sectors or the inclusions of the MSME sectors in India, we can see from the slide that handicrafts, textile, garments, food processing, and there are other sectors which are included in the MSME sectors in India. But our focus is on the rural MSME. What are the rural MSME? MSMEs play a significant role in the rural economy of India, contributing to the employment generation and income generation in the rural areas. The rural MSME sectors in India comprises of a wide range of industries such as food processing, handicrafts, handlooms, agro-based industries, and rural tourism. As you can see from the slide, that handicrafts industries include the pottery, embroidery, wood carving. These industries provide employment and income opportunities to the rural artisans and the craftsmen. Then the agro-based industries. Rural India have a significant agricultural base, and there are several agro-based MSMEs that process and add value to the agricultural products such as spices, vegetables, dairy products, cereals, etc. We can see from the food processing sector and rural tourism sector that contributes heavy amount in this rural sector of MSMEs. Now, government has correctly identified. We can see that Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihood Mission. This is the flagship program under Ministry of Rural Development in what? The most important part of this NRLM project are the SHGs, self-help groups on the rural houses. I personally work in bank which operates in a rural area. In my branch, it is a small branch. There are 498 something like self-help groups, and women are not contributing to the only financial literacy. Rather, they are contributing every sector. In the COVID time, we can see they have done lots of things to protect, to spread awareness, and so lots of other things. Now, if we come to the second slide, that is a portion, that is Prime Minister Employment Generation Program (PMEGP). This is the most popular program in the rural sector. The nodal agency of PMEGP is KVIC, Khadi Village Industries Commission. The maximum cost of the unit admissible in manufacturing sector is 25 lakh, and the business and service sector is 10 lakh. Next, this is also a popular scheme. Earlier, it was named as Mudra loan. The complete name is Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. There are three types of scheme under that. First is Shishu, where where anyone can take loan up to 50,000. Then the Kishore. Under this Kishore scheme, 50,000 to 5 lakh loan available for this portion.
And you have 1 minute to go now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. For this loan, we have 5 lakh to 10
you
lakh.
have 1 minute.
Now, yeah, thank you. Now, there are challenges. First, on accessing the loan and the recovery part of loan, we can see that those challenges, that seasonal nature of the business, lack of awareness, cultural factors, lack of financial literacy. The last is the future prospect of MSME. We know that employment generation, focus on customer satisfaction, minimization, regional imbalance, development of export, and the attraction of foreign investment, that are the most future prospect of the MSME. Now, let me conclude by uttering the great words of Swamiji. নতুন ভারত বেরুক লাঙল ধরে, চাষার ঘর থেকে, জেলে মালা মুচি মেথরের ঝুপড়ির মধ্যে হেতে, কারখানা হতে, হাট হতে, বাজার হতে। এরা আতপেটা খেয়ে দুনিয়া উল্টে দিতে পারে, হাতখানা রুটকি খেয়ে, এদের ত্রৈলোকে তেজ ধরবে না, এরা রক্তবীজের প্রাণ সম্পদ, এরাই তোমার উত্তরাধিকারী ভবিষ্যৎ ভারত। Now, translating the fact, let the new India come out, let it come out through the plow, through the farmer's hut, from the fisherman, sweeper, and cobbler. They can do miracle with just a little, and even they receive ample opportunities. It will make them invincible. They are the new India, your future, your success. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratagya.
Pratagya, very nice presentation. A few suggestions to your paper. Talked about the fund, and you talked about the government support, and you also talked about foreign funding in MSME startups in India, particularly in rural areas, which are receiving a great deal of foreign funding. They have GI indicators. They have funding from not just the state, but funding from outside. But foreign funding requires an assistance from the central government. So if the state government is not in coherence with the central government, then those MSC which are in the state government can receive a problem. The state center aspect has to be looked at the MSME could be excellent. They can employ as many women as possible. But then again, there is this underlying problem of state-center relation, which does cause problems in accessing funding. So if you could look at that angle in your paper, then it would make it more holistic.
Ma'am, I have mentioned few schemes that are working with the collaboration of central and state governments. West Bengal Bhushiyat Credit Card, West Bengal Textile Incentive Scheme, even the Karmashati Prakalpo, they are the joint collaboration of state and central government. Governments are working, but there are, yes, as you have said, that there are certain things that are not working out. So governments should work out on that. I agree with that.
So this slide that you have on schemes and credit facilities, these are all schemes. So maybe government schemes from the credit facilities, just to make it clear. I mean, you did explain, but in the same slide, it's giving the wrong impression. Presentation otherwise, yes. Thank you, Pratyagya.
Thank you for the lovely presentation. We next have Avishni Kala Kavina.
Pratyay. That's how he spells it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Avipshu Haldar, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. If you have slides, you can. Yes, you're audible. If you have slides, you can start presenting your screen.
Yes, I have.
You can start sharing your screen.
Yes, I have the presentation.
These are old students.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Our department's old student.
I think he did MA with us. Not sure, maybe then he's doing his PhD in JNU, if I'm not wrong, is it?
Yeah, he's an assistant professor.
Right.
Wise. Madam, could you please enlighten me? How do I share?
Just upload in the share screen, right?
One sec.
An entire window, I think.
Yeah.
Participants share screen. Slide control.
Yeah. Are you able to see the share screen?
Share screen.
Are you able to see the share screen option?
Your screen shared. It's a green one. Is it the green one? Yes. It
is the green one. And do you have your PPT open somewhere?
Okay. Let me open my PPT. Yes, I have just opened my PPT.
Yeah, we should be good now. Just run through the slides. Don't go into presentation mode. You can just run through the slides from here. Yeah. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah.
That's fine. That's clear.
Okay. Can you see my slides? Is my slides?
Yes, it's very visible.
Okay.
So it's fine.
Okay.
So you can carry on. You can start because you have a time limit.
Okay. Is between the Indian state and the market. And in this endeavor, I'm going to focus upon how big business altered the course of India's political economy. So if you look at the content of my presentation, first I'll briefly focus upon the background and focus on the rationale and scope of the study. Then I'll move on to the key research questions, and then I would analyze the core concepts. Then I'll enlighten upon the methods of the study, and finally the findings. So when you talk about Indian economy, basically 1990s came into being due to certain constraints of internal factors. Say, for example, the command economic model which Indian economy was pursuing had certain pitfalls. Say, for example, the economic think tank, or rather say the political leadership, they focused upon an closed economic model in order to follow the socialistic pattern of the Indian society. However, that socialistic pattern of Indian society has its contradictions. And interestingly, the big business also during the mid 70s, or rather say just going back to the mid 60s, they enjoyed certain protections from the Indian state apparatus. That is, say for example, the MRTP Act and the FERA Act. So when 1966, the idea to devalue Indian currency came into being, and World Bank and others were trying to convince the Indian leadership regarding the opening up of the economy. It was FICCI and ASSOCHAM who basically, along with the left coalition lobbies, they argued that this is not the right time for India to liberalize its economy. However, the economic stagnation that took place in the 1970s and the early 80s made economic liberalization inevitable. So India, if we look at the trajectory of the economy, it moved from a pro-socialist stance to a pro-business tilt. Now, while formulating the rationale of my study, I'm going to focus on the Indian constitution and its link with economic liberalization. In this context, the politics of fiscal federalism needs to be taken into account. Also, when we talk about the politics of economic liberalization at large, the Indian contingent of the transnational capitalist class, that is how Indian big business becomes an integral part of the transnational capitalist class, will also be focused upon. The politics of FDI in the provinces, an integral aspect, or rather say it's intricately linked to the idea of changing nature of the fiscal federalism in the post-liberalized era, and how it affected, or rather say how it empowered the business groups of India, and their intertwining with the transnational business will also be dealt with. Finally, the idea of corporate social responsibility and the changing nature of the welfare state, because this is a qualitative transformation which India, or rather say the Indian state, undertook since the 3 generations of reforms which have taken place. Now let us analyze the key concepts of the study. So the neoliberal Indian state. So when I talk about the neoliberal Indian state, when we talk about the neoliberal India state, what comes to our mind is the role played by the business lobbies. that is the FICCI and the ASSOCHAM. FICCI focusing on articulating the interest of the domestic big business or the bourgeoisie, as compared to ASSOCHAM, which focused on the aspects of foreign investors and foreign capital.
Hi, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Moving on to the transnational capitalist class. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
You couldn't hear me. How much do you say?
The transnational capitalist class, it focuses on
2 minutes left.
Okay. How Indian big business such as Ambani's, Mittal's, they became an integral part of the global big business contingent. Coming on to the aspect of fiscal federalism and the idea of cess, because I was referring to the case of Indian constitution. Now in the neoliberal era, it was argued that the state governments cannot or are not required to take prior permission of the center while inviting foreign investors from abroad. This configuration radically changed the economic status of some Indian states, and it created a sort of healthy competition among states when it came to inviting big business. Finally, the idea of CSR. If you look at neoliberalization, corporate social responsibility has meandered into the social sectors. I give you examples of Wipro. I give you examples of Tata, how they are meandering into the social sectors of the Indian economy or at the Indian society at large. In view of the slides which I have presented, what I try to argue is that business environment or business class have become indispensable for India's economic development. And this has got to do with the growing popularity or the growing significance of several models of economic development which has come up. So alongside the Kerala model, we still have the Gujarat model and the emerging Orissa model in the Indian economy. And when we talk about neoliberalization, the politics of oligopoly needs to be taken into account for. Whenever oligopoly comes in, the competitive nature of the business groups needs to be emphasized upon. And finally,
your time is up.
Okay. And one last line which I would like to mention, that I stop here.
Thank you. Can you hear us, Amrit?
Yes.
So your canvas is huge, and you haven't really mentioned the fact that this was not from command and control economies, you said, and the move to the pro-business kind of thing. We're really looking at structural adjustment program, really looking at stabilization programs as well. So, and this is not something that was voluntarily taken, as we know. The international financial institutions were instrumental in it. So the backdrop you've given to the current or what you're calling a oligopolistic kind of nature of the market, can you just tell us in one sentence, what is the conclusive thing in 2023 that you're presenting a paper with 1990s was the beginning of, what really you're looking at? Neoliberalization, Keynesian policies in place. How would you place that in today's perspective? What is the contemporary context? And there is this triad of the political, economic, and the social in terms of the state, the market, and the civil society, wherein the initiatives also need to be taken into consideration. This is part of the larger political economy framework that we are looking at.
Okay.
And maybe just a suggestion, maybe you can add Sandel also, on the market, the notion of the market and justice in the market, a lot of work, context. And post Sandel, a lot of criticism on that as well. So maybe you can look at that too. But do you just want to contextualize it today, like 2023? Of market in your title of market co-opting the state. Can you just contextualize that?
Okay, when we talk about market co-opting the state, and since you mentioned about the international financial institutions, the structural adjustment policy, say if you look at from 1990s till date, both internal and external factors played a pivotal role in India's adopting the market-friendly model of economic development. And at the stroke of the 1990s, it was the business groups, that is the FICCI and the ASSOCHAM, going by the reports, reading by the reports, the FICCI and the ASSOCHAM, they were the ones who basically
took the initiative,
called for opening up of the market. Although there were some reservations, the votaries of the Bombay Club did make certain reservations. Nevertheless,
it's okay, we can hear you.
Nevertheless, the inevitability, or rather say the irreversibility of economic liberalization. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Liberalization was believed both on the part of the Indian leadership as well as by the Indian business groups. And in response to your second question, that about its question, that how do you contextualize? I give one example from the 1990s, and one illustration from the contemporary era, which would sort of bridge the gap between the two aspects. First, I talk about the telecom reform bill, or the telecommunication bill. Or the telecommunication bill, and secondly, the Jan Vishwas bill. If you look at the spirit of these bills, and also the 2005 SEZ Act, if you look at these three acts, you would see that the market model has been the point of departure undertaken by the Indian state, irrespective of the political regime.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abhisu.
So we have the last presentation of this track coming up. So we have Geeta with us, and fortunately this is a offline presentation. We have Geeta with us.
Tell him to leave. I'll just
Good afternoon, Ashley. Yes. So I'll be presenting my cohort work on ease of doing business and firm productivity. This is a firm level study. The overall framework of the study establishes the link between global uncertainty and firm performance measured by the total factor productivity via the channels of changes in business environment, domestic business environment. The
criticized the index for not adequately capturing the on-ground conditions of doing business. It only considers the regulatory environment, which is a one-time cost of establishing a business. Most of the times, what is required is attention to the transaction cost, which is faced by firm in day-to-day basis, not just the one-time cost. So yeah, so this is the theoretical framework. Yeah. So thus to address these gaps, the present study aims to examine whether the firm expenditure signifying the cost of doing business act as an enabler or deterrent for a firm's total factor productivity. Second, it tries to analyze whether the results, after accounting for industry and state level heterogeneity, changes or not. And finally, it tries to understand the impact of country level characteristics of business environment on firm productivity. So for the third one, it is we are interacting firm expenses with the indicators of country level indicators of business environment, basically represented by several indices including logistics performance index, investment freedom index, public service index, so likewise. So, the data used by this study is from MCA XBRL database, which is Ministry of Corporate Affairs' exclusive database and is not accessible by everyone. And it includes data, firm level data for more than 6,000 firms, including manufacturing as well as services firms. And we have used a system GMM to account for total factor productivity endogeneity, and at the same time we control for firm level variables which affect TFP apart from other expenditures. So following is the list of variables which we have grouped into. So these are the expenditure we have come up from the firm's perspective. So before moving to the main analysis, a preliminary analysis has been done to highlight the relevance of firm expenses in determining state-level employee productivity. So as can be seen for both the years 2012 and 2018, net value added per employee, which is in red, is less than the gross value added per employee, which is in blue, across the state. It thereby suggests that per employee productivity is highly sensitive to the indirect expenses or indirect costs faced by firms in that specific state, thus underlining the importance of studying the dynamics of cost of doing business in explaining productivity in the context of Indian firms. So this shows the relevance of why we are taking expenses, because it is a very important factor when we calculate the productivity of an employee. So this is what we found. Yeah, so we have also, I have also put in variable construction and econometric modeling, but for now I'll jump into the results and findings. If required, we'll come back to these slides. So we have variable construction and empirical modeling. So these are the summary findings. Based on the regression analysis system GMM, it was found that logistics, finance, compliance, postal and telecom and land expenditures are enabler of firm productivity, having a positive impact on TFP of a firm. Whereas utility expenditure, legal and salaries expenditure are deterrent of firm productivity. So what can we infer from these results? The positive impact of logistics expenditure is indicative of the existence of a supportive environment in the form of usage of high-tech designs, ML automation and digitization in the supply chain network, thereby resulting in higher marginal productivity for the investment made by firms in improving distributional channels and storage facilities, hence explaining the enabling role in enhancing firm performance. Next, a positive impact of financial expenses, which is basically the expenditure made by firms for borrowing through banks and other financial institutions to fulfill their working capital requirement or fixed capital requirements. So it has been found that these these expenditure are positively impacting the productivity because of underlying benefits which has been provided by the improving environment in terms of improved transparency and lower administration costs. Similarly, IT investment is found to be an important source of competitive advantage for an organization, which further improves the productivity. Tax compliance is an indication of a firm's formalization into the economy, which again shows a positive impact, thus signifying that the incentives of governments are being transferred or translated to the firm's performance. Whereas the cost of formalization, which is the fee paid by firm to the professionals to comply with the rules and regulation, is found to be a deterrent to the productivity of firm. It is because the resources are being used in an unproductive activity and which is not directly providing any positive output for a firm. So besides basic utilities, power, water and electricity is also found to deter the productivity. It might be because of the inefficient public delivery system which is prevalent in an economy. So along with this, we have done a robustness check where firm expenses are interacted with country level business environment components, and we found the similar results in that as well. Again, there is, since the study is at state level and at industry level, so these are the results which shows heterogeneity for the firms operating in these states. Similarly, these results shows that how different industries have different impact of different expenditures, showing the cost they are facing. Yeah, so these are the, these expenditures which are found to have an enabling impact on productivity are basically suggestive of committed government efforts towards the fulfillment of the larger development goals set for Amrit Kaal period by lowering the cost of doing business and eliminating the inefficiencies. However, expenditures that are found to deter productivity suggest need for modifying the existing course of action. For instance, logistics sectors need to be more formalized or organized. Business regulations should promote accountability and at the same time reduce administrative hurdles. Public service delivery system needs government reprocessing to ensure last mile access, and financial sector reforms should continue reforms minimizing the contagion impact of systemic risk arising due to the downside of global financial integration. So at last, conducive business environment can translate into larger economic benefits in the form of improved investments, increased employment generation capacity, and will also set a ground for the new business creation, which in turn will pave path for Indian firms to participate in global value chain and hence contribute towards India's sustainable growth story in the coming years. Thank you.
Yeah, I think very well presented. I'm just curious about your ease versus cost. You're equating the two. So are you only looking at capital cost, or is it opportunity cost, time-wise, ease of business, in that sense of the term? Because if you just take the World Bank, are you taking just the World Bank definition, or?
So I think here the variable construction slide will help. So this is the variable construction, how we have done it. For example, land expenditure, we have taken the data from Ministry of Corporate Affairs' website, wherein the company reports their financial statements. So what is available there, we have taken all those expenditures and made a proxy. For example, land expenditure, it includes rent and cost lease rentals. Financial expenditure, it includes financial costs, bank charges, custodial charges. Compliance include total tax and rate payments. Utilities includes electricity, cost of water charges and power. Logistics include transportation, distribution expense, and commission paid to the agents which are there. So this is the kind of flow we have followed.
I think it is very convincing, even in terms of your robustness check. Now, how can you replicate this in other areas? Is it possible? I mean, have you formed like a research model which can be used in terms of methodology?
Sorry, I'm not getting it.
In terms of your methodology, can it be replicated?
For example, this is for all the firms, Indian firms.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we have done this separately for manufacturing firms as well as services firms.
This is a study you've published, is it?
No, it is not yet published. So yeah, the analysis has been done at manufacturing services, and these are the results for robustness check to the right side, where the variable is not the utility expenditure, but utility expenditure accounting for public services index. Similarly, logistic expenditure accounting for logistic performance index. So we found that the sign is almost same. So even if we account for larger business environment at country level, the results are same. So it is kind of providing a robustness check to our study.
And the challenges that you mentioned in your conclusive thing, idiosyncratic policy environment.
Yeah. So the idiosyncratic policy environment is basically suggesting whether we need only one policy for everything, or we need different policies for different sectors and different states. Obviously, we know we do need different policies for different sectors. It has to be tailor-made, given that how diverse business environment and resource allocation is there. So it has to be there, but again,
it has to be connected as well. At a macro level, these have to be connected in terms of the uniform policy, for instance, sustainable development.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the larger objectives, but at micro level, these has to be different, targeting the specific issues of that state or industry. But again, the major, I won't say drawback, but it is a starting point. So way forward can be a primary level survey, which is very important, and we don't have for India. We don't have primary survey suggesting how the costs, what are the costs Indian businesses are facing at the micro level. So I think that has to be the way forward to account for heterogeneity which exists across Indian industries and states. So I think this is just a supportive case, and it can be like extended
Replicated
to
as well.
that stage.
Thank you, Geeta. Last but certainly not the least.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, do you guys have any questions? Yes, absolutely.
So with that wonderful presentation from Geeta, we come to the end of track 3 presentations. So I think we and also the judges will require some more time to finalize the results of this track. In the meantime, I'll request every one of you who are in the audience to just join us for lunch, which is happening exactly where it happened yesterday. And my sincere apologies for the technical glitches we had. It was not meant to, but we couldn't help it. And thank you, judges, for all your time. Thank you so much. Please join us for lunch at the same place. And also do come back by 2:30. We are starting the track 4 presentations from 2:30.
Abstract is meant to be like a thing, but considering the rest of our standard, extraordinary, yeah. अब ये हम लोग ऐड करें yeah 3 4 5 6 7 okay 7 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 4 5 6 7 8 9 10
offline, which are like physical presentations, and we again go back to the 6 online presentations. So the rules of the presentation remains the same for all the participants. It's like 8 minutes of presentation followed by Q&A from the judges. And then for the judges, we do have the abstracts of all the participants, presenters in your desk, and also you have a sheet with where you can mark the presenters. So we have four parameters on which we would like them to be judged, each out of 25 marks, and then ultimately we'll aggregate them out of 100, and then we decide like the 3 best papers in this track. So I think I'll start with introducing the judges first. So we have Dr. Bidisha Banerjee, who is an associate professor and deputy director of Amrit Institute of Public Policy. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Then we have Professor Shangamitra Acharya, chairperson, Center for Community Health and Social Medicine, School of Social Sciences, JNU, New Delhi. Ma'am, I hope I have taken the center's name correctly. And social medicine and community. Trisha keeps on telling me that. Yeah. And then we have Dr. Vanishri Agarwal, course coordinator and lead researcher of Center for Public Policy and Governance. Thank you, all 3 of you, for taking out your valuable time and giving it to us. Thank you so much. So I'll start with the first presentation. I have Bhavya and Kriti with us, so you can take over the presentation. Thank you so much.
I hope I'm audible at the back. So good afternoon, esteemed judges. Myself Bhavya Sharma, and he's my co-author Atul Kriti, and we are from Punjab University, Chandigarh. And our topic of presentation is Building a Skilled India, Unlocking Potential for India's Human Resources. I'll start with the introduction. In the quest for progress and development, India stands at a pivotal juncture with its most valuable resource, its human capital, poised to take center stage. Building a skilled India is not merely an aspiration but an urgent necessity to unlock the vast potential of the nation's workforce. Empowering and upskilling India's human resources will not only drive economic growth but also pave the way for social and technological advancements. By investing in education, training, and innovation, targeted policy formations, we can harness the talent of millions, propelling the country towards a brighter and more prosperous future. The journey to a skilled India is a collective endeavor where each individual's growth contributes to the collective progress of the nation. Moving on to the objectives. To examine skill development programs effective in India, to analyze and contrast the skilling initiatives in India and China, to highlight the best practices adopted in various countries for promoting human resource development, to identify existing policy gaps and maximizes India's human resources. Moving on to the methodology. This research work is based on secondary data analysis from sources such as research papers, books, reports, and academic articles. To ensure comprehensive coverage of the topic, the data collection procedure involved a thorough evaluation of the collection of published work in libraries, internet databases, and academic platforms. In order to identify recurrent patterns, key ideas, and significant conclusions, the collected data was thematically analyzed, making the nature of the paper descriptive as well as analytical. So here are some findings of the paper. Human capital plays a crucial role in creating and developing economic growth in the country. Investments in human capital will help in reduction of poverty, fostering the welfare of the people as a long-term benefit. India, through its various skill-augmenting schemes like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, vocational training programs, which also includes microfinancing of self-help groups, pilot projects on entrepreneurship under National Skill Development Mission, clearly portrays the picture of building technical training framework, skill upgradation in order to achieve its vision of skilled India. Though India is making strenuous effort in solidifying good cause, still the real picture is contrary to it. Evaluating the effectiveness of skill development programs in India remains a challenge. Thus, the employability rate remains stagnant due to insufficient training capacity and lack of entrepreneurship skills. Both India and China commenced their journey together as a predominant agrarian economies, with India getting independence in 1947 and China after 2 years of India, that is in 1949. Yet, there are stark differences in the economic performances of India as well as China. From past 2 decades, Chinese economy saw a spurt and has grown manifold. It has undergone such a structural transformation that has contributed immensely to output and employment. It has made all-round exponential growth, becoming the glorifying and colossal force in the world, whereas India is still termed as emerging power. So what China did differently than India, we'll focus upon that now. The policy formulators in China, keeping in view the baseline of their economy, designed their policies in such a manner which would work in tandem, keeping in view the context of globalization as well as the needs of the people. China's economic model focused upon gearing manufacturing industries towards export network. China got successful in understanding the emerging demand-supply narrative, which made Chinese products like iPod, T-shirts, air conditioners, furniture a household name, leading it to become the workshop of the world. For example, mobile phones in India have larger batteries and torch to cater to the Indian needs. What India needs to learn from China, I'll focus upon that now. India needs to learn from China, which was a poorer country than India in terms of GDP per capita till late as 1990s. China's reform and opening up in 1978 and then compulsory education laid foundation to have a high and strong labor workforce. To achieve the same kind of pace as China, India has to invest more in human capital base, especially strengthening education in rural areas and ensuring that the reach should be to every nook and corner of the country. Let us look at best practices from various countries that could be replicated to India. So we have taken example from 4 countries. So, academic success is considered a matter of pride in social life in South Korea, unlike to India. Germany, we have dual vocational training system, free education. Finland, they have paternity leave since 1978, promoting gender equality, and they have effective industry education collaboration. In Singapore, the finances, it shouldn't prove to be a constraint, and Skills Future Enterprise Credit Program to help cover the cost of upskilling. Let us address some successful Indian corporate houses and their efforts in skilling the workforce. So we have the example of Tata. So they have introduced this National Employability Enhancement Mission, NEEM, Learning Management System for Leaders for augmenting the skills. And we have another corporate, that is Infosys. They have this Campus Connect program and foundation program to make students technically competent. So now I'll focus upon the lacunas that India has. India's human resources are underutilized due to significant policy gaps hindering their full potential in the workforce. Current policies fail to address the critical need for skill development and training, leading to a mismatch between available talent and industry requirements. Gender disparities persist in the Indian workforce, indicating a lack of comprehensive policies to promote gender equality and inclusivity. Limited accessibility and quality of education in rural areas hinder the full realization of India's human capital. Insufficient policies addressing labor migration and brain resources. I'll conclude it finally. Lack of effective education infrastructure, regional disparity in a digital divide attributed to India's poor performances in indices like HDI. As we are basking in the Amrit Kaal Mahotsav, India has the potential to unleash various of opportunities in its favor. Potentially, tapping the labor workforce of India as a proportion of working age group 15 to 59 years will be increasing steadily as it has a reservoir of demographic dividend. Large-scale skill development is thus an imperative. Skill development for people working in the unorganized sector is a key strategy for the same, inculcating dignity of labor. Establishing a dedicated international platform for knowledge sharing and skilling, leveraging their successful initiatives while tailoring approaches to Indian context is a requisite. Evidence-based interventions are needful, ensuring practical implementations of policies like new education policy. Also, continuous monitoring, evaluation, and updating policies drawing from global experiences will ensure sustained progress and optimization of India's human capital. So here are some references. That's how we end our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Nice presentation. So I think do we have questions? You may have a comment. Let me give mine and then we can go to. You know what I find not problematic, but this focus on STEM areas of education are not, I feel, the only way to skill our population. So the examples you have brought up in your presentations are all related to, you know, the science, the mathematics, the engineering, no doubt useful. But, you know, we have heard these examples and this emphasis. It would be also interesting to know, you know, what else is being done in the other domains and which countries are doing things differently, from which India can, you know, be inspired. Yeah. So I completely agree with you, ma'am, that STEM is not the only discipline which can produce jobs, and we need to diversify our different disciplines in order to make them more skillful. For example, I come from JNU, and there are multiple courses which are, you know, like, see, my point is that a person from CPA, Center for Political Science, why can't he be attached compulsorily with Niti Aayog so that he can be more employable? So I agree that humanities has scope of, you know, making employable, and I agree that that's a limitation of our study, that, you know, mathematics and sciences produce more jobs in comparison to humanities because we lack that industry-academia relationship in humanities particular.
Good afternoon to all of you, and my apologies for not being here for the earlier sessions. I know that's completely my loss. Nevertheless, that I'm here. Thank you for this opportunity to listen to you all in this technical session. Very vibrant, and your presentations is certainly good. As young researchers, you've put together some very important points. I may not really pose a question to you, but I do want to pose a couple of observations because you are the future of research. You are the part of Y20. You know, when we sit down to write a research paper, as a research scholar, Atul is a research scholar, right? Yeah. I'm sure you know that we need to have a question that we can research.
Right.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this paper, what I'm trying to therefore tell you is, while descriptive analysis is important because that's where you want to get into what exactly you want to look at, right?
Yeah.
So your paper currently is fairly descriptive about how what you say skill building can happen vis-a-vis unlocking certain opportunities.
Yeah.
But how are we going to do that? To my mind, you've drawn from other countries. But then, as researchers, what's important to take note of is the differences between the countries that you're making comparison with. For example, Finland has an entirely different socio-cultural, economic backdrops as compared to India. China and India, we keep comparing, but then there are differences which is why we are not what China has become, although they gained independence 2 years later than ours. Therefore, the point I'm making is, when you've described the processes, when you've described the question that you want to address, it doesn't get connected with how you want to make that description go ahead.
Right.
And I'm bringing that connect by way of one of your slides, I think, where you're trying to say what can be done.
Yes, ma'am.
One of your bullets, and I'm reading you, I'm quoting you.
Okay.
Mobiles in India, there are larger batteries and torches to cater to Indian needs.
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't explain anything to me. I could not figure out what is it that you're trying to say.
Point
Why
taken. Yes.
is that different for India? And how do we know mobiles in India have this?
Okay.
What's the source of your information?
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm taking a little longer time, but I think
No,
it's important.
It's absolutely fine. Yes, ma'am.
Similarly, when you say we can draw from Finland vis-a-vis paternity leave, maternity leave, I'm sure as research scholars who are fairly vibrant, fairly vigilant, fairly awakened, you would know the maternity leave for us in India comes way back in 1940s, early 40s, by way of the mica mine study on the socioeconomic conditions of the miners when Dr. Ambedkar was the commissioner in the commissionerate. Right?
Yes,
That's when we get our maternity leave. What we enjoy today in terms of our benefits, we get our 5-day work schedule, etc., etc.
Yes,
So while we get to know about what Finland is doing, we forget to tap what has already happened to us, because probably we've never been taught in school and college.
Right.
The other point I want to make is when you say demographic dividends are waiting for us to get captured. No, they are not. And you reason it out for yourself. Demographic, by way of demographic structures, certainly the youth population is swelling.
Yes,
but that youth population has to become employable.
Right.
So how do we connect this young population with opportunities of education and opportunities of becoming employable?
Right.
And the outcome being employment being available.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So that's the connect which I find missing in the paper.
Right.
It's there. I mean, you alluded to it, but I'm sure in 10 minutes presentation you can't bring everything out, but that's the knack. What's the best that you should throw up first? Okay?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
hope.
Yes, ma'am. If I can have a minute to explain on that.
Let ma'am make her observation.
Just 1 minute. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Congratulations for a very, I think, evocative presentation done in a very short time.
Thank you.
And I think special congratulations to you both for taking it very seriously, as can be seen in your observation. Not a question, just my observation is you've tried to, I think, cover a lot of ground through your paper. What I would suggest for future would be take one research question and stick to it.
Okay.
And then we would get to know in greater detail about your viewpoint, whether it is deciding upon STEM or a comparison of 4 countries. Here today I felt I got a little entangled in what you were trying to say.
Right.
And I could not get the descriptive, hiatus of whatever you were trying to present.
Right.
So if the questions are, or the objectives are lesser for us, then you will be, trying to concentrate more on a single or rather 2 issues, rather than expanding your vision so much that then we don't get to the nitty-gritties of
right,
it. Because as policy people, as people coming from public administration, where is that India is lacking?
Right.
And my second observation being, please compare entities that are indeed comparable.
Right.
As ma'am said, please look at the socio-cultural context. We shouldn't pick up just countries, from here and there. Please see what are their economic trajectories, whether we should be comparing them or not. Stick to one country comparison so that things become clearer.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, as by way of third observation, I would say either compare public sector with public and private with private. When you bring Tata and Infosys and governments across the world, then your viewpoint is getting all the more muddled.
Right.
We are at a loss to understand what is your moot point. That is not coming across.
Okay. If I can take a minute to respond to that.
All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. So 2 things those were a part of the paper, but we couldn't convey it here about that mobile phone thing. So when China started becoming a manufacturing hub, they started sending their research and development guys here, and they discovered the need of Indian people. Since electricity wasn't prevalent all the time, they discovered the needs of Indian people, that we needed a larger battery, we needed a torch phone with a phone with a torch, right? So that's how they have become manufacturing hub. That was my point. I'm sorry I couldn't make it clear. The second point, that we have our localized solution. I come from Bihar, Government in Bihar started giving cycle to girls way back in 2007. Now cycle gave them mobility. Girls started coming out of house. People started accepting them. That's a way of skilling, like in the long run. So the law enforcement agency became comfortable providing them security. So that's the social change. Maybe we couldn't bring it here because of the paucity of time, but we should have. Yeah, I acknowledge that. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Atul and Bhavya, for the presentation. I'll like to call upon Deepak for the next presentation.
Shall we start? Yeah, I'm Deepak Srinivasa. I'm representing Indian Institute of Public Administration, Karnataka Regional Branch. I'm a research scholar of public administration. So my topic would cover not just the stream, but the whole gist of what the conference is aimed at. So in this Amrit Kaal, I think so this is my abstract. If you can take a few seconds to just go through it, the audience. It just speaks of where we stand in this Amrit Kaal and what do we have on our hands for the next 25 years, which could make India the real global power. So, what is the way that we are going to achieve, and what is the role of the youth, and how we use the human capital is going to be discussed in the slides to come. Okay. Firstly, speaking about human capital, we can say human capitals could be of three types: physical, financial, as well as intellectual. But the first two are limited. You cannot have it seamlessly. But the intellectual capital is where we have the unlimited potential, and where research and development needs to be done is the need of the hour. So let us look at the objective. The objective is to develop the Indian way of administration, which could make India the real leader of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in the contemporary world, ensuring India's civilization values resonate across the globe. So it is time that India takes up the center stage and makes our values which could resonate in the global stage. So the need for the study is how we are going to invest on our intellectual capital is we have an idea of integrating administrative thought with practices. So we have a research backing for our administrative, we don't have a research backing for our administrative practice. So what would be the best idea is institutes like IIPA and Indian Institute of Social Sciences in collaboration can have a structure wherein we have devised administrative theory which can back the administrative practices, and interconnect research with the action is what we need to look at. Can I move to the next slide? So this is the global experience of where administrative theory and practice have been tried to link. It's been a century-old process, but in India we have not taken it up seriously. Across the world, I think USA, London, and other Western countries are doing very well. New Zealand is performing the best at this point in time, using the models of NPM and other things. So these are the recommendations. So I would like to strongly recommend that India needs to invest on its intellectual human capital and have innovation and research and development in public administration. Premium institutes like our IIPA and Indian Institute of Science, among others, should come together and facilitate interaction between the officers and the practitioners. And I request from G20, Y20 to provide a platform like American Institute of Public Administration, where young scholars can interact with their global counterparts, and we can have a stage set for the interaction. And this exercise should not be just looked at 1 year at a time. We should focus it till our next presidency and build a team which could produce the need of the hour. So to conclude upon, we need to understand that we are not trying to change the whole system, but the understanding the whole system is the need. So once we understand the whole system, we could probably design a scientific framework of governance which is result-oriented but not process-oriented. So once the result is taken care of, the process will definitely adjust itself, and we can know what is next to come. So with this, any queries?
Thank you for your presentation. You know, I am not sure what is your research objective, and you've also talked about the need for the study. So it's not very clear what is your research question and how does your research question match to your research objective. I think you need to clarify that. The other is this framework you've used to define human capital. I think the dominant discussion on human capital should involve knowledge, should involve skills, which we are talking about in this track. You've talked about muscles, you've talked about savings and finances, you've talked about ideas. Where is knowledge? Where is the innate skills that we are gaining through all these experiences? So I don't know where it's been taken from. Maybe it needs to be revamped to bring in this reality.
Okay.
Thank you, Srinivas, for your presentation. Fairly vociferous as you speak. For any paper that we present, ideally we give a title to it. What's the title of your paper?
Basically, we are not asked to present a paper, madam. We are asked to present our ideas in this platform.
No. What I'm trying to ask you, even if you're presenting your ideas, it has to have certain core line of argument. What is the core line of argument?
The core line of our
Let me
argument
complete,
is,
please.
Yeah.
Okay. And we are pointing this out precisely for you is that, see, this is not a meeting where we have corporate sector discussing something which is already visible to us. It's a colloquium, researchers' colloquium, wherein there are certain protocols that we follow as a researcher. You're a researcher, you know this, I don't have to tell you. So by that, even if you're writing a paragraph, there has to be a subheading to that paragraph, which is why your paper seems to be all over the place. What you term as objective, can you go back to that slide, please? What you term as objective, as a researcher, objective has to be very precise, very clear, very, very visible to the reader. The moment you read the objective, you know what we are talking about. This objective is almost like an idea itself, which needs to be broken down to become an objective. What does it convey? To develop the Indian way of administration. What is that Indian way of administration? Which India are you talking about? Are you talking about North India, South India, Vindhyachal, this, that? So this notion of Indian administration becomes absolutely vague, and objective is where your clarity has to come in. Similarly, when you say a true leader of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in the contemporary, please let it be there, global world, which is this contemporary global world? What is the context in which you are locating Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam? India is so diverse that we can't even make India as a Kutumba, forget about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Ensuring India what you are listing as an objective is not an objective. It's an idea which needs to be metamorphosed into objectives, into specific objectives, etc., etc. And that's precisely why, you quickly say something and there are your recommendations. What are your recommendations based on? What's your preliminary work that you've done using secondary data or primary data to be able to recommend ABC? All that you're recommending is already existing in the literature. So what's your contribution as a researcher that you want to say? What is the source of the flow chart that you showed us? because have you created it? If you have created it, you probably have to, as a researcher, we have to give sources for all the thing that we are using. So what I'm trying to point out for you, that you are a researcher, and these are, as people sitting on this side of the table, we want you to make sure that these are the concerns that would be raised as researchers whenever you present a paper, right? So don't jump to conclusions and recommendations if there are gaps in between. We really don't, I couldn't figure out how do those recommendations come without there is any, the prelude to those recommendations doesn't come out clearly to us.
Okay, the whole idea was,
sorry,
madam,
let ma'am make her points and then you can say collectively.
Yeah. Hello, Deepak. I'll go in conjunction with the other judges who've told us. I guess you have some strong points to put across us, but I think your main objective of coming across to us couldn't get clear as it should have, or as you wanted out to be.
I'll get back to you.
And the way that, or the sense that I got from your presentation was as if a politician was putting across his point out to, us, the masses of India, rather than a researcher. You've, collated all the terms that Modi ji has used about Amrit, Kaal, the demographic dividend. So all the terminologies and the concepts are there. But of course, as ma'am said, we needed to know how, as a researcher, do you look at, even your administrative theory or the use of technology, how would it skill, the larger population or one segment of population, so that any ideas from your objective can be turned into a reality.
Okay. So, can I answer now, madam? Yeah, the whole thing I was trying to say was, we need a scientific framework of governance. We need to build a scientific framework of governance. Maybe from A to ABC, whatever is the problem of the country can fit into that and solutions can be found. We need to develop such an administrative technology. Science per se is not a success on its own. Science is successful today because its application part, that is the technology, is available to the common mass. So we need to develop an administrative technology which is not just with the administrators, but it should reach the common mass. So that is the point I'm trying to make. So that's why institutes where if we have collaborated and built in such a technology which is need of the future, we need an administrative technology. A framework of governance is what needs to be developed, is my idea.
So when you say administrative technology, what is it that you're trying to convey? Sorry, it's becoming a conversation.
No, sure.
Yeah.
Administrative technology, by the word administrative technology, I mean we have administrative science, but we don't have administrative technology. So clarifying the terms between what is science and what is technology, understanding.
I'm simply trying to understand the phrase administrative technology.
Administrative technology is one which can be used by all and which would help in a decision-making process, which would help for all.
But why? Not everybody is decision maker, right? So, see, that's
Decision
the point we are trying to tell you. Please focus to a core idea which you want to argue for. You're talking about administrative science, administrative technology, and we have Chanakya telling us so many things hundreds and thousands of years ago. So why is it that we are still lamenting? So the point I'm making is, in context of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it's nothing new for us, the civilization which is as old as at least 5,000 of recorded history, years of recorded history, right? So when we are making a conjecture, it has to be supported by whatever can support be there. So that's the simple point we are making. It's a wonderful idea you're presenting, there's no doubt about it, but please speak as a researcher. We are not in a corporate sector, we are not in a political rally. So speak like that.
It was a generalist idea.
No, it can't be. It's a very specific thematic area in which you are making a presentation.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Anything else, madam? Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for the presentation. I currently now invite upon Nandini to give a presentation to us.
Hello. Yeah. A very good afternoon to all present here. I'm Nandini Parashar, a second year student of Political Science Honours at Miranda House, University of Delhi. Before I begin formally with my presentation, I would like to request everybody present here to think about and reflect on that point of time when you all got your first salary, or when you first got money in your hands. At that point of time, at that young age, did you know what to do with that money? Did you know where to invest it? Or even if you did not want to invest it, did you know the options that were available to you? It is this core idea that I am today trying to present through my presentation and study on financial literacy among the youth in Northeast India. So just going over the basics first before I actually begin on the analysis, my research question is, what factors affect the financial literacy levels of youth in Northeast India? The aim, in my mind, I have two aims for this paper. One, at a cursory glance, yes, it is to analyze, as I said, the factors that affect financial literacy. However, from a broader perspective, this paper looks on an area that has been overlooked by a lot of other studies, even studies that focus on financial literacy, but not this particular area. So through this study, I also wanted to be a vanguard and the first foot in the door into a research area that should be looked upon. And I'll stress on the importance of why we need to look upon this area. Beginning with what is financial literacy. Financial literacy refers to the knowledge and skills required for money management. And a very simple explanation, financial literacy is simply knowing what you can do with your money, the many options you have, right? One core idea that is associated with financial literacy is financial inclusion. So financial inclusion means that people are a part of the banking system. However, financial literacy simply means that they are aware of it. So a lot of studies have proven that you need financial literacy to promote financial inclusion. My study focuses on only financial literacy. Now coming to why is it important to focus on the youth and why Northeast India? Beginning with the youth. Today we are all talking about since the morning about Amrit, Kaal, the coming 25 years, right? We are living in an era where India is unleashing its economic potential. There are two ways to do so. One, from a top-down approach where we increase the productivity of the workers, we bring in FDI, we invest, create industries. But on the other hand, from the bottom-up approach, the population has to be equipped to handle that economic advancement, to handle that growth, to handle the money that is coming in, the financial advancement that takes place. And it is this bottom-up approach because of which I focus on financial literacy levels of a certain section of the population. Now, why the youth? Because they are the citizens of tomorrow. In the coming 25 years, they are the ones who are going to become the productive workforce. Also, and more importantly, the youth is a group of people who are specifically like at an early stage of their life, which means if we instill proper financial management and literacy levels at this point of time, it will give us great benefits later on. It's a future investment. Then focusing on why Northeast India, right? Apart from being a region in the country that covers around 8% of India's total land area and more than 3% of India's population, over the past few years, the government has shifted a lot of their schemes towards Northeast India, like any dev scheme, for example. Now that means that there's going to be a lot of FDI that is going to come in that region. And FDI means economic advancement, which brings me back to my core idea of why we need people to be able to know how to handle that advancement and manage it. Just a brief literature review. There have been a lot of studies on the youth at the international level on different countries. Not many in India. Even those which have been done have all shown low financial literacy levels. Coming to area studies, there have been a couple of studies for India, indeed, but there have not been a lot as compared to other countries. In India, those that focus on Northeast are only focusing on specific districts. So the RBI also conducted a study for 4 districts in Mizoram. So either the studies that have been conducted have had either too narrow a focus or too broad a focus, right? And none have been specifically for youth in Northeast. One of the biggest lacuna that I found, which I want to answer from my paper, is that all of the studies conducted on financial literacy have been from a quantitative point of view. So they've all associated financial literacy with demographic factors like age, gender, education, place of residence, so on and so forth, just to give just to express that people from this gender has this much financial literacy, from this educational background have this much. None of the studies have gone into a qualitative analysis into what factors are affecting these financial literacy levels, which is what I intend to do, which is also what I've intended to do from the questions I've asked in my questionnaire. Methodology, I've conducted a primary data collection through a Google form, and apart from the information about my methodology here, I asked three different types of questions in my questionnaire, right? Among three different headings. One was financial attitudes, one was financial behavior, and the third was financial influence. Financial attitudes and financial behaviors were important to gauge how the youth think. I had another aim, that is to know what are the factors that influence them, so that at the end, when I'm recommending strategies to increase financial literacy, we know what sources we can use to get through to them, because those are the factors that are influencing them the most. I'd also like to talk about my limitations. I began this study only a couple of weeks before the current political violence in Manipur, which is why I was not able to reach out to a lot of people, and my sample size remains a bit limited. However, because of this limitation, I am refraining from conducting a demographic quantitative analysis, ones that have been conducted by previous studies. I was also going to do it. I still believe that my study is extremely important, because with this sample that I have continued to do a qualitative analysis of the answers that have been given. Now, I asked a total of around 67 questions, compulsory objective-based questions, and a couple of optional subjective questions, from which I've analyzed 7 main themes. Beginning with the first one, attitudes about saving, investment, and maintaining records. Majority believe that yes, it's important to save, it's important to invest, maintain records. However, when it actually came to implementing that action of maintaining records, 52.9% said that they actually, a very few percentage of the respondents actually maintain detailed records. They believe in doing so, but they don't actually do it. And a similar theme, that is of whether they believe in increasing one's financial knowledge. Yes, they do believe it is important and they want to increase their knowledge. However, only 4.9% made the actual effort of keeping themselves updated with financial news. So this shows that they understand the importance, they want to do it, but that last mile connect and reach between wanting to do something and that action and reaching out to them is what is missing. This is just a graphical representation of the previous slide. Next, coming to two important themes. One is comfort with financial mechanism. So imagine if we don't understand financial jargon, we don't understand terms like SIPs, or we don't understand terms like, even simple terms like return on investment. Do you really think somebody will be motivated to actually implement financial literacy or management actions? They would not, which is what is proven from my study. I asked questions about whether they feel afraid from jargon or whether they feel comfortable with financial mechanisms, and most of them replied that they do get afraid of it. There's some hesitation there, right? Next, moving on to again, as I said, I've talked about financial influence, and I've understood, they've replied that they mostly get influenced by their parents, friends, and they talk about it once in a month. Here I want to just focus on the importance of workplace or internships as a place of socialization for increasing financial literacy. I asked this question, and most of the respondents don't even talk about their financial financial literacy levels at their workplace. The idea is not to actually discuss your finances. The idea is a workplace is a place where you get your money, right? That's where young people who've just entered the market are getting money for the first time in their lives. It is that place that I want to recommend. We should have some scheme or some manual that is distributed along with their orientation or when they get their first salary, that has just broad awareness about the various things they can do with that money. Last theme, we come to technology. So this theme is something that produced slightly mixed response. While most of them do use online apps and technological mechanisms to make payments and so on and so forth, they claim that they don't really get influenced by social media. So there's only a slight majority that gets influenced over those who do not get influenced, right? quickly summing up my presentation, coming to like conclusion and way forward. The idea for this study was to be able to determine what factors affect them and what are the sources through which we can reach out to the youth to help increase their financial literacy levels, right? So I believe that apart from like interventions, from an academic point of view, there is a need for more qualitative analysis of financial literacy beyond at the attempt that I've done here. There's also a need to mix qualitative and quantitative analysis of financial literacy together. What I've done is qualitative, mixing it with demographic factors would further produce more rich results. Then coming to how we can use it in the real world, right? What we can do with my study. We can use this information to create targeted interventions to promote financial literacy. So for example, if we even building on my results about technology and social media, there's a slight majority of those who do get affected by social media. The government could reach out to social media influencers to promote financial literacy programs or to promote mechanisms through which people can invest or know about these things. These are just a few things. And at the very end, I also asked a question about whether they know about any government programs in their state, right? This was a completely shocking result because only 2 people out of 102 people knew about the RBI's Financial Literacy Week celebrations. These celebrations have been going on since at least 4 or 5 years, and only 2 people out of 102 people knew about it. And that is exactly the need for my study today. We need to increase awareness. We need to go beyond simply knowing what their financial literacy levels is. The need of the hour is to take the steps towards increasing it, towards reaching out to the youth. Thank you.
Very cogently presented and very well articulated, so thank you very much. What you're talking about is very important. The region you're talking about, even more important. So I think the fact that you picked up this topic and you picked up a region which is not necessarily researched that much, especially in North India, I think it's very laudable. When we use Google Forms, we bring in a bias immediately, It has to be people who at the very least, own a smartphone. So to use youth of Northeast as a broad term, I think you need to be a little careful. The other thing is, I would be very interested in this study to look at the gender differences. So quantitative studies are important and they do reveal a lot. It's not, we are living in an age of mixed methods. So both qualitative and quantitative studies would be very unrequired. So, what's happening across genders would be very interesting, especially Northeast because it's supposed to be more matriarchal. So, does it make a difference would be an interesting thing to look at. A third would be about digital literacy. Does digital literacy impact financial literacy? So, you could correlate, and that's where technology comes in, skilling comes in, and you can look at that correlation, and it would just enrich, your findings, and you would have maybe come up with amazing recommendations, but great effort.
Thank you, Nandini. It was a refreshing change. Thank you very much. Perhaps these are the platforms where we learn how to, evolve as a researcher, and I think you've done a good job for that. Fairly important area is what you've chosen, and as ma'am said, you've presented it very articulately also. Couple of pointers for you to think about in case you wish to take this study forward. Ma'am has already alluded to it. When we use broad terms like youth in Northeast, right? Ma'am has already said no population segment is homogeneous. Within homogeneity, we have heterogeneities. So those heterogeneities need to come out. Gender is one, ma'am has already said. Within gender, perhaps age becomes also important, right? smartphone, who is prioritized in getting the smartphone within a family also. By way of using the Google form, remember, I do understand that the literacy levels of Manipur are fairly high than most other states. Nevertheless, access to internet perhaps can be one reason why you have therefore consciously excluded youth who do not have access to internet, right? Although smartphone, despite that, smartphone ownership, if you really look at the data, again, quantitative, you will know that it isn't very high. It's still pegged at somewhere close to 53% or something, if I recall my data correctly, right? So that's completely, but then these are points you can probably think about it. The other point, again drawing from what ma'am has already said, what is the social composition of this sample that you've studied, right? Because as researchers, and with the problem having arisen in Manipur, there would have been certain biases that would have filtered in. So if you want to take it further, you'll have to make sure how do you minimize those biases, right? So visiting a place could be one, like you said, but you said final year student of what? Is this master's dissertation? Okay. Undergrad, wonderful. I mean, considering that you are learning, please continue to learn at this pace and mode. So, so something of that sort. Last point, but I think as a young girl, you'll relate to it very well. When you say social media influencer, and you've quoted YouTube, etc., etc., how about the WhatsApp groups that most of us are connected with? Especially in context of financial literacy, financial access, inclusion, etc., etc. I have a group, my friend tells me, I have invested in SIP, why don't you do it? So while Facebook is there, YouTube is there, I can get those talks over there to learn about financial instruments, etc., etc. But like you said yourself, that these are the jargons, I am petrified out of it, right? So I wouldn't even bother to learn. But if my friend tells me, I will. And therefore, when you're looking up your social media influencers, I think WhatsApp groups will need to be brought on board. How you will do it, you'll probably have to go back to the instrument that you've used. But please, I hope you've given the due credit to the instrument. You said you've adapted from the, yeah, so please do that. So yes, keep it up. And your N value is 102, you said, right? Okay. Mixed method is, that's okay. Because when you're using percentages, the value should be more than 100. So at least 100, that's where you would want to peg it up. So that's a fairly good job that you've done, Nandini, and we really wish that you complete this work and publish it too. Thank you.
Very well done, Nandini, I would say. As both of them have said, that is my larger observation. And the last one that I would like to point out is from your work, what didn't come across as very clear was, I think you've largely used qualitative data, as you said, but the questions, the way they were drafting, they could be easily drafted as quantitative ones. They are not coming out per se as qualitative ones. So be very clear in when you are using these terms, because the way the questions are formulated, they can easily be done using quantitative data. When you're talking about qualitative data, the methods, the research instruments, and the questionnaire would be very, very different. And the analysis is much, much tougher than you can, than the one that you can get across through a Google form. It's not a possibility. Until and unless you visit them, you talk to them, there's a focus group discussion happening, you won't get to the finer nuances of it, So that's my only suggestion, but for this stage, brilliant.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, if I just may, thank you so much for all of your suggestions. However, I would just like to disagree with ma'am, Professor Acharya, on the WhatsApp point. Ma'am, I sincerely believe that is not a good medium. WhatsApp is not verified. The government can promote its schemes on social media like Instagram and YouTube through verified accounts that are backed by the government. The WhatsApp is infamous for having its WhatsApp University, where we can have misinformation flowing more than information about that. I understood it is differently, right? Yes, ma'am.
I
Thank
think
you.
ma'am's point takes from the point when you're talking about YouTube influencers. So if we are using outside influence,
We could have our
we may
informal
as well,
circles.
use our own influencers, in our circle, because money is something we are very touchy about
Yes.
as Indians. So when you've already said, people are listening to their family and friends, that is the first, community that info is coming on. So I do not see, of course, family and friends using YouTube and Facebook to communicate with a family member on
Yes,
that
ma'am.
count. Somebody may be away, so that's why.
To send it. Yes. I'll include that surely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nandini, for this wonderful, wonderful presentation. I'll now request Jan to take over the dais.
Hello, hello. Am I audible? So, afternoon judges, I am Jen Sangwan from Kirodimal College, pursuing BA Political Science Honours right now, second year, going on to the third year. And topic for presentation and research was social adaptations to AI in India, balancing opportunities and challenges. It was a topic which intrigued me a lot because it is something that is happening right now as we speak, and it's unraveling as we know, and things can change within seconds. So, starting on, the objective of this presentation or this paper tries to understand how the advent and burgeoning of AI affects different aspects of society, and how we can scoop up with with certain adaptations from the gray areas of artificial intelligence. The rest of the sections of this presentation would be what are these new tools of AI, a general understanding for the room, opportunities and challenges that it presents, and then we're going to look into new tools affecting the Indian job market, which is really what we are focusing right now, and how upskilling and educational reforms can help us getting through this wave of AI tools. So, introducing it, the recent burgeoning of AI and other technologies have rendered many literacies and skills that humans had for a long time useless. COVID-19 pandemic further accelerated the shift towards an online or a virtual world, prompting technological companies to capitalize on these opportunities presented. Consequently, what do we have here? Individuals find themselves equipped with technologies surpassing their understanding and utilizational capacities, and these powerful applications have changed a lot, especially in the post-pandemic world. The fourth industrial revolution, the age of AI, or the post-human era as people call it, is upon us. And it is important for us to address these societal implications and suggest strategies for its adaptation. So what are these new avenues and what are these new waves of AI? Just to get a hold of it, these current waves of AI, which a lot of scholars have been intrigued about, and some of them going further to say that these are dangerous and can term as dangerous in coming years, and 50% of AI researchers say that there's a 10% chance of AI becoming dangerous or having negative effects on human civilization as well. That is equal to 50% of airplane engineers saying that this plane will crash. There's a 10% chance. So will you get on that plane? So we have to remain cautious in that understanding. So the different types of AI tools which are right now in our understanding are the generative AIs and the LLMs, called the large language models. A simple understanding would be generative AIs is a type of artificial intelligence that can create new text, images, and sounds. Large language models are a type of generative AI that are trained on massive data sets and text and codes. These LLMs can be used to generate text, translate languages, write different kinds of words. They essentially change the way we interact with computers and our smartphones, so as to say. So a formal example of this, well-known, would be ChatGPT itself, DAL-E for creating images, Midjourney for creating videos. So everything you can see can now be synthesized with the help of AI, and this destabilizes our entire foundations of society. First we had images, then we had Photoshop, so we could not trust images. Now we have videos and we have AI, so we cannot trust videos as well. We have deepfakes as well. So this is what I'm talking about. The basic literacies of human societies are in shambles, are shaken right now with these advents of technologies, and thus we need to focus on them. Another was the attention economy, which we had been working with, the Instagram, the posts, which are targeted ads, which are targeted informations according to our perspective or the perspective of person who wants us to think like we did. That was the case in Cambridge Analytica data sets, which were used and then used on Instagram to create codes which can be helped to divert political opinions, so as to say, because of the reach these social media platforms have right now. So getting forward, what is new this time is the access. These are now talked more due to everyone having its access to the internet, and then these tools having the powerful applications which are unimaginable, which I talked about. So these tools with it bring opportunities. Some of it are commonly known. They can work as our assistants. Come on, ChatGPT, give me a letter which I should write to my department head, requesting books, etc. They can help us as an assistant. They can boost human creativity, human, what we can say, productivity 10 times, 100 times. Clerical tasks are not a thing which humans should do right now. We should not be focusing on rote learning, because we are one click away from every knowledge we want. We can know who was the 13th president of Fiji, for example. And this is nothing we should memorize and focus on right now. We have different areas open to us. So these new opportunities, apart from the commonly known, are improved healthcare. AI can be used to develop new diagnostic tools, personalized treatment plans, provide remote patient care, which was used in India using ChatGPT. Personalized learning, education can be used for feedback from students, automate tasks, and grading systems, which will relieve students and professors both. And sustainable development can be, everything we have right now can be done better with the help of AI. That's what people, and that's what researchers are saying, and it's happening right now as we speak. So for India, AI holds a promise as a catalyst for accelerating progress and leapfrog, and helping in leapfrogging traditional hurdles such as poor infrastructure and red taping and bureaucracy. These are some things which these new AI tools can help us hurdle across, and in every sector, so as to think finance, healthcare, law enforcement, transportation, so on. Most importantly, these bring challenges. Challenges are very far reached. We have seen them unfolding in various realms. We can see violence is, entire mob lynchings happening due to fake news, information infoclips, as people speak, like Nina Schnick. So socially, they provide privacy challenges, social cohesion challenges. They can give hatred and whatever stuff. Politically, democracy and elections, so as to say, are in shambles because of the ability of these companies and AIs to use data sets to derive political opinion and then change it as the user wants it, so as to say. Then we have economic inequality. People with digital divide here plays right now. People who do not have these digital technologies with us will be left far behind. And what do we have to do this? We have to these are the challenges which we can see. Job erosion is what we will speak next, and well-being, mental health cases are on the rise, which we all know, and it is a direct example of attention economy, which I spoke of social media earlier. This was the first interaction of humans with AI. These new tools are a recent interaction. So AI and jobs, this is the big question. Will AI take our jobs? Historically, we have seen that throughout history, the emergence of new technologies such as steam engine, internet, spinning mills has sparked speculations about job erosion. Every new technology with it have come with the question, where will our jobs go? What will do if this will be done by the machine? But however, time and again, these innovations have demonstrated that their potential to create new industries, opportunities, demand for skilled laborers, and proving that technological progress can be a catalyst for economic growth. This is backed up by the reports of WEF, World Economic Forum. 87 million more jobs will be created, but the onset, 85 million jobs will be lost. This is what we have to talk about right now, because these new advent of technologies are really different from the machines which we had earlier. A lot of things going deep into human creativity is at stake, which was thought कि इससे ज़्यादा human नहीं हो सकता. Humans can create things, humans can think creatively, and this is now replicated by AI, which is what is dangerous right now. So even as technological related jobs continue to ascend, and as technology is integrated with ever more thoroughly in every industry, the fact remains that technology will not provide jobs for everyone. Even if technological work were available to everyone who is qualified, the advance of robots, advanced machineries, and artificial intelligence suggests that ultimately technology itself will become the best candidate for many jobs. This is many economists, journalists, and thinkers argue that deep learning and machines and the exponential growth in big data and processing power are rendering human mind an economic relic. So going forward with these things, 20 million jobs will be, okay. Balancing creation. So we have to balance this creation and erosion of job. So this can be done by two programs, upskilling and reskilling, and the educational reforms, which I'll be talking in the next slides. We have less time, so I'll be running off right now. Upskilling programs like one provided by IITs and enhanced learning, and another is the AI skill development program by NASSCOM, the National Association of Software Services and Software and Services Companies. Apart from it, we have private ventures of Upgrad, Google India, etc. But we need to grasp the fact that upskilling and reskilling are really narrow in its scope because they tackle only job-related problems. We have problems of wider scope here, and which can be done with a basic, which have to be catered from the base, which I think is education. This is some facts. Education is the way forward because there is an historic role played by education in elevating the majority of people to the next level of economic development. And if the work of tomorrow demands more from us, we must demand more from our education system, particularly at the college level, clearly said by Jay On in his book, Robot Proof. Consequently, an education in the digital age needs to focus on not just on technology and understanding what technology can do, but also what it cannot do, at least for now, perhaps. In other words, a robot-proof education nurtures our unique capabilities as human beings, and a new model of learning should be developed, which I have talked about. There should be new basic literacies, not reading and writing. Digital literacy should now come as a basic literacy. And then we have focusing on increasing human skills, as I talked earlier. Emphasis on critical thinking, which is really what humans can do right now. Humans are left with critical thinking abilities, which rote learning, clerical work can be done by AI. We have to only think on creating more ideas. So, and sending our work to AI, I have this idea, you do this, research, bring back what can we do on this idea. So human productivity can be increased manifolds, and it's just tremendous. A new area of skills become basic, literacy, okay. So customized plans is what I had just concluding in a minute. Customized education plans is something which I wanted to talk at a large scale but cannot. People, as NAP focused, we have to provide people with their customized plans on to what they have to speak, what they have to study, because they know and they have unique capabilities of their own which they can sharpen and become industry experts in their cells. So this was something which our new education model should focus upon. So concluding, the aim of this presentation was to highlight the challenges and potential solutions related to the rapid advancement in technology in general and in emerging into economy like India in particular. It is imperative to strike a balance between job erosion and creation, ensuring the benefits of technology are widespread and inclusive, to be fair. Moreover, we need to foster a society that is AI-proof. Just to clear in myself what AI-proof means, is a society that is capable for itself to navigate to different complexities brought in by AI towards a more prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayant. I think, anything without AI is incomplete these days. So we have to talk about artificial intelligence, ChatGPT-4, especially in this forum where we talk about skilling. One thing I would request you to add is when you talk about challenges, I think it may not be a bad idea to add environment. Because, technology does pose, it helps in the sustainable development, but it also poses its own challenge of energy requirements, building up of servers, etc. So you can probably add that. Somewhere in your slides, you have mentioned that job proofing is the biggest challenge that needs to be addressed because of AI. Yuval Harari talks about what happens when artificial intelligence not just takes over jobs, what happens when they take over human beings. I think that's really the way we need to start thinking, because right now, because we live in this world with this construct where there is an education and a job coming, what happens when both of these, you're already saying that we don't need to study who's the 13th president of Fiji. So we're already, saying we're doing away with this part of education, and then there will be a time when we do away with, the more cerebral part of education, and jobs we're already seeing that there is a threat. So, the whole human existence comes into question, and then I think maybe it's not a bad idea to also think in those terms, but I think it's a good presentation, especially at an undergraduate level, thinking about AI and what are some of the areas it poses immense challenges to. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayant, for your presentation. First thing first, I think your presentation, the PPT was to the hilt. Normally we load the PPTs like a Word doc. So for that, you get full marks. That's how a PPT should be, and I hope you haven't asked GPT chat to make your PPTs.
I tried, but they were asking for money.
Yeah, it wouldn't be able to do it if you do the whole thing. No, but sincerely, that's a very good way to do your PPTs. Just a couple of points for you, Jayant, to think about. Certainly, it's an important area, and it's like AI is sitting on us like something which we can't do without. And when we are using it, we have to be very cautious about it, especially in academics. I'm sure we've all been experiencing as teachers particularly, what is it that you're copying and what is it that the GPT chat is making you do. The point is, which you've already said, that if you're using it as an assistant, that's the way it should be done. It should not become your master, and therefore, your skills become useless. So when you say critical thinking versus, the use of GPT for XYZ purposes, now, when we really want to execute it in the light of skilling, capacity building, young people, etc., etc., how do we draw that connect? You've tried to allude to it. You've said a good number of points also. When we are skilling, and I'm trying to probably throw up a difficult, or an unpleasant question. When we are skilling, access to that environment which enables me to get the skill are not homogeneous, right? So how do we bring that in this skilling proposal or skilling element that we are bringing in this? It's certainly going to be there. We need the skills to happen. But the digital divide, for example, the digital divide which is executed on the basis of age, for example, you know, your generation versus our generation, then there's a notion of difference when it comes to, technology, right? So how do we bridge that? Very simple than that, socioeconomic disparities. How many of us have access to the gadgets where AI can be made use of versus how many of us who do not have, So when you're making these, you fairly neatly put your conclusions there. But, as a researcher, you ought to be going beyond that as you move ahead from your BA to your MA to perhaps PhD, or even when you get into your management. How do we translate these on grounds, right? So while you ensure that GPT, chat, Quitball, etc., Quitbot, is it? What is it?
Quillbot.
Quillbot don't become your masters. How do we get there in terms of ensuring that that doesn't happen? That's the point I wanted to make for you, and that connects with the job proofing that you've talked about. Let ma'am make her observations, and then you can come in.
I have two suggestions. I also like the tone and tenor of your presentation, fairly evocative, but contrary to ma'am, what I would like to add was, I would have loved if you could have added, a little more text and images when you are, describing terms like generative AIs, LLMs, because this is not a tech audience to whom you are talking to. It appears so. So when we are in a policy or a public administration environment, maybe we are not familiar with the terms. To get the hang of it and to associate skilling with it, and not build up a kind of a fear syndrome that we are not able to understand the jargon. Oh my God, what will happen to my job? That should not be the thing which should come immediately out of it. So try and unbuild the, as I can say, the mahal of fear, that comes out of AI. What are the opportunities? And more so for a country like India, where even digital literacy is a very big issue, How many jobs can AI actually take up, We can't just put up an AI machine in a stand and say that sab kuch ho jayega. No, it would definitely require some form of human operator to translate that scheme to that person, And second point would be, do look at rural India in some format. It is not only reskilling and upskilling through NASCOMs or IITs. Very minuscule population can reach that level. What is the interaction between AI, its impact on the rural India at large, where the masses are still living and dwelling? That is an important point you can add. All the best.
So, coming to ma'am. Ma'am, it's quite evident that, okay.
It's okay. That's all right. Please, we can interact otherwise also. Don't worry.
No, if it's...
That's why I said we can interact otherwise.
Yes, it's as you said, it's quite right.
We can talk over the tea. She's already short of time. That's okay.
Thank you, Jayant. We are actually running very short of time, so we'll request the judges to pose only one question to each of the presentations and keep your observations short. So we are done with our offline presentations. We'll start with our online ones. There are 6 of us waiting for us in the Zoom meeting. So we have Anjana coming up next. Is Anjana? Okay, somehow we have lost.
Nandini, can you hear us? Nandini, can you please start your video? Machine. Can you please turn on? Can you please unmute yourself, Nandini? Am I audible? You're muted, Nandini. Now you can speak.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You may start.
Okay.
If you have a presentation, please start sharing your screen. If not, you can directly start presenting.
Is it visible?
You're not sharing your screen yet. Use the share screen option. Yeah. Now it started.
It's visible, right?
Not yet, but you have started screen sharing. It's starting.
It is not. Is it not? Is it not visible?
No. Is your internet connection stable?
Yeah, absolutely. Think.
Should we proceed to the next? Acha, okay, it's visible now. Yeah, you can. Can you put it on full screen? Okay, don't do that. Just move your.
Is it visible?
Yes, you may please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nandini Das, a third year political science student studying at Indraprastha College for Women. So before starting with the actual body, let me draw your attention to this famous art by a famous artist, Jamini Roy. In this picture, we see Ma Durga, Ma Saraswati and Ma Lakshmi with Ganesh being in the front. So as we know, goddess Durga represents Shakti, goddess Lakshmi represents wealth, goddess Saraswati represents knowledge, and Ganesha being in the front represents the Lord of the world, Lord of the people. And this picture pretty well sums up the India's identity and the values it worships. So when this artwork can define a nation, can anyone fathom the power this artwork has? I believe, being an artist myself, this realization has given me the creative power to write a research paper titled Art, Economy and Diplomacy, Skilling a Creative Economy, an Era of Cultural Trade and Relations.
Sorry to interrupt, Nandini. Just so you have the zoom level on your bottom right? It's a 31%. Can you do around like 100%?
This one?
Bottom right, 31%. You see that number? It's a zoom level. Bottom right on a PowerPoint.
I think it's not visible to me.
It's okay. You start.
Just exit the presentation mode. Exit the presentation mode. Go to the normal PowerPoint window. Exit the presentation mode. It isn't moving any slides on one.
Is it not visible?
So you are in a presentation mode. Move back into your PowerPoint has frozen. No, it's a computer issue she has.
Yeah.
Okay, you're back. Yeah, just let it be this way. Yes, yes. You can just go through the different slides on your left font. All right.
So this next comes to the second slide. So as we know, art is a repository of varied experiences an artist can have. India's diversity and culture likewise makes it an artist. However, the value that artists must get have not been given to them. So now it becomes imperative for all the Indians to harness their skill and deploy their talent to the fullest. As you can see at the international scenario of power, creative industries seem to be the next big idea. So here, therefore, I embark upon the path to explore the power of art and artists. Yes, here are my objectives. So I will explain this the approach, that is WEP approach, in next slides. Further, I would highlight the main objective, that is to assess how much the realization of the importance of making and skilling artists has been made on ground, and the gap between this realization and India's diplomatic demands. Now let's look at India's creative economy. The policymakers realized that the world would be led by creative industries by the next few years, which is supported by the current growth rate of 10% in developing countries, which is remarkable, which is projected to contribute 10% to the global GDP. After the emergence of the pandemic, a survey noted that 51.2 million users on LinkedIn work in the sector. Policies at international level, like declaring 2021 as the year of creative economy, Bali agenda, all point to this big idea. Yes. So here I have given three tables. This first two tables are the representatives of the economic situation of artists. But one thing I would like to add here, I would like to draw your attention to the to one noticeable thing, that I have used two terms, visual arts and fine arts. So in various, while going through various literature, but I found that there is no consensus between the categorizations and the definitions of the various sectors of creative arts. So this is something I would mention here. Next, the table 3 contains that India's attitude towards the products of art is not that of a pleasure and a result of intellectual understanding, but rather that of showing how affluent one is. And there lies the difference between India and other countries. And therefore, we export more and not consume. Now let's look at the creative scenario, the creative scenario of art and artists in India. So creative sector in India grows at 5%, which is really impressive, and has become hub of art galleries. The evolution of various art forms in the past makes India a potential hub of diverse choices of art forms and artistic experiences. But as given in the table, as given in this slide, the world spends 8% of the expenditure in Wall's treasure, consisting of fine arts and paintings. India spends 0.02%. In the period between January to September 2017, 183 artworks of Indian contemporary art have been sold in auctions around the world, while 333 artworks were sold in the same period in 2013. Even the emphasis upon research and fine arts has been meager and mostly confined to the documents and agreements signed between the Ministry of Culture and art academies. The biggest evidence comes from the fact that that India's pavilion is missing from Vienna Biennale, a result of failure to paint itself as an art manufacturing hub, but it painted itself as an art itself, as it is being looked by the world. Now, what is my approach to the problem? So I've adopted a very subjective approach. That is, I have looked around the three aspects. That is, first is wealth, then second is education, and third is power. So first I looked at I collected data from various relevant sources looking at economic values of creative industries, especially at art sector, comprising 5 sectors: art and crafts, visual arts, painting, photography, and sculpture. Then I looked at the skilling programs of India at 2 levels: domestic and foreign collaborations. In the power sector, I distributed the investigation into 2 categories: a theoretical domain, that is, how can India impart India's power through soft methods, and empirical domain. I assessed the scenario of creative spaces in which 90% attention has been given to fine arts sector and the agreements and collaborations in organizing events and building infrastructure. Further, I drew upon the artists I know in my circle. I have taken their opinion as well as the opinions of those artists mentioned in the references that I've used in my research. Yes. So now this slide shows my study results after weaving through various documents related to skilling initiatives and schemes available on the websites of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. The Ministry of Culture, the opinions they gathered through questionnaire. First is attention primarily on the courses of art are of technical nature. Second is incorporating fine arts in the general economic framework, absence of any policy. Art has mainly been seen through 2 extreme lenses. First is economic, and at the other extreme is the cultural end. And this has prevented it from being used in other sectors. Then there is a lack of grand database of student artists, their varied degrees of skills, assessment of art teacher skills, lack of imparting of theoretical knowledge in drawing and painting have all contributed to the crummy situation of this sector. Now, let's come to the diplomatic aspect of my research paper. India's diplomatic relations has focused on cultural exchanges, setting up of galleries, artist exchanges, and exhibitions, which have now become the thing of past. Due to absence of any robust policy concerning visual arts or fine arts, has created a domestic vacuum, which has adversely impacted India's diplomatic endeavors for international collaboration in skilling artists. And this is very much visible when we look at the skilling initiatives under IISC. The definition and categorizations of the creative sector has not been done. Absence of special attention to fine arts or visual arts has portrayed India's image as not as a place of fine arts and visual arts, and therefore the opportunity of
Nandini, you have 1 minute to go now.
Oh, okay. And therefore the opportunity of attracting students from other countries to it for education in fine arts is not in propinquity to diplomatic endeavors in the field of education. It has also not harnessed the normative sector, normative domain of this diplomatic endeavors. Like, we can draw inspiration from Thompson's experimental geography and Paglin's thought. Now let's come to the last slide, which is the conclusion. So here comes therefore areas which need to be worked on.
Still living and dwelling.
So clearly, so here are few points to clearly define and categorize creative sectors and make a policy. Economy has to be differently related to the subsector. Need to create a database of current artists and potential students. Educational institutions can play a very great role in keeping records. Then we need to go beyond the concept of art as cultural product. Then
yes, it's as you said, it's quite right.
Nandini, your time is up.
Yeah, just one point is left.
Yeah, but time is up.
1 point is left, which is very important. I should mention it. It is
we are actually running very short of time.
it's one point, just simply
pose only one question to each of the presentations and keep your observations short. So we are done with our offline presentation.
Stop you disturbing.
There are 6 of us looking for a meeting.
Is your background noisy? हमारा yeah.
Speaking,
That is getting captured. Yeah, go ahead, please. You already. Okay. So we can click on that. We can also want to
yeah. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear us? Okay. So, Nandini, I do commend you for connecting art and culture, which is not often, brought up in discussions on scaling. So I think it's a very good effort. So congratulations on that. But going by the overall, tenor of the conference, I think it would have helped if you had brought up AI and what it is doing to art. I'm sure you know that in Colorado, this painting, this digital painting, won the first prize. And no one could guess that it was created by, AI. So I think it brings up new, challenges, but also new opportunities in the art and culture space. So maybe you could, probe it further in your research.
Nandini, just to add on to what ma'am has just said. Hello, can you hear me, Nandini?
If you have a presentation,
Nandini, Nandini, can you hear me?
Can you hear?
Hello. Okay. I just wanted to add to what ma'am said. When you're talking about art, art has many different forms. Fine art is what you've been talking about, but there are performing arts. Then you can disaggregate as classical art forms versus fine arts, etc., etc. So when you were talking about art, and if you're clubbing all of these together, I think as a researcher, you might want to take a call on that because each one of them has a different nurturing background and different outcomes also, right? So a folk artist versus a fine art person will have different backdrops and different outcomes. Just wanted to make that point for you.
With us.
Thank you.
Now we have our next presenter, Anjana Shukla. She will be
Anjana Shukla. She will be speaking on investments on new capital, giving India in 20%. Okay, don't do that. Just do your. Where is it capturing this from?
Live.
AI.
Some live is playing on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Anjana Shukla. I'm pursuing bachelor's in political science from Kalindi College, Delhi University. And today I would like to present a paper on human capital investment, skilling India in 21st century. This paper aims to study, reveal, and understand one of the most important production factor considered by some as being labor, understood nowadays as human capital. It is important to reveal and to demonstrate that the investment into human capital will have results with a very high
Anjana,
rate.
can you pause for a second? Can you pause for a second? Yeah. can we start? So, Angela, can you increase your volume? Maybe you can increase the volume of your speaker.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Am I audible now?
I see. It seems like you're too far. You're too far away from your phone, right? You're using a phone.
Yeah.
So
Am I
the
audible
phone
now?
mic is unable to catch your voice. I mean, it's okay, but we can be if you can be closer, it'd be better. And you don't have a presentation, right? You don't have a PPT.
No, I don't have.
Okay, so just stay close to the camera, the phone. It should be fine.
Is it fine now?
Yeah. Better.
Is it fine
Better.
now?
Please restart. Yes, yes.
Yes, sure. This paper aims to study, reveal, and understand one of the most important production factor considered by some being labor, understood nowadays as human capital. It is important to reveal and to demonstrate that the investment into human capital will have results with a very high return on investment, maybe not so seen in the first years to come just after investment, but for sure as a big result and a cause for economic development. Investing in people through nutrition, healthcare, quality education, jobs and skill help develop human capital. And this is the key to ending extreme poverty and creating more inclusive societies. This paper highlights the various government initiatives towards skill development. The aim of this study is to provide a detailed overview on and theoretical research investigating the role of human capital to develop an economy by expanding the knowledge, skills of its people. This paper is based on conceptual studies and secondary data source. Humans as a resource allude to individuals who are important to the labor force. Population becomes human capital when there is investment in the form of education, training, and healthcare. Human capital refers to the stock of skills and expertise of as early as 1776. Adam Smith identified the abilities of individuals as a source of economic progress for the country, termed as human capital. Human capital treats human beings as a means to an end, the end being the increase in productivity. The concept recognizes that not all labor is equal, but employers can improve the quality of that capital by investing in employees. Humans are the most important asset any business can have, and the widening skill gap is hampering economies, companies, and individuals in ways we can't imagine. Here, I would like to give a brief introduction about the human capital theory, first put forth by Adam Smith, which contains that each worker possesses a set of abilities, skills that can be enhanced through training and education. The theoretical framework most responsible for the wholesome adoption of education and development policy has come to be known as human capital theory. Theory assumes that investment in education is necessary to acquire skills and training, which in turn will increase human capital. It explained that people who invested in their skills and education will live in a better economic conditions and earn more. We need investment in human capital to produce more human capital out of human resources. To reap the demographic dividend, the government is committed to improve the outcomes in education and skilling and to provide affordable healthcare to all. The importance of investment in enriching human capital is immense and long lasting, as the global market has been undergoing a transformation over the past several years with major shifts in focus from degrees to skill. Degrees continue to be important, but skills are increasingly taking center in hiring process. Skill development, a tool for human capital formation. Skill development plays a very important role in human productivity, employability, and efficiency. Today, there is a requirement of skilled workforce in all economies for the advancement and for attainment of higher level of economic growth and resultant development. Today, India is the most youthful country on the planet with over 62% of its populace in the working age and over 54% of its all-out populace under 25 years old. However, as technology evolves and gets adopted across industry, the skill gap has been on the rise. Adding to this, we have also seen that the traditional education system in India has not helped prepare first-time job seekers for the industry requirements, skill development on a large utmost importance to enjoy the fruits of demographic dividend. The vision of Make in India has given major incentives to skill development. Government of India has raised the skill ecosystem in close partnership with the private sector international agencies like World Bank, OECD, ILO, and EU, among others. The countries has taken up the task of skill development in a serious manner during the last decade or so. Our Honorable Prime Minister has given impetus to growth with several innovative initiatives such as Make in India, Digital India, 100 Smart Cities, and Skill India. The Make in India was launched globally on September 2014 as a part of India's renewed focus on manufacturing. It is about making Indian companies excel in globalized workshop. The primary objective is to invest from across the globe and strengthen India's manufacturing sector. It has the potential to change the entire manufacturing and employment sector. More and more skilled labor will have to be integrated into the system. It was one of the first vocal for local initiative that exposed India's manufacturing domain to the world. The major focus is to make India a self-dependent and a self-reliant country and give Indian economy global recognition. The major focus areas heavy industry, enterprises generate employment and proper utilization of human resources. National Education Policy 2020. The introduction of the National Education Policy 2020 has provided an upside for the Indian education system. The NEP aims to create an education system that is more in tune with today's dynamic and changing world. It has aimed to shift the focus away from rote learning and towards a system where children learn how to learn. The need for multidisciplinary, experiential, holistic, flexible, outcome-driven, and integrated learning has also been highlighted. The World Economic Forum report states that India is expected to face a significant skill churn in the coming years with artificial intelligence, big data, data analytics, and cyber security becoming the core skills of the future. Additional soft skills such as analytical thinking, leadership, crisis management, and teamwork are also expected to be in great demand going forward. In this context, upskilling and cross-skilling of employees become extremely important. I would like to discuss various initiatives for skill development.
Anjana, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, the flagship scheme, was launched in 2015 to provide short-term training skilling through it. And under the apprenticeship scheme, the objective of the skill certification scheme is to enable a large number of youth to take up industry-relevant skill training that will help them in securing a better livelihood. Since 2015, the government has trained over 10 million youth under the scheme. The initiative from several ministries, nearly 40 skill development programs are implemented by 20 central ministry departments. The Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship contributes about 50% of the skilling achieved. Initiatives by all ministries have resulted in nearly 4 crore people being trained through various traditional skill programs in 2015. The Digital India Internship Scheme, it is launched by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Through this internship scheme, students will be provided internship so that they can get practical exposure before stepping into the corporate world. This internship is offered in various sectors so that the students can gain knowledge and experience in various sectors. There are numerous schemes implemented by the government. However, India faces persistent challenges of unemployment and underemployment, which call for urgent attention. By 2026, the country will require around 30 million professionals with digital skills, and approximately 50% of current workforce will need to reskill themselves in emerging technologies. The challenge lies not only in a huge quantitative expansion of facilities for skill training, but also in raising their quality. Then only India can become the global sourcing hub for skilled employees. At the end, I would like to quote a quotation given by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. The more
your time is up. Can you wrap up in 15 seconds, please?
Sure. The more we give importance to skill development, the more competent will be our youth. Implies that as the Indian youth is the future of our country, so they should be skilled enough to create a future. All in all, skill development is an essential part of the Indian youth education and growth. It is thus important that we continue to encourage skill development among our youth so that they can reach their full potential and help create a brighter future for themselves and India alike. Thank you.
Hi, Anjana.
Yes,
Fairly interesting paper that you picked up. I just want you to think about it, right? Investment of skilling, which is much needed. On the other side of this investment, what's also important is that who will be able to access these skilling programs, wherein you said investment in education, nutrition, etc. And I'm assuming that state has to invest over there, or make machineries which are with consonance with state. But what happens to the environment through which the youth can access that investment or reap the benefits of that investment is something you have to take a call on. And also, how many skilling, what is the quantitative analysis, if at all, of the skilling programs that we have as of now? And that connects your work very well then if you bring that in on board. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, I just want to make this point.
Thank you so much, Anjana. We'll now have Amrit presenting to us again online.
Abhijit, are you there? Yeah, do you have a presentation with you? You are also on mute. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Can I start, ma'am?
Yes.
Very good evening to all. I am Abhijit Bharatwaj GS. I am pursuing my PhD in Public Policy from Jain University, Bengaluru. I thank the Center for Public Policy and Governance for providing me this opportunity. Today, I would be presenting synopsis of my thesis titled Governance of Skill Development in India, a study of selected NGOs and entrepreneurs. To begin with, the background, skilled manpower is crucial for the success of any economy, and a major factor observed in developed countries is the higher population of skilled manpower. For India to especially to ensure that this demographic dividend does not become a liability. The Government of India hence revamped the policy focus by launching a for the success of making India a manufacturing hub, which the Make in India envisions. Industry 4.0 is fast approaching, and facilitating a smooth transition also requires policy focus on skilling. While skill is not completely an alien concept concerning the policy spectrum of the country, post-2015, the policy focus shifted not only on training programs and apprenticeship, but also on organizational revamp. The focus was given on filling the immediate demand with short-term training with the flagship PMKVY courses. The policy also has an entrepreneurial angle added to it, encouraging the PMKVY trainees with Mudra This chart represents the various actors in skill ecosystem with regards to union government, the industry, other partners, and the state government of Karnataka. Now, let me present the statement of problem. Policy emphasize and budgetary allocation made by central government, Skill India is appearing to be far from reaching its target set to reach by 2023. As skilling requires micro-level execution, entrepreneurs and NGOs play a crucial role in capacity building in roles of training partners, training centers, and assessing agencies. Studies have attributed the poor performance of the scheme to the fact that these training partners are not being remunerated and compensated. To become sustainable, it is required for scaling up operation, which requires investment, which further requires being well remunerated. Valuable tripartite collaboration between NGOs, entrepreneurs, and government to make it more effective and efficient. Based on literature of the challenges on Skill India has been categorized into three categories, namely demand side, supply side, and governance and institutional challenges. The review of literature has been carried on thematically, and to have a strong theoretical foundation for the proposed research, thematic and conceptual review and also empirical review has
disconnected or frozen screen. He's back. He's back, but frozen still. Yeah.
His signal is really weak.
Yeah. It's in Bangalore, is it? Maybe he doesn't do the screen share. Do you have his PPT?
You're on mute, Abhijit.
It's muted. Yeah.
The review on political economy approach focuses on interrelationship among individual, governments, and public policy. Hence, this theme would guide to assimilate insight into the relationship between VET, the labor market, the government, and other stakeholders. The review on institutional approach, which emphasizes the political institutions and political environment to explain decisions made by the ruling party, which provides crucial insight into the policy foundation of Skill India and also to understand the political institutions and political environment impacting it. The review on management theory. Luther Gulick provided a framework bringing scientific management to government by coining postdoc. Further, the Minobrook 1 and 2 conference further gave rise first to NPA and further to NPM with an aim to guarantee the quality of service to citizens and facilitate collaboration. And Skill India runs on collaboration. The review on organization theory assists to understand how organizations in Skill India function and how environment in which it operates affects their functioning. Modern theory, for instance, advocates use of technology, and Skill India has been a technology-driven policy. Public policy theory approaches and models. Under this theme, literature regarding sociological policy theory, domestic regime theory, Sage's heuristic model, and multiple streamwork framework and punctuated equilibrium model has been reviewed, which is essential to anchor this research into the reality of public policy. In approach, literature enables the universal approach governments follow required for the success of this collaboration. Under empirical reviews, literature to contextualize. Okay, these are the emphasizing the importance of Skill India mission. Also suggests the importance of players such as NGOs, entrepreneurs in the mission. Along with narrating, which may have entrepreneurship in India. The need to see in the ways in which entrepreneurs
I think your internet is unstable, Mr. Abhijit. Maybe you can switch off your video.
What are the key? Yes.
Just you switch off your video.
Since Abhijit has some technical glitches, we'll get connected to again. But for the time being, we are looking forward.
The research questions, and the research is generally based on the following objectives: to trace the institutional and ecosystem.
Hi, Kiranjot. Do you have a PPT to present? You are muted.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, please start.
Good afternoon, teachers. I am Kiranjot from Department of Public Administration, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. So my topic is investment on human capital, skilling India in 21st century. For this study, the objective of my study is to see if government is taking any initiatives for skilling its human capital, the benefits and the changes in terms of employment. For this, for this study, the research design is of descriptive type, which describes various policy initiatives of the government. And for this, I have taken references from secondary data and information sources through relevant sources. So, with defining human capital. Human capital is the amalgamation of attributes possessed by employees. It can broadly be defined as stock of knowledge, skills, and other personal characteristics. So, I think, in my opinion, human capital is the only key to satisfy the desire of employers, in the sense that employees would get a trained work, employees would get better income resources, and employers would get a trained workforce. For this respect, there were many reports which highlighted the need of investment in human capital. The International Labour Organization's report projected that India would face a labor shortage of 29 million people, and UNICEF in its report in 2019 stated that at least 47% of Indian youth are not on pace to have necessary education and skills for a job by 2030. And UNESCO in its State of Education report on India stated that there is a great so important as India has most youth population. So these initiatives are necessary. So some of the initiatives are taken by departments. Various initiatives are taken in field of education. So Skill India is one of the initiatives launched in 2015 to make India self-reliant and develop its industrial and entrepreneurial skills. It provides technical and financial assistance to individuals to set up their own micro, small, medium enterprises. Then comes Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. This This scheme was launched in 2015 and caters to the needs of the people in age group of 15 to 29 years for certification and skilling. It runs in two modules. First is short-term training module for school and college dropouts and also unemployed people. And then is the recognition of prior learning uh, module. In this module, the people already in the market get a chance to test their knowledge and skills and also get a certificate. So Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana is in its fourth phase currently, as proposed in budget of 2023-24. Its objective is to train youth in coding, drone, soft skills, mechatronics in the coming next 3 years. Then comes Pradhan Mantri Yuva Udmikta Vikas Abhiyan for training and entrepreneurship education, and it runs in 10 states and 2 UTs. National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is for skilling workforce at equal pace as that of the development of industry. So now there are various educational initiatives as well. First being National Policy of 2020. In this policy, it is proposed that vocational education for students should be started from 6th standard, and it also urges them to undergo training and internships. It also proposes that 50% of its students should be provided with vocational education. Then comes Swayam portal, whereby students can take various courses in 8 languages and also get certificates. And then comes India International Skill Centers. As proposed in budget of 2023-24, 30 such skill centers are proposed to be open throughout the country. These centers would prepare students with skills required in the international market. So for this purpose, India has partnered with Japan, UAE, and Middle East countries. Indian Institute of Skills, in collaboration with Tata Indian Institute of Skills, would train students in highly specialized courses like highly specialized areas like defense, aerospace, gas, and oil. Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship Guwahati is an autonomous institution to train, provide consultancy, and research in small and micro enterprises. So next comes various portals. So first portal being Bharat Skill platform. This is a platform whereby both trainers and trainees can take access to the repository for study material, question banks, videos, notes, and other material. And then comes e-skill platform, whereby the people falling in age group of 18 to 35 years can take knowledge and from both Indian as well as global institutions and also receive certificates. So now comes Sankalp and Strive scheme. Sankalp scheme is provided assistance from World Bank of $500 million to improve quality and quantity of short-term training.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. And Stripe scheme is a collaborative effort whereby businesses and industries would provide industrial ITIs to incentivize their overall performance. And now comes some benefits of investing in human capital. By investing in human capital, we can train youth of deliberately of the skills that are required in the industries, and they can be deliberately hired from campus placement, skill centers, and Rozgar Melas. By investing in human capital, people also get opportunity of advancement as they become master of their skills. It also improves problem-solving approach, decreases employee cost that is incurred on recruitment and other processes, and it also leads to improved retention rate. So now we come to the findings. By the Human Capital Index prepared by World Bank has shown improvement in score, but not in terms of its rank. And Human Development Index prepared by United Nations Development Program also showed where India also showed improvement in its value, but not in rank. This could be due to COVID outbreak and all such reasons whereby people could not get the required opportunities. And as a result of investment, now we have 37 sector skill councils, 33 national institutes, 30 international skills training institutes, about 15,000 industrial training institutes, and
your time is up. Can you quickly wrap up?
Yes, yes. As a result, now the budgetary allocations and the budgetary allocation is increasing with every significant year. This year's allocation stands at 3,517 crores, and Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship's vision of 2025 also creates a healthy and highly skilled ecosystem whereby employees, enterprises, and economy are in focus. The Center for Monitoring Indian Economy reported that there is a significant decrease in unemployment rate to 39.5% in 2023, and periodic labor force report states that there is decrease in unemployment rate to 4.2% in 2021. These are all the outcomes of investment in human capital. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation, Kiranjot. Few things. You have talked about skilling and you've listed, a whole lot of schemes that the government has come up with. But, I've listed them. You have not explained what is missing, doing or what is different from what was being done earlier. You could have done an analysis, and that makes it a research paper. Okay. The other thing I think is that, you have talked about findings which are not correlated with what you presented before. So your findings are on HDI, on unemployment, but your presentation is on skill development. So, but how do you jump to that conclusion, to those findings? Not very clear. Lastly, do you have data which supports that there is a decrease in unemployment and the decrease is because of skilling? I don't think so we can conclude it that easily. I mean, there needs to be a lot more studies, economic, conclusions. So, think more how you want to do your study and perhaps add a lot more rigor into your methodology and also your findings. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiranjot. We will now have presentation from Om, Kush, and Kushi presenting to us on catalyzing innovations through the startup ecosystem.
Hi, do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, we do have.
Can you share your screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Wait.
Just a sec.
You can start presenting, Kushi.
Yes, ma'am. Wait.
Been shared.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, you're visible and audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hmm.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. Myself Khushi Bhadra from K.A. Shroff College of Arts and Commerce. Am I audible?
Yes, please continue.
Yeah. My content and discussion is about a study on the role of the government in boosting innovation through the startup ecosystem. India is a developing country. Just a second. India is a developing country. Large population implies a large perspective of market in India. It encourages and promotes the self-employment environment, creates the startup ecosystem in India. What is startup? A startup is a young, dynamic, built on the technology and the innovation, wherein the founders attempt to capitalize on developing a product or a service which they believe there is a demand. And simply, a startup is a new established business or a company in the first stage of its operation. The Startup India initiative is the largest government scheme for the startups, over 84,000 business since 2016. I would first like to bring up the evolution of the startups in the last decade and how it has led and rapid economic development through the digital transformation and the innovation. Since then, in August 2019, startup in India raised 1.4 billion across 50 deals. In 2021, the government announced the launch of Azadi Ka Amrit Kaal to celebrate the next 25 years to complete the India's 100 years of the independence. PM Narendra Modi listed down the economic agenda for achieving the knowledge-based economy with the strong public finance will focus on the three priorities. Our research objective aligns with the priority of the government for Amrit Kaal to examine the steps taken to the government to stimulate innovation through the startup ecosystem, the steps that contributes to strengthening the economic stability in the India. Next objective, to analyze the certain scheme proposed by the government to promote innovation in the startup and impacts by the entrepreneurs and the businessmen. I would like to call Kush for the next slides.
Yeah. Hello everybody, this is Kush from K.A. Shroff College under University of Mumbai. We're going to take the presentation from here, and I would like to talk about the current state of Indian
Can
startup.
you be a bit louder, Umesh?
Louder.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, so now I'll be talking about the current state of Indian startup ecosystem. Currently, India is in a developed phase when it comes to startup ecosystems. Based on previous years,
14,000 recognized startups were created in 2022 alone. And from previous year data, it is seen that 10% of all startups survive the first year of business operations. And the Indian startup ecosystem consists of many, many factors, and government plays a role from the investors, incubators, and education institutions point of view. This is where the government comes in, and any financial support, any strategic support the government provides under these factors. For our research, our data collection.
You have 2 minutes left.
What?
You have 2 minutes left to present.
Oh, okay. So most of our respondents were undergraduate, with 95% of them being undergraduate, and 28% of them had a specialization in accounting, 38% had in financial markets, and 38% in management specialization. So most of the people out of our respondents were interested in being an entrepreneur. They had a management background. And from the first observation of our objective of finding out the awareness of these various schemes in young entrepreneurs was that the awareness is very low among the people who are interested in starting a business. And there's very low awareness about these schemes, and almost 50% of them Okay, so I'm skipping this part because I don't have much time now. Conclusion, the government plays a significant role in providing financial and strategic support. Yet the awareness of these schemes is very poor among young people because the presence of these schemes is online and not physical. From the research, it could be determined that the various schemes among you aren't known to maximum respondents, and the government need to create awareness for these schemes designed specifically for sector-specific phases of the society.
Moving to the suggestion part, these are our personal suggestions which can help in growing the ecosystem of the startup. A robust system to track the startup performance metrics. As far performance are considered, we only prefer to know the price earning ratio, balance sheet, or economy. How we can expect the startup to get a positive, good balance sheet, a profitable business, or so for that. Higher education institute fails to inculcate the interest in the entrepreneurship among the student, and hence they should communicate about the supportive schemes that the government offers. Increasing my third point is ecosystem of startup for unorganized sector. There should also be some government offers
Your time is up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Khushi and team, thank you for the presentation. It's an interesting topic. What you perhaps needed to do most was to time your presentation. I think the real, material that you wanted to perhaps present and which perhaps would have made it a great presentation came at the very end. And so you could not, do justice to your study. Another thing to remember in any research is that your research objective, your literature review, your data, your findings, and your suggestions all have to, complement each other. You can't give suggestions which are not based on findings, and you can't have findings which are not based on your results. You can't have results which are not part of your data, gathering. So everything connects. There's a domino effect here. So you need to kind of, think through it. But, most important, I think the interesting stuff came at the end and you were out of time. So better luck next time, but good effort.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Khushi and team. We'll move forward to the last presentation of this session, which is by Ms. Neha on new workforce models.
Neha, can you hear us?
Yes, you're audible. Please start. Oh, sorry.
Neha, are you there?
If you had any questions for Abhijit, please address them as well.
Won't he come back? Abhijit won't be given further time. We could yeah, because we couldn't hear his presentations.
Neha, can you unmute yourself? Can you please adjust your camera as well?
Can't hear.
Do you have a presentation?
If I have a PPT, but I'm requesting you to let me turn off my camera because due to power disruption in the state of Karnataka, I'm presenting from my phone.
Yeah, sure. You can turn off your camera and start
Okay.
sharing your screen.
Okay, thank you.
We've lost you.
Not presenting.
I think your power shortage is hindering your PPT also. We can't see anything, we can't hear you.
Am I at least audible?
Yes, we can hear her.
We can hear you.
I'm still trying, ma'am. Sorry.
You can see our work.
Uh, is there an option of sending the PPT to the concerned person? So, because I'm finding it impossible to present it from my device.
You can just present your PPT in the sense that you send it us later. You can just talk right now.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. And I'm extremely sorry for all the mess that happened because of the power disruption. And I'm hoping that though I don't have a PPT, like I'm finding it difficult to present the PPT and turn on my camera. You all will be very attentive. And my title of the paper is An Empirical Analysis of Reforming Civil Services Towards a Changing Dynamics of Work Culture in Amrit Kaal. Basically, the contemporary evolution of civil services in India is characterized by a number of trends, including the use of technology. And the use of technology is getting revolutionized, and it is in fact revolutionizing the way that civil servants work through e-governance initiatives, which are making it easier for citizens to interact with the government, and big data analytics being used to improve decision-making process. And in recent years, there has been a growing demand for greater transparency and accountability in the civil services. This is being driven by a number of factors, including the rise of social media and the increasing awareness of about corruption among the people. The civil service in India is still overwhelmingly male and upper caste dominated, and there is a growing need to make the civil services more diverse and inclusive in order to reflect the diversity of the Indian population. The civil services in India is facing a number of challenges as well, including the growing population, the increasing complexity of government, and the rising expectations of citizens. So, in this context, I've conducted a descriptive analysis of the data collected from the existing literature, that is secondary sources, to analyze how the changing dynamics of work culture is posing greater challenges to the Indian civil services and how we can get through all these challenges. So the basic objectives of this study are: first one, to understand the changing dynamics of work culture in Amrit Kaal with special reference to the Indian civil services, and to identify the challenges posed by these changing dynamics on Indian civil services, and to suggest the ways in which these challenges can be overcome. The methodology used is basically this is a descriptive study, and the data is based on secondary sources, and data is collected through an extensive review of all available literature, including grey literature. And data is analyzed using thematic analysis. I am skipping the literature review part because of the inconvenience of time and the technical problem that I cannot present the PPT. So I'm moving on to the major observations that we have made based on the literature that we have analyzed. So first category will be major observations and challenges for civil services in Amrit Kaal. So when we are in Amrit Kaal also means that we are sitting in the post-pandemic period, and the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the shift to remote work. So the first observation, the first change in the way we look at civil services, and the first the dynamic event that has happened in the recent time is the rise of remote work, or like we say, work from home or work from anywhere. We can work from home, work from anywhere that we choose to, because this is an era of remote work. And this trend is likely to continue as well. Though the pandemic has catalyzed the emergence of remote work, this trend is definitely going to continue. And remote work offers a number of benefits, including increased flexibility and productivity. However, it also poses some challenges, such as the need for strong communication and collaboration tools. And there is a growing awareness of the importance of diversity and inclusion in the workplace. This is being driven by a number of factors, including the changing demographics of the workforce and the rising demand for social justice. Employees are increasingly demanding workplaces that prioritize their well being. This includes providing flexible work arrangements, opportunities for professional development, and a healthy work life balance. And the other aspects of this remote work is that the technology is changing the way we work in a number of ways. For example, we are using technology to collaborate more effectively, to access information more quickly, and to automate tasks. The nature of work is changing as we move towards a more knowledge-based economy. This means that we are increasingly working on projects that require creativity, problem solving, and collaboration. These are just some of the changing dynamics of work culture that the post-pandemic period has witnessed. As the world of work continues to evolve, it is important for organizations to adapt to these changes in order to remain competitive and attract and retain top talent. So when it comes to the Indian civil services, the remote work is basically of flexible nature. And the first challenges that this remote work poses to the Indian civil services is that we have to be very flexible with our style of working, especially when it comes to timing, shift, and the whole setup in which we have set up or we have arranged the administrative hierarchy has to be very flexible if you have to promote remote work, which has been significantly prevalent in almost all part of the world recently. And the second factor which have contributed much to the changing dynamics of work culture, especially in civil services in the recent time, is obviously globalization and other related aspects of it. Sorry. And related to globalization, there are other things that came with it. First one is cultural clashes, that when more people are interacting to each other, there are more chances of having conflicts of interest or conflicts of arguments, and there can be cultural clashes as well. Another thing is that the literature which I have been through has suggested that globalization has resulted in inequality. Globalization can lead to increased inequality within societies. This is because of the benefits of globalization are not always evenly distributed. Another thing is loss of identity. As people come closer and as cultures come into contact, there is a risk that some cultures will lose their unique identity. This can be a problem if it leads to the erosion of cultural heritage. And this will definitely lead to a homogenized culture where we will lose our identity. So the administration should be very well aware of all these sensitive things, and it should be very much empathetic and compassionate towards the things happening around. And when it comes to globalization, we always speak about decentralization in India, decentralization of administration in India, delegation of functions, but the whole world is already globalized one. So the challenge before the administrator or the civil servant is to think globally and to act locally. But there are many merits associated with globalization as well, especially looking through the lens of civil services. First one is increased understanding. Increased contact between cultures can lead to increased understanding and tolerance. This can help to break down stereotypes and build bridges between different groups of people. And another very important aspect of globalization, especially when it comes to administration and civil services, is innovation. We are very, it has become very easy to learn from the good practices or best practices of other countries. We can easily assimilate whatever good things are happening in other administrative setups, and it has resulted in greater innovation. Globalization can lead to new ideas and innovations. This is because people from different cultures bring different perspectives and experiences to the table. And my next set is that my major observations on challenges and need for reform in Amrit Kaal. We have already mentioned digital transformation or remote work. So the first question is whether digital transformation is a challenge or an opportunity. This changing dynamics where our traditional administrative structure is being digitally transformed, whether it is a challenge or an opportunity. It is obviously an opportunity where it will improve the productivity and efficiency, but it poses many challenges. First one is security risk. The digital technologies can introduce new security risks such as data breaches and cyber attacks and skill gaps. The civil services in India may not have the skills and expertises needed to use digital technologies effectively. Another problem is of cost. Digital transformation is really expensive, and the civil services or the administration in India may not have the resources to invest in digital technologies. Another thing, another very significant challenge which I've observed is the shift from generalists to specialists or the shift to technocrats. When all these things, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, remote work, and blockchain technology, all these things are coming into the forefront. We need more specialists than generalists, but this also poses some problem because more specialization may lead to a distorted image of the whole process of administration. The transformation from generalist to specialist can lead to a slowed workforce. This means that employees may become so specialized in their area that they lose sight of the big picture. This can make it difficult for them to collaborate with other employees and to see how their work fits into overall goals of organization. But despite the challenges, the transformation from generalists to specialists is a necessary step for many organizations. In order to remain competitive, organizations need to be able to adapt to the changing demands of the workforce and the marketplace. By hiring specialists, organizations can ensure that they have the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in the new work culture. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So the basic things that we have observed is that in this era of Amrit Kaal, in this post-pandemic world, digital transformation and this transition from generals to specialists is posing a greater challenge to our civil services, but it is not beyond our capacity to solve. So I'm suggesting some solutions. First one is emphasizing the flexibility and agility. The civil services can become more flexible and agile by introducing new work arrangements such as remote work and flexible hours. The civil services can also make its rules and procedures more flexible. And the most important one is investing in training and development. The civil services can invest in training and development to help its workforce develop the skills and specialization.
Your time is up.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It's done.
Yeah. Can she hear me? Yeah. Good evening, Sneha. Your points on innovation and the problem between generalist and specialist can hold some water. But in general, you need to look at it very deeply because the are very problematic as the way you are stating. It feels in the civil service itself. You need to, first of all, learn to define what is civil service. There are very many civil services under the larger umbrella. Please specify which one is that which you are researching. Then secondly, your contention about rise of work from home and remote work cannot be pertaining to civil services, which are at the forefront of public service delivery. Even at the time of Corona, they were the ones who at the forefront and dispensing all the responsibilities, whether it be in a generalist role or in a specialist role. Please do your research work thoroughly. This is the largest public sector organization that, as if we can say, that we are talking about administering the whole country. They cannot sit at home and administer the general public. And then you have talked about the lack of training. If I may say, maybe you are unaware of a whole training institution being denoted to IS officers in Missouri, where I have been posted, I have been working, and I have the privilege of seeing them being trained very well after successive years of their work. So be very, finicky and particular about what you say. The officers are getting trained very well, be it the IS, the IPS, the IFS. And as to, the lack of diversity, of course, then you need to do your homework. They are sent to different parts of the country. They belong to different cadres, and they are not sent to their home states. They work in different cultures, and that is how diversity and inclusion is very well inbuilt within the system. So I suggest that you please take a serious look at what are you trying to say before pointing to the problems in civil service, which would enhance the quality of what actually you are trying to portray. Thank you.
We can just close it. Let it just close it.
Hi Abhijit, are you here? You don't need to switch on your camera. So our judges have certain suggestions and questions to you. Maybe we can go ahead with that.
Just to point out to you, while you made a fairly good presentation, but there are a couple of things you might want to think about when you really want to make the kind of inferences you were drawing, especially what we understand that you already are a social entrepreneur. If I understand your it's disconnected. Still in.
Yeah, we can inform that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So sorry for the short delay which we had. So with our last presentation, we have come to an end to the Young Researchers Symposium, which was a part of a 2-day national conference on future of work in Amrit Kaal in India, in association with G20 and Y20 Secretariat. And due to paucity of further time, we will be directly starting off with our valedictory session. In that, I would like to request our four speakers, Dr. George Matthew, Chairman, Center for Public Policy and Governance, Dr. Bidisha Banerjee, Associate Professor, Deputy Director, Amity Institute of Public Policy, our esteemed guest from Y20, Mr. Anand Matthew, and Professor Rumki Basu, Conference Convener and Head of Center for Public Policy and Governance, to please come to the dais.
Weightage, why students will, or in fact, I indeed saw some researchers as well, took their time, brought in their research and delivered a wonderful presentation that you could put in. Of course, there are some difficulties in presentation, that's true. So to start with, I am the co-founder of Kalishe. It's a startup, started from Northeast, from your place. So I studied in Northeast. During my college, with my colleague, I started this organization, and actually in the third year of the college. So what we do is we develop biotech-based solutions for oil and gas companies. So your ONGC, the title partner, is actually I work for. So it was back in 2018 I started. We done multiple jobs in oil fields that belongs to ONGC and Oil India. Since it is back in 2019 when we were working very specifically on biotech, we were the only company in the country who's working specifically in oil and gas with biotech. It was the early stage of startups in India. It was not very much booming that time. So it took some time. We got some grants. And in 2019, the AI boom when it started. we ventured into AI. We started an in-house AI-based framework. We developed an Indian framework for oil and gas industry, specifically for data processing in during the exploration of oil and gas. So currently we're doing that project with DGH. So all these years, um, it was very, as you see, we have not, we have not raised any funds so far, frankly speaking. So to the youth of this time, all over gathered over here, whoever is listening, I wanted to tell them about the sad part of the startup thing. You see the fancy thing that you see in Instagram, you see in LinkedIn, you see a lot of things, right? People are moving around in good clothes, walking around, having good cars, good lifestyle. But to reach there, it takes a lot of efforts. So I do suggest give mentorship to for many students or new entrepreneurs who wanted to build their brand or product. So what I tell them is what made us successful, at least, is actually the right people we met at the right moment. That's the only thing. So the way that you build the narrative about your product or your business or your brand to the right people is the best thing that could happen in a startup ecosystem. Indeed, the government of India has done a lot of good things for the startups. You see in 2014, around 350 startups were there, and now it's around, it's more than 99, I think 99,000 startups are there, which is registered. And MSMEs are not behind. And, they are huge numbers, around 65 lakhs or something. They still have it, and still increasing. So the opportunities for the youth is huge, not just in startup. I wouldn't say you have to jump into startup. It is not something like that. Again, startup is not everybody's cup of tea. Business is not everybody's cup of tea. We need some people to work also. We need some workforce as well. So we need to, at this stage, we have the knowledge in our fingertip. Multiple people were talking about this. Even he was talking about AI. So there is a lot of problem with AI, but we, rather than looking into the problems, you should think how we can leverage that particular possibility and make some value out of it. So to do that, you need to have that mind where you need to see what is your goal. At this time, when I talk to multiple people like students or researchers, I ask them, what is your goal down the line, 5 years? What do you want to do? For some people say, I just wanted to get a job. I want some earnings. I want to make some money. Of course, money is something that you really have to work with, but money is a byproduct. It is not, you cannot build something only on thinking about money. That's a byproduct. So that is one thing that the current generation is not really aware about. And I believe such events will definitely bring a lot of light into it. And one more thing I would like to emphasize, because Instagram is something that has been getting boomed along very much. I'm very new to Instagram. I started 6 months before. So when I see, maybe it's just because I get exposed to it very late. Maybe that's why, because I used to use it in my college. I feel like the young generation is been very much influenced with this Instagram thing. Specifically, when I see a few posts, being alone, living alone is something that everybody is fascinated about now. I mean, it's quite, you see a reel, there was a girl walking through sorry for being that boys also walk. so I don't want to become viral in this, so that's why. So a person was walking, so then you see a very wide music, it's very, very popular music, and they're saying being alone is the best thing that you have to explore. This is the way that you want to build your life. This is something that makes you happy. And I asked this question to whomever is possible, that I asked them, if you get sick, who will take care of you? Who will take care of you? It's a simple question. If you get sick, who will take care of you? And similarly, the same mentality is towards the parents. Who's going to take care of them? So such events will bring a lot of light to this, I'm sure, because we have access to the knowledge, but we should actually know how to use the knowledge and where to use and how to build, of course, our country. And Indian youth has a lot of scope in across the globe, because you name any MNC, any big company, the top position, the CXOs will be one Indian. So that's the level of opportunity that we have for the Indian youth. So we have to use it, because currently a lot of things are coming. We have a lot of supportive mechanisms in AI, where most of these presentations which I can see here, most of them are from ChatGPT. I'm sure about it. All right. So it just make sure, even if it's from ChatGPT, have some decorum, that you prepare yourself and talk something about it. So use the knowledge and the resources the best way that is possible, so that it will improve your character and your personality and your life. All right. So with this, I am concluding my pep talk. Thank you so much, ma'am, again for sir, again for inviting me here and have an introduction with the gathering. Thank you so much, and wish you good luck. Anyways, I'll be leaving my cards to someone. Anytime, if you want some suggestion or anything, I'm not the best, but I can give you some suggestion about the reality of life in startup ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthew, for sharing with us like how literally the Indian youth can rule the world. So with that, I will now again request Mr. George Matthew to felicitate Dr. Bidisha Banerjee. Ma'am has already joined us as a judge for the last session of the Youth Research Symposium, but currently I would like to request her to come to the podium and give her valedictory address.
Good evening, everyone. It's a very distinguished gathering here. We have Dr. George Matthew, Professor Rumki Basu, Mr. Anand Matthew, Dr. Shangamitra, Dr. Vanashri, and such a wonderful team of organizers, technicians. I mean, really very good. I was very impressed. So few of you, but you did a really commendable job. And of course, you researchers, that's what we are here for. William Blake has said in the universe, there are some things that are known and some things that are unknown, and for the others, there are doors. I think these symposiums are those doors. These conferences are those doors. The overall theme of this conference is talking about future of work, demographic dividend. I think over the past 2 days, there have been a lot of discussions on this. So I won't get into that. I mean, I had prepared quite a bit, but, there is paucity of time, but also I think it's just, saying the same thing over and over again. So I'll talk about something that has struck me over time, but also during these presentations. One is when we talk about demographic dividend in India, we forget that the demographic dividend is yet to come. We are transitioning towards it. We are not into it. And when we call it a demographic dividend, by definition, we are saying that the population is world class. I mean, that is a huge assumption. And that's why, I was chairing this panel on skilling. That unless we are able to provide that skill, we are able to build that human capital, the dividend word doesn't count. We're just talking about a demographic explosion. So it's not people who matter, it's who the people are that matter, and we should not forget that at any point in time. So before we start, doing these projections, and it's really remarkable that, over the past 2 decades, the Indian economy has moved from nowhere in the top 10 to number 5, and it's projected by 2027, 2030, we are going to overtake Germany and Japan. But there is an assumption, and we should be very careful about that. So it is incumbent on us, especially the youth sitting here, that you make sure we reach there. Otherwise, this all becomes talk. So when India got her independence, we were, the front runners in the non-aligned movement. We were, recently decolonized, and there was so much hope. We did well, but not so well. There were other countries which did very well. South Korea did very well. The East Asian countries did very well. So there was an opportunity there which we missed. Let not this be another opportunity that we miss. Another thing that, we do not talk about sufficiently is migration. That, for this demographic dividend that is happening, where are we seeing this explosion? Are we seeing this in the rural areas, or are we seeing it in the urban areas? And even if it is in the rural areas, the rural population is migrating to the urban areas because that is where the economic opportunities lie. If that's the case, then we really need to look at what are we doing with our urban areas. This monsoon in Delhi proved we have a very long way to go. Simple things like electricity, water supply, roads. It was a near collapse. And I live in South Delhi. And I was stuck. And schools were getting closed. So the schools closed for 2 years during the pandemic. And this was similar to the pandemic, 3 days of rainfall. But perhaps it was. So if our population is moving to these urban areas, and this is the state of infrastructure in these urban areas, then can we really reap that demographic dividend that we're hoping we will? So, it's very nice to do these projections. And of course, we should hope for the best, but plan for the worst. We need to really plan our cities, because apparently that's what the world is coming to. The rate of urbanization is massive in the world. 1 in 3 people in the world are going to live in the cities. I think numbers are going to even change there. So we need to rethink urbanization when we think of demographic dividend. Another thing that comes with migration is feminization of agriculture, feminization of villages. But we are still stuck in the traditional ways of living in the rural areas. So this is a dichotomy that we need to understand and research. I don't think we need solutions yet. I think we need to understand it first. That as more and more men migrate and women are left behind, they become the power centers, but somehow they're still expected to fulfill those traditional responsibilities. And that is changing. But is it changing fast enough to keep pace with things like skilling, digital literacy, AI? So, we need to get our act together. I mean, it's a wake-up call. This chance doesn't come twice. We missed it then in the 70s, 80s. We can't afford to miss it now. I think this is the big lesson that such forums reveal to us. I won't go further, but I'll stop here. But I would like to end with this Dickens quote. It's a very famous Dickens quote, but so apt for India right now. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. Let not India get into the winter of despair once again. Let's make sure we don't have a monsoon of hope the way we had the monsoon this time, but a different monsoon. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee, for making us understand that until and unless we upgrade our skills or our cities to have enough infrastructure, we are not going to leverage upon our demographic dividend. And being a professional city planner, I second you on that. So with that, I think our most awaited part of the session or the conference for the 2 days. So I'll request Professor Basu to announce the results for the Youth Researchers Symposium, and Dr. George Matthew to hand over the certificates to the winners.
How many presentations? 43. No? Just let me at least make the announcements.
Maybe, sir, you can come.
You come here, yes. All good things come to an end. So here is the valedictory session, which I know a lot of you were waiting with anxiousness perhaps, because this was the session in which we were to declare the prize winners, or the 3 best research prizes which we had declared we would. Now a little bit, let me just go into this symposium once more. When we gave the call for papers, the call was to give abstracts to about 10 themes. We were asking young researchers to respond to 10 themes within a particular deadline. And the idea was they would develop these themes into research papers and come and present in the symposium. We realized that there were many who wanted to go online. So the original format of an offline conference where everybody would come and make their presentations didn't quite happen. So almost 50, we finally selected 43 abstracts for presentation, and maybe half of them were presented offline and the rest half online. And we just finished the presentations in the 4th track. We divided these abstracts into 4 tracks, and yesterday there were 2 tracks in which students made presentations. There were on an average 8 to 10 presentations per track. And finally, we had chosen 43 presentations for presenting in 4 tracks. Some dropped out, but there were a sizable number of presentations made offline and online. Now, the reason why we wanted this symposium was, I was very familiar with competitions for students. This was the first time we rethought in the Center for Public Policy and Governance, we rethought our focus, and we felt that we should shift to young, redefining the youth in some way as not necessarily to mean students. We could invite young professionals, and so if we extended the age group to 35, so 18 to 35 was the age group we said could send in the abstracts, thereby expecting, and we had defined the category of youth to cover young professionals as, they could be civil servants, they could be young executives in the private sector, or they could be teachers, researchers, or part of the academic community. And that is what really happened. And we are very happy to say that when we do our Youth Connect programs, which we've been doing for some time, we will now, whatever we declare, competitions or anything else, would really target this age group, 18 to 35, and we expect a good response. Now, let me cut a long story short. There's very little time. We have to finish this valedictory session. In the 4 tracks, we had announced that there'll be 3 best paper prizes. There are 3 best paper prizes in track 1, 3, and 4, and only 2 because there were 4 presentations finally made in track 2. So therefore, we thought that only 2 prizes are enough. Now let me start with track 4 and then move on to track 1, and from prize 3 to prize 1. So you want to start from track 1? Okay, good. Yeah, right. Let me do it the normal way, but let me start from track 1. 3rd position, Mr. Ritvik Singh Sabarwal. He gets the 3rd position. If you are there, yes, when I make the announcements, if you are there, because I know many of them may not be here. So if you are there, please come up and take your certificate. These are cash awards which we had declared. We maintain they are still cash awards. You take your certificate and the cash will be transferred to your bank. So we couldn't do all of that today. So please, your certificate, Mr. Ritvik Singh Sabarwal, 3rd position. He's there. I'm glad he's there to take his certificate. 2nd position, Dr. Debahuti Brahmachari and Garima Sangwan. Are you there? They had made a joint presentation. So they are the second, they won the 2nd prize. They are not here. The 1st position has been won by Mr. Shiva Kumar V. Again, a presentation made online. So therefore, he's not there to take the prize. He's from Chennai, Mr. Shiva Kumar. Now, track 2, the 2nd position is Shruti Bansal. Are you there? Online presentation. Okay. 1st position, Aksha Jain. Again online, or is she there? She's there? Wonderful. Good to see some people actually receiving the certificates. So Aksha, you have got the 1st position in track 2. She's there to receive her award. Great. Track 3, the 1st prize goes to Geeta Tiwari. Are you there? Oh, wonderful. Geeta Tiwari from track 3 gets the 1st prize. Oh, it's the other way around. Anyway, never mind. 2nd prize to Duti Bhattacharya. Duti Bhattacharya gets the 2nd prize, and Priyanshu Singh gets the 3rd prize. Is Priyanshu there? Was it an online? Oh, offline, but he left. She left. Priyanshu Singh left early. Now we come to track 4, the track here. I start with the 3rd prize, Bhavya and Atul. Jointly with Nandini Das. Yeah, Bhavya and Atul jointly with Nandini Das, they get the 3rd prize. So the 3rd prize has been shared by 3 of them. Bhavya and Atul, of course, made a joint presentation, and there was Nandini who made the other presentation. Second prize, Jayant Sangwan. Jayant Sangwan, are you there? Good. The 2nd prize from track 4. The 1st prize goes to Nandini Parashar. 1st prize, Nandini. There she is. I think track 4, everyone was present here to take the prizes offline, which is great. So the suspense is over, and it's been going on for months since we made the announcement for abstracts. It was wonderful seeing the response. It's been very heartwarming, and I can promise all of you that we continue with Youth Connect. There'll be programs which will be informed through LinkedIn and Twitter. And whatever competitions we do, please do participate, and we will, yes, and respond to whatever we do. So the prizes have been announced. I think, sir, your turn next to make some concluding observations before I give my vote of thanks.
So a huge shout out and congratulations to all the participants and all the winners. Without you, this wouldn't have been a success. So with that, I'll now request Dr. George Matthew to give his concluding observations.
Do keep in mind what the judges said, the comments and observations they made. It will help you hugely improve your research outcomes.
When we were growing up, we were taught to say, we have no words to say on this occasion. So I am also in that position. No words to say thank you or anything for this program. You see, this Institute of Social Sciences, which is walking distance from here, 8 Nelson Mandela Road. It is now 38 years old. 38 years old. And how did it start? It started with an idea, not with money or political this or land or this or nothing. Just an idea. Why I wanted to emphasize that point is that if you have an idea and that idea is relevant for the time, then things will change and that can bring a lot of results. And after 38 years, when we are looking back, we passed through difficult times, but we could face that and we could challenge them and then go forward. And 2 words were in my life: never give up. 3 words: never give up. A tendency today I find even among youngsters is, no, sir, I cannot do that. I cannot go there. I can't do that work. All talking in that way, we cannot face the challenges today. In 1974, I came to Jawaharlal Nehru University. 1974. There was no campus, and we were all, and whoever joined at that time, were on that old campus. And thinking about that time, and some people said, "You're mad? You're crazy? Why did you join this university, which has not even a place to properly study or anything like that?" But the students at that time used to work in that, study in that library till 12 midnight. The whole library there was full at that time, facing a challenge. And today, of course, JNU, I am not starting the story, but JNU is JNU. And we could come up. So what I wanted to say is that all those who are sitting here, the future of India is in your hands. Never give up. Never give up. And with these words, I congratulate once again my dearest colleague, Rumki Basu. the institute, we begin the talk in the morning, and it continues, a lot of discussions and debate. The question will be, how can we go forward? How can we implement this? There are a lot of challenges, but let us face the challenges. And getting support from ONGC and all other friends, it was not easy, but Rumki Basu managed it. And let us say a big give a big hand to Rumki. So, with these words, I conclude, and thank you very much. And let us look for tomorrow and the day after. Thank you.
As we come to an end to the two-day national conference, we are very delighted that we could collaborate with the G20 and Y20 Secretariat for this. When I and ma'am sat in the institute and conceptualized this whole Young Researchers Symposium, we had not thought that we would be able to do it at such a massive scale, but we are very glad at the response. And I want to mention it here that Professor Rumki Basu had that dedication in her that she sat day and night and could actually collate this whole conference and put this together. And with these words, I really want to thank her to actually dedicating her life towards public administration and scholarship at this level. Now I would like to invite her as the conference convener to kindly give the vote of thanks.
There's not much that I have to say except thank my team and those around me who actively in every way made this conference possible. So this is my vote of thanks to my team. Lest I forget, I've actually written it down because I don't want to disappoint anybody who's been working actively with me. Not only over a period of time, my Center for Public Policy and Governance looks big on screen, but it's just a baby center, 1.5 years old. I retired as a professor of public administration from Jamia Millia Islamia in 2021. That is the same year when I joined on his very generous offer to join as a senior fellow in the Institute of Social Sciences. And that's where my journey began as a retired professor in the Institute of Social Sciences, where I started my work with my young center, which was again given to me by the Institute to develop, to evolve, and try and do something with a new center called Center for Public Policy and Governance, which is, I'd given them the proposal and they very graciously accepted and gave me. And in these 1.5 years, the first thing that I understood, that think tanks to me when I joined appeared to be very lonely places compared to universities. I still remain in my heart a university professor, and therefore when I joined this think tank, I felt it was a very elitist place where only senior people who are retired faculty have joined, and they do their own research work in their own rooms and maybe host a couple of things at the institute, but I didn't see young people or very many students around me. And that is when I took a call and I said, among the other things that which my center will do as the Center for Public Policy and Governance, host symposia, conferences, workshops or debates or lectures or whatever, I must have a forum whereby I could connect with the youth. And I've just said now it's not just university students. I started this program called Youth Connect 6 months back. And from January 2023, we've hosted quite a few programs on various themes of national and international importance calling or inviting speakers to debate and discuss or discourse. Let's go ahead and have a discourse on topics which would interest the youth, that is 18 to 35 again, which includes students plus young professionals. And I will continue with my Youth Connect programs. The latest was this connection which I happened to make with Y20, who were very kind to give me their logo, and I requested could I take on their themes and start doing something till September, which is when they take back the logo from me. So I won't be able to do anything on Y20 themes. No logo can be used on any banner after September connected with G20, Y20. I was in a desperate hurry, and I said, at least let me have one theme, which I must say, they had a white paper. They have published, Y20 Secretariat has published 4 major white papers. There may be more now, on their major themes. So I looked at the themes and I decided if I could take maybe 1 or 2 at least before September. And the first one which really caught my attention was this theme, which I felt in today's world, when we are talking constantly of demographic dividend and 21st century skills or whatever, skilling India and demographic dividend, this seemed pertinent, timely, relevant, and I took on the Y20 theme and we planned a conference in a very short while. So the conference has come to an end. Let me now really thank others who need to be thanked. Of course, our chairman, Dr. George Matthew, is always open to any idea that I give him, and I told him long back that, look, we've got the Y20 logo and I'll be doing a couple of things with that logo, and please assist me, help me, give me the permission to do that. And he happily agreed and said, go ahead, and which I'm therefore very grateful to the Institute and their staff who've been here for the last 2 days trying to help me out in whichever logistic support that I required. So I thank the Institute and the staff, and of course I must say that this venue, when I first had a look, I was extremely happy, because this not only gave me conference halls, there was a nice dining hall, a lovely campus and an ambience, and of course a guest house. The Delnet staff has been wonderful. They've been so cooperative, so nice, and so helpful. It's been just wonderful to host this conference at this venue at this point of time at very, very short notice. Virtually, I think a month back or less than a month, I booked this, and ever since then they've been cooperating, the Delnet staff. So thank all of you. You're here and watching that, how much I'm grateful to you for giving me this venue. I thank the entire speakers, the judges, the young symposium participants who again, responded very graciously to my call to come here, present online, offline, and the judges at very short notice to come and judge the track events that was going on. And the speakers, many eminent speakers came yesterday at the opening and graced the occasion, and they spoke on G20, Y20, the theme, whatever was given to them at short notice. They were happy to speak on all of these, as I'm happy to see Vidisha speaking on the theme and raising the kind of questions that we need to raise in this symposium. And all of you have taken on themes on which you've done your research, and I wanted to get that feedback from you, because the whole purpose of this symposium was we were not going to talk down to you anymore. You have to be giving your inputs, and let this interaction, which has just begun with this conference, continue in all my Youth Connect. I'll be listening to you. You have to also give me your inputs for policy. We will be doing policy advocacy, policy review. So I need inputs from the young, because the next 25 years are yours, not mine. It's yours. So you have to tell us how to change policy, review policy, or whatever you think policies need to be, the way they need to be looked at. So therefore, I thank all the participants. I thank Mr. Falit Sajaria and Anand Matthew. Again, at very short notice, you've come and very graciously accepted our invitation to speak. Yesterday, Mr. Falit Sajaria spoke, and today, Mr. Matthew gave you not necessarily a very rosy picture about startups, which we our young tend to gloss over, but as they say, the underside of the belly, what it is to really, build a startup or create a startup and keep it going and sustainable. That is the challenge actually about startups. It's not just starting, keeping it going and making it sustainable, which is extremely important. We had the Madam Najma Akhtar speaking about skill building in Jamia Millia Islamia and how she's raised the profile of Jamia through academic rankings and also capacity building and skill building of the youth in Jamia Millia. She's actively associated with it, and so is Professor T.G. Sitaram, who told us about the national efforts, the government's efforts at skill building, because he's again, as chairman AICTE, is actively associated with skill building of the youth. That's what he does all the time, and it was an eye-opener to all of us that so much is going on to build up our human resources, a human capital, which is where, demographic dividend makes a sense. You have to get your young people, skill ready for the future. That is the challenge. They are not yet, as Bidisha rightly said, they are not yet ready. Demographic dividend wouldn't make much sense because we've missed many opportunities in the past, and we may miss again this great opportunity till 2050 if we've not skilled our youth or made them future ready. So that is the challenge, and these are issues on which I think the youth need to, and they've given us their feedback on what they think about these issues and themes. Now, ONGC, of course, let me make a frank confession. Money, fundraising isn't exactly my forte. So, it's been always a challenge to host events when you have to do fundraising and do it. And ONGC has partnered this event, and I'm glad they helped me out when money was much required for a national conference. You can't do it otherwise, so they've really helped me out. Now, yes, I think I've thanked everybody except my young team who's been working with me almost 24/7. We send, I've sent emails to Shriya, my research associate, and Rishabh. I think after 12 at night, 2 o'clock at night, we've been chatting, talking on the phone, sending messages, have this been done or that been done. So it's Rishabh is the person who made this first time, and any of my conference for the first time, we had a live streaming of the event, and we had presentations done on a mixed mode. All of this we've not done before. So I needed somebody, and he is a mass communication student who's finished his post-graduation from Jamia this year. Rishabh Gogoi is here for you. Give him a big hand for all the efforts he did in the last 2 years. For the first time, live streaming of an event on YouTube. It's a big thing for me, for my center, which has never done these things before. And the last huge round of applause needs to be given for Madam Miss MS Shriya Rane, my research associate, who responded to all your mails day and night. I know she kept saying, "Ye mail aa gaya hai, isko reply karna hai, wo mail aa gayi hai, wo reply karna hai, this query, that phone call." I said, "Shriya, you do all this because I'm not going to reply to mails, non-stop mails coming from the young researchers who will participate in this symposium. There'll be 100 mails. I can't handle it. And phone calls I simply will not take." So she, as my newly appointed research associate, she's not even been working for me, I think less than a month. A month maybe she's been appointed, and she took on the job with such vigor and such pace that it's amazing that we are talking on the same wavelength. And let me introduce her as my ex-student from Jamia. She completed her MA Public Administration just the other day from Jamia, topping her batch. And I thought, what better human resource could a professor get in all her work, except a student, an old student who could be better, who would understand me and my wavelength and the way I think and act and work. She joined me. I give her a pittance, let me tell you. It's nothing. She'll get much more outside when she ventures on her own. But right now, she's assisting me doing the kind of work, as I said, 24/7. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm sure after the conference, it'll again settle down to normal working hours. Nothing like what I've made her do for this conference. So let me just announce that we have a lot more which I want to do in my new center. All the announcements, because social media is so important, I can't have a group mailing big list where every day something or the other will be sent. I think group mail and all that is very, very cumbersome. The best thing is LinkedIn, Twitter, and all the new social media communication modes, whereby I instantly give you information about what is going on in my center, what more I wish to do. If you're in Delhi, drop in, come and meet me, or participate in my programs. I'll keep informing you. It's your right to information about whatever I do, and I'm the gainer at the end because you do come and participate. That helps. So I will just end here. Thank you so much. End with, our Youth Connect program had a banner. It still has one, a permanent banner. Whenever I do Youth Connect, this was a new one because of G20, Y20, and all of that. Otherwise, I have one fixed Youth Connect banner where it shows a lot of, in that banner, the backdrop is one of young people laughing, chatting, actively engaged in conversation. That is the backdrop. And the anthem, I call it my anthem and the Youth Connect anthem. It's written, inscribed in that banner, knowledge is light, light is power, the future is yours. That's what the banner looks like. If ever you come to any of my Youth Connect programs, you'll see that. So that's the aim, that's the mission that the Youth Connect, besides other things, as I said, I'll keep doing. This part of my activities will continue. How does one connect with you? Through the program, through other things, and you have to respond to me. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. With these words, the symposium, the conference, not the symposium, the two-day conference comes to an end. Wish you good luck, all those of you, safe travels for those of you who have to go back, and goodbye till we meet again. Please join us for tea. Tea is waiting for you in the dining hall. So all of us here